Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects EP George Obi. You are watching the Doomsday Murder Trial Verdict Watch edition. The jury of 12 has the case, and in about 5 minutes, the jury will begin deliberations. Yesterday, they really came to a quick decision on what they were going to do. They have the power here to schedule their deliberations. They decided to go home for the day.
Yeah, this was the first time yesterday for them as a group to get together and talk amongst themselves about the case. So you wonder if they got together late yesterday afternoon and said, look, we all have a lot of questions and we all have a lot of things to say. Why don't we just go home, rest up, come back Tuesday morning. Here we are. So we'll learn a lot, I think, in the first couple of hours. Yeah.
All right. So those of you watching, about 200, you guys are waiting just like us, but we were not going to stop our coverage in any way or pause and just wait for a notification on the verdict being read, or we'll get in advance about 45 minutes to an hour. So when we are notified by the court that a verdict is in and what time it will be read, we will not stop streaming. Obviously, the verdict being read, the video of that will be on a 5-minute delay, not a 30-minute delay, but we will be here for it all. And we have our panel with us, our legal experts here with us today for Verdict Watch. Kirk Nurmi, the former attorney of Jodi Arias, a high-profile lawyer in the area. Mel McDonald, retired judge, prosecutor, U.S. attorney for the District of Arizona as well. Taylor Larson, Charles Vallow's former attorney who helped file his divorce paperwork against Lori Vallow back in 2019. And obviously this case is not just about Vallow Daybell, but Charles Vallow. We remember that. Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho case against Lori Vallow back in 2023. That trial was a long 6 to 7 week ordeal. Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty of killing her two youngest children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, also conspiring in the murder of Tammy Daybell, the first wife of Chad Daybell, who is now on death row in Idaho. You guys, thank you so much for joining us. Rachel, let's start with you. What do you think about today, the jury taking an early day yesterday to really recharge?
That shows this jury's very thoughtful. They've had a lot of information thrown at them over the last 2 weeks. They have to be aware of the pressure, it's my understanding they come in and out of the door with everyone else. So they've got to see the lines. They've got to see the reporters. They know how important it is. So taking that pause, taking that minute to approach things fresh, rested, is a sign of a really thoughtful, thorough jury. And it's the right thing to do. We forget that this is an important part of our making sure our system works properly. And it's clear to me this jury's taking it very seriously.
All right, Judge Mel McDonald. Hey, I appreciate you staying on with us as well yesterday, and all of you guys, of course. But Mel, it was your wife's birthday yesterday? Oh, unmute the mic, Mel.
Oh, there we go.
Hello. Unmute your mic. Keep it on mute.
All right, I'm figuring it out.
We got all the time in the world, though, as long as the jury's in deliberation, so it's all good.
Yes, I'll be paying the price yesterday for not spending the time with my wife, rather being on here. I'm trying to remain mute around the house.
Okay, so you are, but you're not sleeping on the couch.
Close on the floor.
All right. Well, what are you thinking? This is not too surprising, is it? I mean, you said you think we'll have a quick verdict reached.
Yes, I do, and I'm not surprised at what happened yesterday with the jury breaking for the day. When you go into the jury room, whoever was selected, the foreman, the question would be, what should we do? It's going to take one or two people to say, hey, let's just go home and start tomorrow. They see the packed courtroom. They see the pressure that's on them. There's no rush. We don't have to do this. Let's go home. Let's digest the arguments and go home, unwind, come back tomorrow, and we can devote tomorrow to doing this. I think because of the obvious high-profile nature of the case, they want to be conscientious. They don't want to run in 10 or 15 minutes. They want to take time to discuss and explore the evidence. So I'm not at all surprised by this. My surprise will be if they don't have a verdict by the end of the day.
All right, and with that said, it is 10:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time right now. Robert, throw up the clock. The jury now on the clock deliberating. About a minute in, it should be officially at 10:30 a.m. Now, we'd assume they're on time, but 10:30 is when they're supposed to report and deliberate. So you guys all see that there. We will be tracking how long this takes. Mel says it's not going to take too long. Kirk, what were your thoughts on Lori Vallow Daybell's closing arguments? I'm sure you were tracking this yesterday.
Yeah, there wasn't much to it, right? I mean, she got up there, she said what she wanted to say. I don't know that there was any real constructive argument to it. Not, to me, a firm response towards anything Miss Kay said during her closing. And we saw part of what I kind of assumed we would see anyway, is that her attempting to testify throughout her closing argument that got shut down. I imagine, there might have been a lot more Miss Vallow wanted to say if she was not objected to, but we didn't see a real powerful closing argument. I mean, the only, points I guess she made, and we saw her do this a little bit with the lead detective, was related to some of the evidence that wasn't collected. But there wasn't a real strong argument related to that, tying it to reasonable doubt. There wasn't anything related to the conspiracy, right? She went back to this theme of this is a family tragedy, but there wasn't anything related to what Ms. Kay was pointing out related to the cell phones and the coordination with her brother, as well as her text messages between her and her then boyfriend, Mr. Daybell, regarding the insurance money and anything else. She did not really make any headway in that regard. So that's why, I agree with Mel that I'd be surprised, if the jury didn't reach a verdict today. Them going home last night makes sense. They all want to look their best when they're interviewed by Justin Lum. So, we'll see a verdict today, and we'll see Justin Lum with those sharp-dressed jurors, I'm sure, later.
Thank you, Kirk. Now, Taylor, we wanted to know if she would address the religious text, but really it was just a Nephi text that she tried to spin as a positive message. But there are so many messages about Charles being possessed that, the jury has to be wondering, how is this happening? This lady was talking about her husband, and Charles, who you worked with closely, him being your client. Just, did you think she was going to somehow try and untangle that?
I thought she would a little bit, because she pressed Nathan Duncan so hard on the difference. There's 4 different Nephis in the Book of Mormon, and you don't know which one I was really talking about, or share some other story that, from the Book of Mormon about Nephi, other than the one that was to kill Laban, which is what Treena Kay has been, using it. She started with it in her opening, and she used it in her closing. So I was kind of shocked by that, but also I think that if you look at it from a juror's perspective, obviously that's some pretty insane, bizarre stuff to hear about zombies and, possessed person with names for these, demons or entities that are possessing the body of Charles. And even if there were members of, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who are on the jury, they're gonna know right away, like, oh, that's not what we believe in. This is craziness, and this is delusioned.
I want to ask all of you real quick. So we've talked a lot about the jury, what they know, what they don't know about Lori and this saga. But we also heard the jury ask a number of questions after several of the witnesses. We heard the judge yesterday mention, look, if you have questions, the jury, submit them in written form. What do we take if the jury comes back this afternoon with a series of questions? What, as Mel, I'll start with you. What should we take from that? What should the Treena Kay and or Lori's defense team What should they take from that? And are more questions good or bad when it comes to possibly getting a verdict? Mel?
Actually, quite frankly, I would be surprised if they ask any questions. I think the case has been laid out. I mean, the witnesses are 19-0. Lori has not really responded to much of anything. The relationship with Chad Daybell, the messages, uh, all of the information that came out in the trial, it hasn't really been addressed. Closing argument was time to go out and pick holes in the state's case. And there's been no holes that have been picked into it. One or two minor points, but when you look at the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, I had difficulty finding any doubt in this, and I can't see where the jurors going in there with the overwhelming evidence, the text messages, the videotape, the recordings, uh, the obvious motives of $1 million that now she didn't get. All of these things, her failure to call any witnesses or to go through and address any of the points, I don't see that there's going to be a need for a question.
Do you, Rachel? Do you remember if your jury there had any questions and what you guys maybe were planning on if that would have happened?
We did have questions. They were focused mostly on the firearms, the shooting at Tammy predominantly. And so we were prepared, but the court's hands are bound in what they can answer. They are bound by the evidence. They are bound by the information that is available, and the court can't do anything to interpret evidence. So that's pretty much universal around the country. So if there are questions from the jury, we often read into them. Usually it's a sign that there's one or two jurors that need to be convinced of something, which was the true in our case, as we later learned from the jurors. So if there are questions, it'll be a couple of people who are maybe struggling with the legal concept of circumstantial evidence. And so while I agree with Judge Mel that that case was laid out very methodically, very detailed, with very clear conclusions, it just takes one or two. And if we stop and think back to a lot of the questions in voir dire by Treena Kay, it was about circumstantial evidence, the difference between physical and testimonial evidence. And that was designed with the purpose to find those jurors who can't consider convicting on circumstantial evidence alone. So I think in this situation, much like in Idaho, if there are questions, it'll be the regular jury making a effort to reach out and just assuage the concerns of one or two. I'm not doubting the strength of the case. I know the strength of the case that was laid out very methodically and outlined very methodically in closing argument. But if it's one or two, it'll usually be a question designed to assuage the concerns of one or two jurors.
Hey, Kirk, if Lori Vallow Daybell is found guilty, we expect an aggravating phase. Maybe, I don't know what's the proper term for this portion, but the prosecution will discuss aggravating factors. Lori can talk about mitigating factors. For people who don't know, how does this play out in general terms?
Right. Well, there's a sentencing range that the judge is to kind of give a framework for it that the judge can use. And there's a presumptive term within that range. In order to go beyond the presumptive term, aggravating factors have to be proven to a jury. So what will happen then, and I would say it's a when, not a if, she's found guilty. When she's found guilty, then the jury will hear of other convictions, things of that nature. And those, most of the time when there's other convictions, for example, a defense attorney would simply, acknowledge those, stipulate to those, what have you. I don't know if we're going to see Ms. Vallow fight those or not, but they're pretty self-evident, self-actualizing. She can make her other arguments, and I suspect ultimately the jury will find aggravating factors. I suspect, though, in this case, it might go a little different in that I suspect that the judge will, once those aggravating factors are found, not actually sentence Ms. Daybell till after the proceedings with Mr. Boudreau are closed. So we're going to see it a little bit of different there. We're going to find that factual basis, that conclusion laid by the jury, and then probably that moment of sentencing that a lot of people are waiting for will actually be held off until both justice is received for both victims.
And we are going to talk about that second trial in a little bit because Judge Mel had a bold prediction last week. We'll get into that. But first off, we talked about the Nephi text and how Lori played that to the jury, how she gave her narrative on that. Let's listen to Bite 27.
The state's attempt to misconstrue the positive text message about a wonderful religious figure, Nephi, and try to turn it into an order to kill someone is absurd. This is an attempt by the state to try to retrofit a crime that doesn't exist. This event was not a crime. It was a tragedy. Don't let them turn my family tragedy into a crime.
Judge Mel, your initial thoughts when you heard this line and how she said it, her tone of voice, too, to the jury.
Well, let me say this. I saw the microphone was about 6 or 7 inches from her face. I'm grateful that she wasn't Pinocchio because she would have knocked the mic over with that pitch. Very unconvincing. You look at the presentation. I mean, the thing that has just boggled my mind is her attitude and demeanor, which goes right back to my belief of what a fool she was to represent herself. She's very bright, very articulate. And when she attacks the woman who goes out with her husband the night before about being married, and then her play now on religion to somehow suggest that this play on Nephi was somehow using religion against her. I mean, from day one, the slaying of Laban and her text messages, very unconvincing.
Taylor, I want you to talk about this Nephi story. Are there really several versions? And in this, I'm not familiar, but if you could educate us on this, since you are a member of the church, of how important Nephi is.
Yeah, I mean, Adam did a great job kind of explaining it in his testimony. And then, Nathan Duncan, Detective Duncan, did so as well when he talked about, he, over the past few years, he would go and he would ask members of the church about Nephi, and that was the first thing that would come to him. Nephi, as Adam said, was the first book in the Book of Mormon, and he was a prophet. And, there are several different stories about him that members of the church, that stand out to the members of the church. Laban is just the first one. That's the first, major story of him following, God's command and achieving something that was very important because his family was fleeing Jerusalem before it was destroyed, and they needed to obtain the records that Laban was keeping. And so, and Lori is right. There are 4 books of Nephi, because of descendants of Nephi being named Nephi, which is not uncommon in today's world either. So people can relate to that. But for her to say that this, like Mel is saying, try to twist the religion and saying that she's been targeted and they're using this text out of context. But when you look at the aggregate with all the text messages and all of the religious stuff, all the castings and everything, it makes sense that she's, when she says that, I'm going to be like Laban, that is the story that they are talking about and referring to is, or that I'm going to be like Nephi and kill Laban. That's the story that they really are referring to. There isn't any other stories that kind of align with this saga of, Charles being murdered. So, I think Nathan Duncan was correct. And I would tell you, if you polled members of the church, they would often say that, Nephi was the guy killed Laban. So that's 100% accurate. And for her to try to minimize that, like she tried to throw in there that she was, praying for her husband because they were going through marital problems, when we know that that's kind of her trying to explain the castings, is just disgusting to me.
If I could jump in there real quick, I agree, but I don't understand. I guess I was not surprised at all by the way Lori tried to do that. Religion has always been a manipulation tool of Lori Vallow. When she could use the bizarre beliefs and ideas and use Nephi as a way to get Alex to act, she did it. So now she's using it in a different way, albeit I would argue inconsistently with the jury. Manipulation is less a set of beliefs and more a set of a tool that Lori uses to get what she wants. She could tell that jury is going to see it's bizarre. So the best way to use it is to turn it into something positive. So I work, a lot of the investigative team in Idaho were members of the LDS church. So everybody on that team knew very clearly, and Rob Wood, lead counsel on the case, had been a bishop in the LDS church. So they all knew instantly which book or which version and original story about Nephi she was talking to. So had she been talking to a group of people she knew shared that belief system, she might have done it differently. But she's trying to normalize it. She again is trying to use religion as a power tool. That is textbook Lori Vallow Daybell. Religion is less about what maybe she believes and more about what she can get people to do with it.
It's funny you guys talking about this. So I went back and looked yesterday. The term Nephi was brought up 24 times in both closing arguments. Treena mentioned it 19 times. So she hammered that home, and then Lori came up, mentioned it maybe 5 times. But clearly that was something Treena brought up extensively in her closing arguments yesterday.
And Taylor, I want to ask you, when Charles was working with you and telling you these stories, Moroni was brought up. Can you tell us about the past lives and what Lori was saying to Charles?
Yeah, I mean, she told him that she had been married to so many different biblical figures, not just Book of Mormon figures, but biblical figures. I know that came out in Chad and Lori's trials in Idaho about, Chad thought he was James the Just, and that was the James and Elena story. But she told Charles that she was married to Moroni, and even that, Charles showed me that she, throughout her Book of Mormon, had anytime a mention of Moroni she had drawn a heart around it. And so that was kind of interesting to me, and more like my take on it when he's telling me this is that she's got mental issues. She's either, manicking or something, because that's just not something that a normal person would believe and know. And then, then he starts telling me about multiple probations and sending me, articles that he found that Chad had sent to Lori about multiple probations, meaning, living in past lives and who they were in these past lives and who they're going to be. And now that they're translated, and they can't taste death, it's kind of ironic now knowing that Chad's sitting on death row. And it's unfortunate that Lori won't be able to do that, but I think that Lori, that would be the easy way for her. I'm glad that she's serving consecutive life sentences, and I hope that gets it added on, shortly here after we get a verdict today.
Kirk, in all the trials that you've seen covered, in these several years, at one point we were talking about Lori being competent or incompetent. And now she's representing herself as her own attorney in a murder conspiracy case. Just how we got here. And she was incompetent in Idaho for some time. I mean, look how far we've come here with this saga.
Well, we have to step back a bit when we talk about this, Justin, because one of the things that, at least in Arizona, if a criminal defense attorney, a great one like Ben Taylor, who I see up on the screen there, has any doubts that their client is competent, whether or not they can effectively assist in counseling and understand what the proceedings are going to be, what have you, they have an obligation to explore that through what we in Arizona call a Rule 11 pre-screen, to assess whether or not they are competent to stand trial. And you go through various phases of that, and Idaho may be a little different, but we know she was in treatment, what have you. You get to a point where someone is competent to stand trial, which is really a low bar here, right? We're not talking about absolute sanity. A person like this can still have some of the delusions, the religious ideations that Taylor and Rachel mentioned a little bit. They can still have that as long as they understand the proceedings against them and what each of the parties is supposed to do. And once they are competent to stand trial and that very low bar, there's really not further impediment for them to represent themselves. As long as they're competent to stand trial, there's no test that somebody has to undergo. There's no legal test. I mean, judges and Mel's probably, given this speech to talk about you're going to be held to the standard of an attorney, things that we saw Judge Boreski do earlier. You're going to be expected to cross-examine witnesses, call witnesses. All these sort of things are put before the person as a cautionary tale, but that doesn't mean that they have to, like I say, pass some sort of test or anything in order to represent themselves. They're competent to stand trial, then they're de facto competent to represent themselves, whether they, really are or not. But from a constitutional standpoint, they're competent, and that's it. It's a low bar, Justin.
Good point. And just for everyone watching, we've got more than 1,000 people watching you guys, so great job so far. We have a poll question on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. The question is, do you believe the jury will convict or acquit Lori Vallow Daybell? 13,000 votes so far, people either voting for convict or acquit. Now, also want to mention, we got Benjamin Taylor here joining the panel. Welcome. Good morning, Benjamin. I know you had a busy day in court, and we thank you. What are your thoughts going into verdict watch right now?
My thoughts are just wondering what the jury's thinking. Like yesterday, they went home early. They're back fresh this morning. So they're working hard. They're looking through all the evidence. And there's a lot of evidence to look through. And sometimes some jurors will say, hey, I want to be able to feel, touch, see, watch the video. So depending on what the jurors' personalities are, that's how long this verdict watch will go. Sometimes the foreperson will be picked. They raise their hand and say, let's take a vote right now. And they count 1, 2, 3, who says guilty, who says not guilty. And sometimes they can say not guilty, or sometimes they say guilty. And they can say it really quickly, and it can be over with in a matter of less than an hour. So a lot depends on what this juror's personalities are, what they want to do. They want to go through all this evidence, or do they want to just get it done and get it done quickly? But I agree with the rest of the panel. We will have a verdict. The verdict will most likely be guilty, unless, as Kirk knows this in his Jodi Arias trial, unless you have like one juror who stays strong and says, hey, I don't want to convict. Most likely we'll have a guilty verdict sometime this afternoon.
All right. Now, Judge Mel, let's get back to this prediction. You talked about the second trial regarding the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux, the attempted murder case, and also a murder conspiracy charge against Lori Vallow Daybell, that there's a chance that a charge would be dismissed if we get a conviction here for this case regarding Charles Vallow. Talk about that.
Yes. When you look at the posture of where Lori Vallow is now, death penalty is off the table on all of the cases. In Idaho, she's looking at 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. In Arizona, with the conspiracy to commit murder, if convicted, she's looking at about 25 years. A judge, and I'm not sure whether the sentence will be served in Idaho or Arizona. My guess would be in Idaho. But a judge can then take the sentence, if it's going to run with Idaho, and make that sentence run consecutive. So my point is, there's nothing more that can be done to Lori Vallow than would be done if she's convicted in this case. After an aggravation hearing, I am confident that, given the history of the case, I mean, Lori Vallow Daybell is a serial killer. One by one, she kills a husband. She's involved with the death of her children. She's connected with the death of Tad Daybell's wife. She's connected with the shooting of the husband of her niece. There's nothing more than a new trial could do to Lori Vallow, other than give her more time in the sun to let her face be seen on the television and for people that can give her attention. It would also be very costly and expensive. Jury selection and that trial would be a nightmare. You've got to be living with your head under a pillow if you haven't heard about these cases. And so I would suspect, and I only spoke from my standpoint as a former U.S. attorney, if I had similar cases that had come into me, the fact that Boudreaux was not hit or killed, it was terrifying, that there's nothing to be gained and nothing but extra expense in that. Lori's not going to be affected the least bit, other than maybe get attention. So my thought would be, we've got her in Idaho, we've got her in Arizona, we've got the most that we can ever get. She's going to die in prison. Let's not waste the resources.
And you could have Brandon Boudreaux speak in like a penalty phase for this case. He can get, he can say what he needs to say, but he'd, I would assume, have to be okay with not prosecuting her anymore. But she said that there's a chance that he could still get his justice in a way, in this theory. Anyone?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what the judge said. I think Brandon is probably one of the least spoken about counts, but it's really the one that got the case going. He has waited years for his day in court and justice, and what devastation happened to him and his entire family. It destroyed his marriage. It put him at physical risk. He was friends with Charles. So while I agree with the court, with the judge, in terms of, if you measure it in terms of cost and time and sentence, if that's the rubric we're using, I agree with him. If we also see it that people are entitled to their day in court, then Brandon hasn't had that. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to come down to priorities in Maricopa, and it's going to come down to whether Brandon has his day in court. If in aggravation he's allowed to speak, it is part of the sentencing that enhances Lori's sentence and takes it beyond that presumptive scale to the maximum, and that he has an opportunity to have his information factor in and a measure of accountability for what she did to him and his family, then I would agree that perhaps we've seen the max. But if we want Brandon and want him to have his day in court and some measure of justice for what happened to him, not just in terms of the length of Lori's sentence, but in terms of the public recognition and accountability, then we'll see a second trial.
And Kirk, do you feel like this case might be just as strong as the case involving Charles Vallow, because you have a witness and victim who's alive to tell his story and get up there on the stand?
Yeah, I mean, each case is going to have its strong points and its weak points, but I tend to agree with Rachel more in the sense that the county attorney's office seems to be, and I don't know that really everything that Brandon would have to say, Mr. Boudreaux would have to say, would really come in at an aggravation hearing until the actual thing is processed through and we see everything with the county attorney's office. I feel like they think that they have a strong case. You're right, having a victim up there, having a surviving victim up there that can tell their tale is powerful. It might be cathartic for Mr. Boudreaux to do that, to confront Lori in court. So while I think some of the things that Judge Mel said are well taken in terms of giving Lori the spotlight, what have you, I think the county attorney's office has shown, because you could make the same arguments that there's no practicality to this case because she's already serving 2 life terms in Idaho. But I think she's here. The trial is scheduled. And, having gone through jury selection in a high profile case, not once, but twice, one that was in the media for about 6 months, it is surprising to see that there are, to use Mel's terms, people living under that pillow that either haven't heard of the case or don't have, and the standard is not having heard of it, but not making judgments about it, not having preconceived notions about it. So there's a real possibility that they will be able to sit a jury. It might be a little more difficult this time with all the publicity that's been focused and saturated in Maricopa County now, that combined with everything else. But, it's something that certainly can be done. And we've seen in this case a level of efficiency with the prosecution of the case, but we're talking about a couple weeks of court time. She's already here. My guess is the county attorney will continue to pursue it even after this guilty verdict.
If I could just add one comment to that, prosecutors every day do plea bargains where there's multiple defendants. All the time, you will have people that have been victims of robberies, that have been victims of assaults, that as a part of a plea bargain, their case is considered, but they plead to other charges. So it is very, very common in the criminal justice system, merely because you've been a victim, the prosecutor will consult with you and they'll discuss with you and get your feelings, but the ultimate call is theirs. And what the criminal justice is, if Mr. Boudreau had been hit or killed, I can then see an argument as in this case. Clearly, you want to proceed. A life was taken in cold blood. This is something you want to see. But in the plea bargaining process, every day, victims don't get their day in court in the criminal justice system. But with the plea agreement and the sentencing, you look, what are the consequences? The goal of Brandon and all of the other people, those tragic people that died, is that Lori preferably should have faced a death sentence, but since that's off the table, to go to prison for the rest of her life, never be paroled, never be eligible for parole, that would be accomplished with a conviction in this case in 2 states. So even if there was a reversal of one, you've got the other. So to me, it's not a matter of not wanting to have justice for him. I can understand the turmoil that he went through. It's just in the interest of judicial economy and the fact to move forward and the fact that you've got Lori as punished as best you can, it doesn't make a lot of sense to move forward.
And just real quick, since we're talking about the Brandon saga, what's not lost on people following this case is that Melanie only testified in Chad's trial, was not called. This is Brandon's ex-wife here, was not called in this trial. People wanted to know, since her texts between Lori and her were brought up in this trial. I would almost imagine that she would have to make an appearance in Brandon's trial, and people at home are wondering why she hasn't been charged. I don't know if that factors into the decision to go ahead and move forward with the next case, but there are a lot of people who would love to hear from her, or at least have her questioned again, but it's specifically in these cases regarding Lori.
And to piggyback on that, Rachel, clarify, Melanie was going to testify in the first trial. There were things that happened, I think, in the first trial where she said she watched Brandon's testimony. So she really has not taken a stand.
The way Judge Boyce implemented some rules on publicity affected whether we could call her. And so, which is the rules were very clear, the parties knew, and so that affected our ability to have her on the stand. And so it's a convoluted situation with Melanie, but to take it to another level, suspecting somebody's participation, having belief on involvement, maybe some corroboration of that belief is not enough to charge somebody. as we're seeing, the charge of conspiracy circumstantial evidence is a tough one to go forward. It's some of the toughest cases you can have out there as a prosecutor. So if there is not enough evidence that somebody contributed to the conspiracy, aided and encouraged in a concrete way, there's just not enough evidence to prosecute them. And so I think her connection is much more direct to the shooting at Brandon. Her the motive that Lori had was financial, based on her beliefs about what Melanie could contribute. So should the case go forward with Brandon, it was much more likely that Melanie Boudreaux would testify. And again, the court, that the prosecution is going to be doing an analysis. How strong is my case? Do I have to offer anybody immunity? Do I have to offer people the opportunity to testify with counsel present? And that factors into a willingness or a desire to settle or dismiss. So the next few weeks we're going to see a lot of evaluation being done behind the scenes by the prosecutors in Maricopa. But I would predict that if they go forward on the Brandon charges, we will see Melanie Boudreaux testify.
Yeah, and now Melanie Pawlowski. Yeah, it seems like it was just yesterday we were talking about their divorce, the shooting at the Tesla. Benjamin, I'm going to go to you. A lot of people feel like, and maybe these are people who are avid followers of this saga, this case, feel like Treena Kay may have left a lot out there that was not presented, but there's just so much in this wild case. Do you feel like she checked everything off and presented the best evidence and finished off well in closings?
Yes, the prosecutor presented the evidence that they needed to present. What you don't want is to have this trial drag on for another week and another week, because the jurors get tired and they get bored, and you never know. I mean, she was already way ahead of Lori Daybell in this case. There was no need to call up more and more witnesses. When the iron is hot, you strike, right? And that's what she did. She's already ahead. There's no need to, fumble the ball. I mean, she could have fumbled the ball. She called up the wrong witness, right? So her closings, the number of witnesses, it seems like there's a lot. Of course, the viewers would want to see more and more witnesses, but Rachel could speak to this too. When you do prosecution or defense, I mean, there's a strategy here. And as a strategy, if you want to make sure that you get your evidence in, you don't waste the jurors' time, you don't bore the jurors, and then if you have enough, you sit down and you shut up. There's no need to keep talking, and there's nothing more to add. So I think the evidence is overwhelming. Lori didn't testify. She has an uphill battle here, and that's why we're predicting a verdict this afternoon.
And really what she honed in on was words and actions and really the demeanor of Lori. And I think that is the most simple way to put it. How did Lori react to the shooting of her husband? So let's listen to that again, Robert. Bite 20, Treena's closing arguments.
Finally, think about the demeanor when you're thinking about, again, words, actions, motive, and demeanor. When Lori comes back to the house, she is very, what did we hear that word many times? Nonchalant, calm, no questions about her brother, no questions about her husband, no questions about the house, just laughing about her neighbors. She is in absolute agreement with what has happened. She knows what's happened, and she's calm and good with it because she doesn't need to repent. She is able to determine who should live and die, and she has done that.
Okay, now, Benjamin, talk about witnesses and a lot of witnesses we may have wanted to see. I know a lot of people are saying, why isn't Taylor up on the stand talking about that divorce filing from 2019? Obviously we want you here, but you would have been a great witness. I think that any prosecutor would agree. But Taylor, besides yourself, is there somebody part of that inner circle, without hinting to names, but who would you like to have seen testify, adding on to the list of 19?
Yeah, I think Zulema would have been good to hear from again. She's the she can speak almost for Alex's perspective, being so close to him, being married to him, since Alex is dead, obviously, and is not able to testify. So I would have, and Zulema would have been able to really kind of drill down on explaining the bizarre religious stuff and the zombies and the castings, which is what she did in Idaho when she testified. So that would have been a good, I think, one person that I would have liked to see. I I understand Benjamin's point, and I agree that at a certain point you kind of have to just keep it moving, and it's best to just shut up. That's something that you learn in law school, when you can overshare and overthink and really burn the trier of fact out. So, I think Zulema would have been nice, because the one thing that Treena Kay didn't really touch on that I was waiting for it to come out is the fact that, Lori has said that, or, whether it was Chad or Lori said that Alex was, her protectorate and her angel, her destroying angel. And, we referenced that in the divorce filings when she told Charles, don't come back here. Don't get in the way of my mission. You need to take JJ because he's in the way of my mission. And if you try to get in the way, I have a destroying angel here who's going to kill you and bury your body.
Wow. Yeah, that is some dark stuff. Now, Rachel, why might those two, I specifically talking about Zulema, Melanie Gibb, not have been called? Especially they lived here in the Valley.
I think if you're trying to keep the case very focused on Charles, not on the entire conspiracy, not going too down into the weeds on the religion, then you limit who you call. Benjamin, I couldn't agree with Benjamin more. You have to make a strategy choice. Treena very clearly cut things that would open the door to other issues. She kept it very, very focused on Charles, very focused on wanting Charles to die, why Charles needed to go. And the minute you bring Zulema in, the minute you bring Mel Gibb in, or even Melanie Boudreau, you open the door to a whole bunch of other and to the entire conspiracy. So 2 reasons: keep it clean and focused on Charles. And the other, we don't know what the judge's rulings were behind the scenes on what else they let in. And so the judge could have given some instructions on don't open doors to Tylee, don't open doors to the multiple other people that were found to be dark spirits. It wasn't just Tammy, it wasn't just Tylee, it wasn't just JJ, it wasn't just Charles and Brandon. So Mel, Gibb, Zulema all have information about that bigger picture. And the more you encourage a witness, hey, the judge has said you can't say that, the more you risk a slip, the more you risk them opening. So in order to keep a very narrow, very clean, very tight case, you limit who you put on, and you try to stick with the best witness on the single issue you're allowed to get into. So we're seeing a strategy choice of the prosecutor to keep it concise, keep it clean, and possibly follow a court's order.
Interesting. Yeah, it appears that Lori and Chad, whoever they just didn't like, they deemed them dark instead of light on any given day. Let's take a look at our poll question that we've pinned to our chat. Question: do you believe the jury will convict or acquit Lori Vallow Daybell? Right now, out of 14,000 votes, 97% say it will be a guilty verdict for the so-called doomsday mom. 97%. Wow. What do you guys think about that? Kirk, is there a chance, does she have any chance that one juror is just on the fence here?
It's hard for me to conceive of how that could happen. You never know. I mean, we select juries as individuals, but they act as a group. So the group dynamics, if they feel like they're being bullied or pressured, they're on the fence, maybe they entrench their heels a little bit. That's possible. I mean, so in that regard, there could be a hung jury, but I just don't see it in this case based on a lot of what we've talked about when we talk about the possible elements that Rachel was addressing and Taylor a little bit as well of these other witnesses. I think one of the ways that I look at trial practice, I used to tell this to younger attorneys, this is like a train leaving the station, right? If you're the prosecutor, you're trying to go from presumption of innocence to guilty. And you don't want to take a long and winding road, and it's not necessarily a scenic journey, right, where you go into everything, because that long and scenic journey can create a lot of rabbit holes for people to go down and become entrenched in and say, well, what about this thing, using Taylor's suggestions dilemma? What about one thing she said? Well, are we sure this woman's sane? Are we, and they start bringing up questions of that. Is she really sane enough to bring a conspiracy forward? And those kind of things can serve as a distraction. So when you're driving that proverbial train from, presumption of innocence to guilty, you want to move as straightforward as possible. And that's why I think this kind of eliminates that possibility within the jury room. And that's why I think we're seeing the 97% agreeing with this panel. I don't know what the 3% are seeing. Maybe they just want to be contrarian, but I just don't see it. So yeah, I think the case is laid out pretty good, and I guess I'm happy to stand firmly with the 97%.
Yeah, and Lori Vallow Daybell tried to turn the tables on Chandler police and call their investigation not good at all. Let's listen to what she said in closings. Bite 26, Robert.
We learned in this trial that Chandler Police Department neglected to do a thorough investigation. We learned that they did not swab Alex's hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab my hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not swab Tylee's hands for gunpowder residue. We learned that they did not luminol the gun. We learned that they did not luminol the bat. They did not test the DNA on the bat that they collected. They did not test the floorboard. They did not test the projectile. They did not test my husband's shirt. They did not search the rental car. They did not search any of our 3 cars that were there at the scene. They did not test the gun until over 5 years later.
Judge Mel, what do you think about that? Judge Mel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said let me just wet under the thought. The 97-3, the 3 is for acquittal. That means 12 people vote not guilty. So for the 3% that voted that way, we may need to get an analysis of them. They couldn't have been watching this case. 3% ought to be a hung jury. There's no way. I would bet if you got a better chance at the lotto than an acquittal. So as to that, the segment you played was probably the best part of Lori's entire presentation for the entire trial. You'll learn, and I've tried dozens of murder cases, there are always going to be times where the police will not do something. Oftentimes they're acting with what they believe at the present time. Hey, it looks like a self-defense. Tylee made these claims. He made these claims. There is a minor injury, and they don't do some things. But the bottom line, the evidence is so overwhelming with what was done, and the evidence that's in there, and the evidence that she didn't respond to. That that was Lori's best part of her closing, but very unconvincing.
But and we had this conversation at the beginning of the trial that we figured Lori didn't want to deviate from this self-defense idea. We know that police missed a few things. They took Alex at his word. Yes, I was the one that, shot and killed Charles, and claimed self-defense. And there were things that maybe they could have done differently in that investigation on July 11th of 2019. Again, hindsight. But it was interesting because she only touched on it briefly through the trial, and we weren't sure how far she was going to take that and say, look, you guys didn't do a thorough enough job in this investigation. But then you're like, well, but self-defense is the crux here. You need for the jury to believe and understand that this was self-defense on the part of your brother, right? Like this was one of those doors. There were a number of doors that we thought she should not open. And unless I'm wrong, this was one of them that she should have just let that dog lie. No?
I mean, I would be very interested to hear Kurt or Benjamin, but my point of view is that's pretty much all she had, is their failure to do, in quote unquote, her words, a thorough investigation shows their belief it was self-defense. She didn't connect that dot the way I know an experienced defense attorney would. But to me, I agree with Judge Mel. It was one of the highlights, if there are any, in Lori's closing argument, which was they didn't do that work, maybe not because they're incompetent, but because they believed it was self-defense. But I would, of course, love to hear what Kurt or Benjamin have to say about that.
Yeah, George, I can weigh in on that. I mean, I think if I was trying this case, the first words out of my mouth would have been something to the effect that you cannot have a conspiracy to commit murder unless you have a murder. And in this case, we do not have a murder. We have an act of self-defense, and move it from there and focus on that, because that's obviously, and say, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear in the jury instructions at the close of this case all the things that are required, you're going to see the state has not met their burden on those elements, and therefore my client's not guilty. And that would be my approach. I don't know if Ben has a different thought.
All right now. Sorry. Go ahead, Benjamin.
But yeah, no, I mean, I agree with Kirk and Rachel on that point. And the fact that, she should have started out really strong to get the word murder out the jurors' heads and just focus on the self-defense. And she tried in her cross-examination, she tried to say, nobody saw me there. You didn't hear me there. So she tried to reiterate that a little bit. But only one thing I would say is in her closing, she was kind of attacking, or she was trying to attack the Chandler Police Department. You'd be kind of very careful there when you do that, because a lot of jurors, when you do jury selection, people will raise their hand and say, I really believe cops, or I have a lot of family members who are police officers. And when you start attacking people, especially the police officers, people might go against you if people love the Chandler Police Department or people live in Chandler. So she has to be very careful on that. So I think what Kirk was saying earlier, focus on self-defense, keep it to that. And even though there are some mistakes here, but you can still say there's mistakes that happened, but did not really attack the police department, or else the jurors will turn against you.
And there are many people in that jury pool, as we were sitting in jury selection, that had family members that worked in law enforcement or retired officers. But obviously they're still asked if they could be fair and impartial. But there was definitely a lot of people who had ties to law enforcement. She also said that self-defense is not a crime and that her family had a right to self-defense. Now, also to note, she mentioned Tylee and Alex in past tense have had the right to self-defense. But of course, it is the reaction to the shooting and the lack of a response to Charles. Taylor, would you say, just because you have the right to self-defense, jurors will wonder why she didn't do so much more?
Yeah, I mean, even if there was an issue with, some of the things that Chandler PD didn't do in their investigation, there are other points of evidence and facts that show that this wasn't self-defense. The gun ballistics, that second shot, how's she going to get around that? How's she going to get around not calling 911, especially when she called Alex in the interim before they called 911, and her lack of emotion that we've hit it, so many different times on this panel. But her demeanor is not someone who just lost a husband of 13 years and was right there with her own children right there. So even if you have marital problems, you're still going to be emotional, and it's going to be an emotional reaction. And then to not even check on your brother, who supposedly was hit in the head by a minor league baseball player, a former minor league baseball player. There's things in there that overwhelm, as Judge Mellis said, the little, maybe missteps of the investigation.
All right, so this jury has been deliberating for almost an hour, starting just after 10:30 this morning. They will decide if Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Charles Vallow. It's 11:25 here right now, and our Lauren Clark is in the courtroom. She's telling us that, normally, according to the PIO for Maricopa County Superior Court, that jurors will default to the schedule they've been used to. So lunch has been around noon, so they could take this lunch, talk about it more. They could decide they want to go to lunch right now. They could decide, let's get this done. Now that we're an hour in, Mel, what are you thinking here? Obviously, it's still early, right?
Yes. Yeah. What you've got to do, every juror in that room, when they finally come out with a final decision, want the public to know that it wasn't something that people just rush into. I think clearly they're going to want to go over some of the text messages. They're going to want to look at some of the videos. They're going to have some discussions. I mean, there's so much. We have all of that evidence preceding the killing, the affair, the relationships, the letters that Charles wrote to Daybell's wife, or the emails. You've got all the forensics of the day of the killing, and they've got to discuss that. Somebody says, well, maybe it was self-defense. Well, what about the second shot? Clearly, the forensics show that he was down. You don't shoot somebody twice in self-defense when the first shot disables them. And then I come back to her demeanor after is absolutely chilling. That is the mentality of somebody that has no conscience. That's got to be the kind of a personality of a serial killer. She doesn't care about her husband of all these years. She's unconcerned about what effect this has on these children. And it's been noted by Rachel. She doesn't even check on her brother, who was instrumental in this. So there are things that have to be discussed, but I suspect they'll go to a lunch break. It'll go into the afternoon. They're going to want to go through and make sure that everybody's lined up. But the 97% are going to be proven to be correct at the end of the day.
And we had a lot of questions about Lori throughout this trial. We've had a lot of people ask why Lori continues and has continued to refer to Charles as her husband in the trial, but also kept his name in her name. Taylor, what did you think of that? We heard her several times refer to her as my husband, and then of course in her closing arguments mentioned, they're trying to turn a family. A family issue into a tragedy, into a crime. They're trying to turn a family tragedy into a crime. But again, this morning I got a few questions on the other stream about her continuing to use Vallow, even though that prosecution set up the fact that she is now and has since remarried. What did you make of all that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a shot in the dark on her to try to say, and I think it's strategic in part to always say that, my husband this, my husband that, we went out with my husband when we all know, and the jury knows, that she was having an affair with Chad, who eventually she got married to. They didn't bring in the timeline of how quickly she remarried, obviously, because that was probably precluded in previous rulings. But for her to continue to say that, I know that that's just strategic. I mean, we know from just back in Idaho when she was getting mad that people were referring to her as Lori Vallow. She wanted to add and make sure that she was Lori Vallow Daybell or Lori Daybell, so her actions speak louder than her words here in the trial, and it's nothing but more of a show from her.
Taylor, can I ask, I remember as of the end of the trial in Idaho that she had not legally changed her name to Daybell. That was with Mark Means and our parties that went back and forth on what her legal name was. And eventually Judge Boyce said, call her Daybell. So that's what we did. Did she ever legally change it after her marriage to Chad to add the Daybell? And that's just a weird little factoid out there. Do you know if she did?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Justin knows that. I know that Justin in the past, and I won't speak for him or put words in his mouth, but I know that he's told me before he wasn't ever going to call her Lori Daybell because he never saw a marriage license until we got that. So, Justin, I don't know if you can answer that question, but that's an interesting factoid.
I believe finally in the Idaho trial, we saw a marriage certificate via Hawaii, right? So that she had finally been married to Chad Daybell. But she's been known as Lori Vallow for so long. We obviously call her Lori Vallow Daybell. It's her fifth marriage. But we wanted to, a place like Nevada, you can, as a public record, you could find that marriage certificate. In Hawaii, you need to be an immediate family member. I remember when we were digging into the case back in 2020, I asked Colby Ryan at the time if we could somehow get his help to get that marriage certificate. But, things were very different back then and tough. And obviously, we end up finding out ultimately that she did get married and did not report it to SSA. But that's what we know about that. So we'll call her Lori Vallow Daybell. It's been an hour or so now. And I guess the jury, they could take lunch soon or they could just keep working. We're told they get a little bit of a stipend. I think that they probably are going to keep working because they did show up a little bit late. I don't know if they started exactly at 10:30. And also there's been a couple times where they haven't started right on time in getting to court. Can anybody talk about the mindset of a four-person and just how important that is, and getting everyone? You're getting 12 people together, 12 personalities, and you haven't talked about this with each other until now.
Well, Justin is doing a lot of trials, especially murder trials. The four-person is the key. I mean, that's the leader of the group. That's who's going to decide and take the vote. That's who's going to decide we're going to move a little bit faster or slow. The people need to understand, the viewers, that every single person in there, their vote is equal as the four-person, but the four-person has a strong personality. That four-person can twist your arm to make a person who's saying hung jury or not guilty into a guilty verdict, or vice versa. So the jurors will go based upon how the four-person's personality is, and how fast and how quickly the four-person wants to move through the evidence, or slow it down and watch every single piece of evidence. But each and every juror has the same rights and same vote as a four-person, but the four-person is very key because it will decide how quick and how slow this jury will move.
Yeah, that leadership quality, that is something that as a prosecutor, when I'm looking and trying to either strike somebody from the jury or try to insulate so that they're selected, those leadership qualities are really important. And when you have a four-person who has leadership and organization qualities, you see very thorough, very thoughtful questions, because they sign all the questions that come out, at least in most jurisdictions where I've been. You know who the four-person is. And I often will be my first question to the judge when he gives me says, hey, there's a question. I'm like, hey, who's the four-person? Who signed that? Right. So because that's a symptom, I couldn't agree with Benjamin more, of how deliberations are going to go. And the other thing I look for is this somebody that was making eye contact with me or the members of the team, or were they making eye contact with the defendant? Were they nodding with the defendant? Did they roll their eyes when one side or the other made an argument, or how were they responding to our witnesses? So that four-person is a barometer that when you got nothing else to do but wait, you kind of latch on to.
Yeah, I would love to interview the four-person for sure, all the jurors, and Judge Mel. I know you can talk about so much respect for a jury investing their time and doing their civil duty, especially listening to so much of this evidence, and basically their world and their lives get rocked out of nowhere. We do have a question from our viewers about after the verdict, when the jury is released, are they able to speak with the judge and ask questions and just for their own knowledge and find out more about the story, specifically Tylee and JJ?
Yeah, I have no doubt that they will eventually know that after the case is over. They have every right after their deliberations. The rules that govern the conduct of jurors are now over. The verdict is back. They're released. They can watch any news media. They can read anything they want to read. They can discuss with anybody that they want to discuss with the results of the case. One of the guests yesterday was an alternate juror. That is entirely appropriate. And oftentimes, after cases, attorneys like to meet with the jurors and find out what influenced them. A lot of times, it can be a great learning tool. If you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you can ask jurors, what did you think of this line of questioning, or how did you like my presentation? So there can be a wide open dialogue. Some jurors want to steer clear and they will leave and not want to make comment. But I would suspect that you'll find a significant number of people that are on this juror that will be happy to comment and will be happy to share the thoughts and perceptions that they had.
Interesting. All right. Well, George dug this up, this gem. My memory's not so good, but check this out. Posted this on, it was Twitter back then, March 8th, 2021. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's marriage certificate from November 5th, 2019 in Hawaii. Her attorney had filed it before a hearing, March 2021. So there you guys see, she declared the name Daybell. So I guess I considered her Lori Vallow for a long time, but this happened at the Anini Beach Park. We've seen the chilling wedding photos. We were first to report those photos and show those to viewers, as the kids, JJ and Tylee, were nowhere to be seen. They were not cooperating with law enforcement. They would not cooperate with law enforcement as Rexburg PD searched for JJ and Tylee just to make sure that they were safe. But there it is, Lori married to Chad Daybell, and we know she still wears some sort of wedding band and a hairband or something to symbolize her marriage. He is on death row, convicted of murdering those two children and his own wife, Tammy Daybell. Just a devastating story. This day, she was Lori Noreen Ryan Vallow before getting married. I mean, we know about all her marriages. The jury doesn't. I mean, can anyone just comment? Rachel, I'll go back to you on this. As you were diving into this, you're brought on as a special prosecutor. You're flying into what airport? I don't know where you flew in.
Jacksonville.
And
usually
just
Jacksonville.
what were you thinking as you meet Rob, prosecutor from Madison County, and he explains this whole thing to you? Rachel?
It was that experience was, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys? Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know whether my connection is bad or not. Yeah, that experience will stand out as one of the most unique of my law enforcement career. I had done a background on the case and been submitted some of the reports right after I was hired. And so drive over the mountains into Rexburg, I thought a lot about it. I listened to some of the recordings I'd been given, and then I met with Rob and his entire team. And then I met with the investigative team who outlined in PowerPoint form the case. A couple of things struck me immediately was the depth of the commitment of that law enforcement to finding those kids and then holding Chad and Lori accountable, and the absolute commitment of the Madison County Prosecutor's Office, its small office with good, hardworking lawyers, to really do right by these victims. Those things I will take away as really a testament to the strength of the system up there in Idaho.
Kirk, When we're looking at closing arguments and we're looking at the time 14 jurors, it seemed like Lori was reading. She went on for about 17 minutes. We couldn't really see her face because of her hair, but if you're, you as a defense attorney in the past, like you zone in on one or two people, try to hone in on them, try to get some sort of empathy and connect.
Well, yeah, you always want to connect. You're hoping you're connecting with all the jurors to some level. By the time you get to closing arguments, you might have a sense as an attorney, what the jury thinks of your client through the questions, through what Rachel mentioned earlier, through some of the looks, what have you. You have a sense of that, right? So you're trying to connect with all the jurors and you're trying to break through some of that. And it always depends on the type of case, right? Because and you don't know who the foreperson is going to be when you're making that argument. Just that, that would be gold, right? Then you'd be able to focus right in on that person. But you can see to some extent sometimes who people are that maybe are taking maybe a leadership role in the jury. There's people that kind of seem to or maybe taking a more prominent role in the case. So you're looking at speaking to them, but you're looking at speaking to all jurors because you don't really know what a juror is thinking about the case, particularly if there isn't any questions or not. You might just be dead wrong. I mean, I've had cases where I thought a particular juror was the least likely to glom on to my argument. And in fact, she turned out to be the most strongest advocate for it. So it goes back to what I'm saying earlier about juries. We choose them or they're chosen as individuals or not deselected, if you will, but there's really a group dynamic that takes place. So yeah, you could say you want to make that connection, but I think as a defense attorney or even as a prosecutor, it's the same. You'd be remiss if you weren't addressing the entire jury. To try to stay on that train as a defense attorney, you want to go from presumption of innocence to not guilty. So you want to drive that train as much as possible. And, I will say that, there's attorneys probably that have different theories on this, but I remember giving a closing argument for a couple hours with very little reference to notes because you have to try to make that connection because the one thing that you do, whether it's you're looking at one or two jurors or the entire 12 juries, you want to be able to make eye contact with those jurors. You don't want to be able to read your closing because it puts a space between yourself. Maybe I made Mel cough up with my comments, but listen, you want to make that connection with the jury, and a piece of paper is one way to really kind of build a wall towards it. And I see Ben smiling. I think he knows exactly what I'm talking about because if you're not making eye contact, you're looking a little less assured of yourself. Because when you talk to somebody and you're sure of yourself, you're looking at them. But when you're not so sure of yourself, maybe you're looking down and going through the motion. And as a defense attorney, you never want to be looking like you're going through the motions.
So you went 2 hours one time for closing.
Oh, Justin, I can talk, man.
I know you can talk.
Set the timer. I can go 2 hours on Ben Taylor.
Yeah, that's true, Kirk.
Benjamin, yeah, same point and question as far as whether it's closings or openings, being able to command that jury to sort of stay with you and gravitate towards you and what you're going to present throughout trial or at the end of it. Can you tell us just about a time where you really nailed it?
Yes, I mean, in closings, you can tell when the jurors are smiling at you. Before they go to lunch, they stand up, they walk really past you into the jury room, and they might nod, they might smile at you throughout the case. When you're doing your cross-examination, you can look over because the juror's to your right, and you'll see a juror just nod and just like writing notes. When they're writing notes or like nodding, you know that they're with you. So you have to make that connection. And when Lori Daybell was doing her closing arguments, what's unique is like your reporter, Lauren Clark, mentioned, right now, is there 10 men and 2 women on the jury?
Yeah.
She's a master manipulator, right? I mean, she should have been looking in those guys' eyes and then like talking to them and trying to see what she can do to maybe get a vote or something, right? I don't know if that will overcome that, but she has to pull out every strings, and that's what she should have done. Make that connection with at least one or two jurors to be like, you know what? This is overwhelming evidence, but something about that Lori I like, right? And all it takes is that one juror. Like I said, Kirk knows about that in Jodi Arias' trial, who's as strong, who will just hold out, who doesn't care about the rest of the 11 jurors, who will say, you know what? I'm so confused with all this evidence. I can't decide, and I'm going to hold out. And that's what Lori should have done in her closing by looking at them and looking at them. But we saw her looking down a lot at her notes, reading her notes, kind of like being a little bit nonchalant. And that's what we talked about throughout these couple of weeks. That's her biggest harm, is that she didn't have an attorney who knew the skills to present this case in court, who could give her a fighting chance.
Benjamin always knew that he had problems when he looked out at the jurors and they're sitting there like this. He's making these
Mel, I mean, many times you have described Lori as charming and bright and articulate throughout this. I mean, there's out of the 10 men, and maybe we're totally wrong on this. I mean, these people could be just focused on the evidence, but could there be that charm factor?
Well, I'm sure Lori would like to have the charm factor. I just don't see how anybody can be charmed when you look at the facts that they're laid out. They're chilling. And so, again, when you look at her demeanor, I go back to her demeanor on the day of the death of her husband, her indifference, her cold nature. I think if she's trying to make eye contact or trying to charm the jurors, I would be real uneasy with that. I don't think that would be effective for her. She would have been much better having an attorney speak for her and to sit there staring straight ahead.
And Taylor, I mean, you dealt with Charles, her former husband, her fourth husband. I mean, how did he describe her? I know he was concerned. He was scared. But obviously, we know a lot more than we knew then. He was in love with her.
He absolutely was. He wanted to do anything he could to try to save the marriage because he loved her so much. And he kept telling me, this is not the woman that I know. This is not the woman that I love. This is not the woman I married and stayed married to for 13 years. His hand was forced to file for divorce. The Lori's bizarre beliefs and manipulation didn't just start when he filed for divorce. It started months previous, right? And it only came to a head once he started being locked out of his house and couldn't contact her, and then she's starting to say, hey, if you come here, I'm going to kill you and have an angel to dispose of your body. So, he absolutely loved her. And to speak to the charming factor, that he talked about that too. That's what worried him, because he could not get through to her family members because they all believed what she was saying. She spun a story that he was cheating on her with escorts during his business trips and had proof. And he kept demanding, show me the proof, show me the proof. And he's telling the family members, have her show you the proof. She's lying. I'm not doing that. I'm not stepping out on the marriage. She's the one who is making this up to get what she wants and manipulate you all. And Adam was the only one that would listen to him. And so that's why, when he tried to get Adam to do the intervention or to pull her temple recommend, it was because he loved her and he knew that she was, the puppet master of her family members. And she was just sitting there and manipulating the entire situation. And he was worried that she was going to be doing that with the police department. He had her held by community bridges for, an involuntary hold. He filed that petition with Gilbert PD. They took her to community bridges and they released her and said she's not a danger to herself or others. And she passed it, with flying colors. And I think that a lot of that is her charming personality that she had. And I was kind of shocked to see that wasn't, really put on display during the trial. And I think that we saw some of that, charm go away with the way that she conducted herself when speaking to the judge or speaking to some of the witnesses on cross-examination, so that that jury can't really be charmed and manipulated by her. And then in closing, she was very rote. Obviously, she's never done a closing argument in her life. And so she's got to follow her script that she had jotted down on a notepad. And that really, I don't think, was personable. She wasn't looking at the jury. She wasn't interacting with them. She was just looking down and reading. And I think that that's going to, ultimately, any juror that may, be on the fence, I think that that's going to hurt her.
Great insight there. I mean, people have called her the Black Widow. Guys, don't go anywhere. I have a live shot for our new newscast in about 10 minutes, but for our panel, this is a time, take a break, leave your Zooms on. I'd love to have you guys on in a little bit, because we are still on verdict watch. About an hour and a half, nearly an hour and a half, the jury has been deliberating. No sign of a lunch break yet, but we are continuing to monitor this. Those of you watching right now, you'll see me do my live report or talk back with the anchors in the news studio. But Benjamin, Mel, Kirk, and Taylor, thank you so much. Stay with us. This is just a water break, or you grab some lunch, grab a snack, but we are not going anywhere. Appreciate you guys. Rachel will be back on as well. She had to step out, but just want to let you guys know she'll be back on the panel for the rest of the afternoon as we wait for this verdict to come in. We'll see you in a little bit. All right. So Robert, what we'll do here, so you guys are getting a behind the scenes look. You guys been hearing the name Robert? Robert is manning the ship. He's a director in this studio, and we got a great team. We got Dave Taylor as well, our streaming EP, who talks to our guests, gets the questions to us from you guys, and we try to get those questions answered. But what we're going to do is I'm going to get ready for this live shot. We're going to take a quick recess. We'll come back on, and you'll be able to see us come on for the noon show. Yep, 2.5 minutes. So this is just talk back. Yeah, I believe so. Unless they have video. But I told them we can operate everything from here. Hello, everybody. We are getting ready for our new newscast on Fox 10. No sound. No sound. To watch the full broadcast and its full production, you go to fox10phoenix.com or Fox Local, but you can watch from behind the scenes here as well. Hey, Brittany, I know. We are getting ready to do our new newscast as we speak. I hear Sherry. All right, guys. Not heard anything. Okay. So, no verdict yet. Yeah, we just want to see Lori conducting herself in the courtroom. Good stuff there. Yeah. Jury just went to lunch. Hey, Ty, Anita, you should be able to see it right now on our screen. We have a clock counting jury deliberation. So it's been about an hour and a half, and I have been told that they have just gone to lunch. It's been an hour and a half. Deliberations really starting up today. Yesterday, after getting the case, right after closing arguments, it took about 15 minutes for jurors to say, we're calling it for the day. They heard a lot of evidence, nearly 2 hours of closings by prosecutor Treena Kay. Lori Vallow Daybell spoke for about 17 minutes or so, talking about a family tragedy and that self-defense is not a crime, and that she, her daughter Tylee Ryan, and her brother Alex Cox had the right to self-defense in the shooting of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. So we are on verdict watch right now. The charge against her is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Charles Vallow. The 12 jurors we know are 10 men and 2 women after a lottery that made 2 of the jurors alternates in this case. So they get to decide the schedule. They've been used to taking a new lunch. So right now they're going to do that, maybe come back in an hour or so and continue deliberations. Mm-hmm. I mean, you really have 19 witnesses to 0. Lori Vallow Daybell decided not to present any evidence. She has the right to do what she did, which is nothing. It is up to the state to prove its burden and to prove this case, and that beyond a reasonable doubt, Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to make this shooting happen. A lot of people were waiting to see if she would testify, but that would open her up to cross-examination by Treena Kay, who has been very thorough, brought up 19 witnesses, showed dozens of exhibits, interviews, body camera footage, showing Lori's demeanor at the crime scene after her husband was just shot and killed. Really no emotion. And Lori Vallow Daybell has basically dismissed that notion. She didn't really address all the religious texts that were revealed, talking about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, talking about the life insurance policy that she did not benefit from after Charles changed the beneficiary to his sister. So there are a lot of unknowns for the jury, and you have to remember, they don't know what happened to Tylee Ryan. They don't know what happened to J.J. Vallow. They know her brother Alex Cox died in December 2019, but the door to Idaho in that complex case is shut, and they must follow these jury instructions and make sure that everything is agreed upon between these 12 jurors. Thanks, guys. All right. Say that again. We are going to jump back on here. I'm going to get my headphones in and just leave it All right. As we told you, we would be right back. We had to take a quick break, but you guys see the clock. It's been an hour and 45 minutes or so. Now, I'll let you know the jury is out for lunch, and we are told that they will reconvene and be back at 1:30. So there is a little bit of a disclaimer for this clock, as we don't know how much they're actually deliberating during the lunch hour, or what they're talking about and where they are. And we're going to go back to our panel right now. We've got Rachel Smith, we've got Taylor Larson, Benjamin Taylor, and the judge, Mel McDonald. Kirk will be back a little bit later. But, right now it's just hurry up and wait. What do you think, Rachel? We were chatting a little bit about the idea and the difference between having the lunch brought to you, going out to lunch individually, like what that means.
Yeah, I know. I've been peppering Justin with questions. Sorry about that. My question was, have there been questions from the jury, and did they go out to lunch or have lunch brought in? Because in my experience, when jurors eat lunch together, they will continue talking about the case. And in some instances, within X amount of time, we would see a verdict when they've been together. So I was a little disappointed to hear that they went out to lunch and may not all be together. So I see that bringing the lunch in, yes, it adds, $100 to the taxpayer bill. But for me, the times when they can stay together, eat together, we often see movement when you have a general consensus before lunch. We often see movement for a verdict, within a short period of time after lunch. So,
Judge, do you think this is taking longer than it should now? I mean, they've been used to an hour and a half lunch during the trial, but what could they have been discussing as far as evidence for the first hour or so?
Well, they've got a whole bunch of information they could be discussing. I think a lot of the initial time is getting to know each other, discussing. They've got to elect a foreman. They probably go around the room and have some discussions before they make that decision. But there's a lot of preparatory work before they even start looking at the case. Once they've elected a foreman, then they've got to start, well, where do we start? Well, they probably begin from the earliest evidence of the relationship between Lori and Charles, and then the relationship with Daybell, and go on from there. I think it would have been a little bit more encouraging had they had lunch brought into them within the jury room. But again, I'm not particularly concerned that they break for lunch and go out. I think the deliberations will begin in earnest once they come back. I think they probably did a lot of the basic stuff and threw out some items and maybe had some issues to ponder over lunch. But I think now the deliberations are going to take on a full head of steam, and it's now what, 12:15.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm convinced they'll be back before 4:30 today. I cannot imagine where they would find anything that would rise to the level of a reasonable doubt based on really the uncontested evidence. The state laid out a whole series of events, text messages, communications, tapes, videos, and the defense did not respond to them other than it was an accident, or not an accident, it was self-defense. Of course, when she's calling to collect the insurance, it's an accident. But I think it's going to be sometime in a couple hours before 4:30, we'll get a verdict.
And maybe, possibly, perhaps they have come to a decision, but they want to get lunch, maybe think about it a little longer, but they're close. And they just need some nourishment for the break and what could be most likely the final day of deliberating. I mean, they've already gone for about an hour and a half. Benjamin, what's it like on your side of things when you're a defense attorney, you're just sitting there waiting? What is that like?
It's nerve-wracking, Justin, and kind of like right now what we're doing, we're like speculating, we're kind of like thinking, what are those jurors thinking about? And that's what you're doing when you're a defense attorney, waiting for that verdict. And the prosecution is the same way. Like, what are these jurors thinking? I am kind of surprised that there hasn't been any questions. Not one question has been asked. I mean, being back there for an hour and a half, usually there's at least maybe one question with all this evidence. But when you're waiting for a verdict, that's the most nerve-wracking feeling, is you have no idea what's happening. And what happens is when they go to lunch, the jurors leave out the courtroom and they go downstairs and they walk out. So you see them too. If you're waiting in the cafeteria, you'll see the jurors walk past you. And they're not supposed to talk to you at all because of ethics reasons. But sometimes they'll just like smile or just give you a nod. And then you might be like, oh, okay, maybe that's a key here. But until the verdict is read, you have no idea what's going to happen. And we can speculate and speculate. That's what we do. But it's very hard because these jurors are behind closed doors. They're secretive. Even the judge doesn't even know what they're talking about. It's a private proceeding, and we won't find out until the verdict is read. But I was expecting at least one or two questions, and the evidence is so strong. I wasn't surprised because I've had verdicts that come back very quickly. I mean, like less than a half an hour. If you're the fourth person, you might take a vote right then and there when you first walk into the room and say, hey, we've been here for 2 weeks. This is our third week. Let's take a vote right now. And they all raise their hands and say guilty, then let's go home. So I am kind of surprised that it's not maybe even quicker based on the evidence. But like you said, Justin, maybe they're going to lunch to have some nourishment, come back, and then maybe we will hear something right after lunch.
Taylor, what's it like for you? Are you getting a little nervous since this hits so close to home? You were involved in this from the beginning before there was even an investigation?
No, I'm not nervous. I think I share the sentiment with the rest of the panel that maybe if it bleeds into tomorrow, there may be some worry there and some nervousness. But when you think about it, Justin, I don't know if if the jury's hasn't had any questions yet because there hasn't been any evidence that's disputed what the state put on. There was no case given by Lori Vallow. She didn't dispute really any evidence or testimony. She tried to contradict some of that stuff, but she didn't put on a case. And so, if there are juries that are hung up or on the fence about things, they can't even ask to see if there, is evidence that controverts what the state has put on. It's really just the state versus throwing a shutout, like Mel said earlier, 19-0 as far as witnesses go. And they didn't even get to hear from Lori herself. So I'm not nervous about it, at least right now. And I think that once they get back from lunch, they really have to get into the nitty gritty, if you will. And I don't think that they're going to want to stay late tonight. And I think that will kind of put a little bit of pressure on them to either come to a consensus on the vote or, say we'll need a little bit of time tomorrow. But I'm not worried about it, at least right now.
Now for our panel, think of some questions because we right now have Lauren Clark with Fox 10 News on the phone. She has been in the courthouse all morning. It's been hurry up and wait, like I said. Lauren, what is the mood like, the vibe, as everyone is just waiting for this jury and all eyes are on this jury and what they're doing?
Hey there, Justin. I would say that there certainly is this vibe of anxious anticipation. People and reporters are on their laptops outside of the courtroom there, and we are just waiting for any type of movement or any type of information of a possible verdict. When the jurors went out to lunch and they all went out to the elevator, that was a spectacle. We all turned our heads around to look at them head out down there. But it's just truly a waiting game at this point, and a little bit of anxiety and anticipation in the air as we're just looking at the clock and noticing that they've been deliberating for about an hour and a half before they go to lunch, and we were told that they're going to return from lunch roughly around 1:30. So we'll see if we hear anything past that time.
Now, Rachel made a good point, the difference between getting the lunch delivered and then going out to get lunch. I remember in the Idaho trial, the first night of deliberations, pizza was brought in, and then they end up eating and then going home for the night. But you're getting to see these 12 jurors walk in and out and how they arrive just after 10:30. I mean, how do you gauge their expressions, their body language? I know it's a hard question to ask, but it's so fascinating.
Absolutely. I will say, Justin, as we watched them go into the courtroom today, they certainly looked very refreshed. I think them going home and sleeping on it a bit was probably the right move because they were definitely more energized than where they were at the point of yesterday from when I looked at them. Heading out to lunch, though, really difficult to try to read their expressions from that point. Definitely poker faces from all of them. You can tell that this is something they're certainly taking very seriously with their job and their role here. So only time will really tell of what exactly is going on in their minds and in their conversations.
Benjamin, you have a question for Lauren?
Yes, Lauren, this is Benjamin Taylor. Thanks for reporting. Are the jurors walking together or are they separate? Because that can tell you the cohesiveness of the jurors. And sometimes on some of the jurors I've had, and when you see the separation of the jurors, that can kind of almost tell you who's with who. So are they together when they walked out, you saw, or were they separate walking out?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Benjamin. They were all in a single file line walking in, and they were all together towards the elevator going into lunch as well. So that might kind of give us a little bit of a suggestion as to how they're thinking and if they're all together on the same page right now. But I certainly did notice them all towards the elevator, and then they were in single line heading into the courtroom this morning.
And Rachel, you had a similar question just as far as maybe eye contact or anything like that. I'm checking to see if the jurors have any questions for the court, but it seems like right now they don't. They're just going to go eat.
Yeah. I did wonder, did they make eye contact with people as they walk through? Is Kay there? Is Larry there? Is Brandon there? Did they look at them?
Yeah, another great question, and thank you for asking that, Rachel. No, we don't have, pretty much as our waiting area, it's only us press and then maybe a few members of the public. I do not see Kay, I do not see Colby or any other family members out there at this point. And I will say the jurors have been pretty careful not to make prolonged eye contact with members of the media. I noticed it not only when they came in today, but also in the courtroom yesterday. I was really trying to get a good gauge of their face yesterday, and I think some of them were glancing over a little bit, and I might have made a few of them a bit uncomfortable as I was just looking really intensely at them. So they were not really looking over at the press, and it was pretty obvious with our laptops and our lanyards exactly who we were. There was no members of the family there out in the waiting area, so really hard to kind of gauge exactly what that might have meant.
Lauren, as someone who's... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rachel.
I just didn't know if yesterday, did they look at Detective Nate Duncan, or did they look at any of the law enforcement that was there? It's my understanding Sheriff Ron Ball from Madison County was there, Ray Hermosillo. Did they look at any of the law enforcement?
Yesterday I saw them very much intently involved in the presentation of Treena Kay. She had that PowerPoint up there, and I was actually really impressed to see the jurors either have their eyes locked on her, on the PowerPoint, and occasionally on Lori as they went through different parts there of the closing. I was actually very impressed to see just how long they had their attention span with her on those points. I didn't really notice them looking too much over at the gallery. One of them did kind of notice that I was just staring at them at one very, very quick point. But aside from that, their eyes really, truly were locked on the presentation that Treena had. And they were engaged at some point to Lori's closing, but I did start to notice a little bit more of the arms crossing. One man was looking down at that point, too. So maybe that's perhaps a bit indicative of where they were kind of thinking.
I got one more question for Lauren. I know you got to get back in line at some point as we wait for jurors to continue deliberation. But, you being around the press, and we know, there's so many... There are terrible cases here in this county. It's the 5th largest county in the country, but there is obviously something different about this saga, this story, this case. And you've gone to meet, I assume, media from out of state. You've gone to see the public lineup, and you've obviously been here as we've been covering this since 2019. What is it to you, and what is that energy as you are in that courtroom listening to this case and how everybody has just bought into it.
Absolutely, Justin. You know, one of the incredible things is, as we're all waiting for this point, is we're able to talk to other members of the press from, as you mentioned, all over the country. And I truly am impressed just by the amount of detail, the amount of facts that all of these press members know about this very complicated, very convoluted story, as you well know. I mean, this has really captured the attention of so many people across the nation because it really has a bit of everything, right? You've got murder, you've got marriage, you've got extreme religious beliefs of everything from dark spirits to zombies. And just seeing the members of the press, and we're here because so many people have interest in this and are intrigued by this, covering this story really kind of gives you the idea of the reach of this story. And most importantly, I think, the desire people want to see for justice. Justice not only for Tylee and JJ, but now they want to see justice for Charles and later Brandon Boudreaux as well. So the amount of people who just want to see this justice play out in the courtroom today, I think is really poignant. And it shows this reason why there is that interest. People have this deep desire, deep within, to see justice be delivered within their society. And I think this case really speaks to that.
Fox 10's Lauren Clark, thank you so much for joining us briefly during the lunch recess. I know you got to get back to it, but we will be talking to you later for sure.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I mean, she's right. And we don't see a case like this where it stretches out for years, where there's just so much fallout. And after this, we'll have the second trial, and it's still that closure that's needed for Brandon Boudreaux. And then all of a sudden, you have now 4 total trials. 3 for Lori Vallow Daybell, the 1 for Chad Daybell. I mean, Rachel, I'll go back to you. You've covered so many cases, been a part of them. This one definitely sticks out in your career, I assume.
Yeah, this one sticks out in, I think, everyone's career. Simply the breadth of what they did, the media attention, the public attention. There were people in Idaho who slept out on the Fremont County Courthouse lawn to try to get in for sentencing. So, yes, it's captured the public attention in a way which makes that unique. I also think the religious aspect makes it unique, especially with the way that the media has portrayed the religious aspect and the attention given to Lori. Sadly, mothers do harm their children and kill their children. So it is sad and tragic, that of in itself is not unique. So I always kind of wonder, what is it that causes the media to pay attention to one versus the other?
Judge Mel, you were talking to me last night about cases you've been involved in, high profile, some leading to executions in sentencing. But there's something about this, like we're talking about the uniqueness of the depravity, and I'm talking about Idaho, that is really connected to this. But you've bbeen doing this for a long time.
54 years before I retired. And the thing that strikes me, I was involved in 3 cases that were involved with death penalties where the individuals were actually executed. I looked and compared some of those cases and the facts of those cases with the facts in this case. This is absolutely bone-chilling to me. A husband, a disabled son, a teenage daughter, the wife of your lover, the attempted killing of a niece's husband. This is serial killing at its worst. And the depravity, the lack of feeling demonstrated by Lori on the day that this happened, it is chilling. This is one, and I know there are legal grounds for not pursuing a death penalty, but between Chad and Lori, I think when it comes to who is most worthy of the death penalty, I would think it would be Lori, because she sacrificed her 2 children. And those relationships are just chilling, and the utter callousness that it went down.
And Benjamin, we'll talk about this because a lot of people have asked, can they seek the death penalty? But for first-degree murder conspiracy, this specific count, that's not possible.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, under the law, you can only seek the death penalty for certain type of cases, and that's like a straight first-degree murder. Here we have conspiracy, so that kind of throws the wrench in why they can't just go after the death penalty. But the judge is right. Mel, hit a home run there. This is the typical person who probably deserves the death penalty based upon all these killings. However, each jurisdiction has to charge based upon that jurisdiction. So she's in Arizona, so we charge her based upon the crime in Arizona. When she was in Idaho, they charge her based upon the crime in Idaho. And that's probably one of the reasons why they can't prove that she actually pulled the trigger. Who knows? She might have pulled the trigger. We don't know that, right? But a prosecutor can only bring a case in which they can prove. So they can't prove that she actually pulled the trigger. They have to prove that she conspired with Alex to do it. So yes, people are wondering why that death penalty, but because under the law, you have to do the facts and the law and apply them, and only certain facts and laws apply. And in this case, it's a horrific case, but it doesn't apply to a death penalty case.
Taylor, have you ever had a case or client where it ended up like this regarding Charles Vallow?
Absolutely not. I'm involved in a case right now where my client was shot by his wife. Luckily, he survived that attempt. But I told him that, I was connected to this Vallow case and that he's my first client that's actually survived, luckily, and Charles was dead, obviously. So, very unique set of circumstances from my perspective. Charles was obviously shot after my time with him was over, as we had dropped the divorce. But it still is something that, as a young attorney, I don't think I'll ever and hopefully never see again.
And we were just talking about the death penalty. We know that in Idaho, that was being sought for Lori Vallow Daybell, but there were some discovery issues and death penalty was taken off the table. Rachel, you were there for all that. I don't know how much you can tell us, but how did you guys rebound from that huge development before trial? Obviously, for the defense, they're thinking that's a win. I know a lot of people may not remember the death penalty issue there.
Yeah, there are some limits to what I can say. I think some of this is probably under seal. But it's very public that there were. It was late disclosure information. But very close to within 60 days of the trial. And given the volume that was turned over, that had been found and turned over, the court decided, rather than continue the case, to take the death penalty off the table. The prosecution, we had the opportunity, we could have tried to writ the judge and challenge that ruling. I don't know that the courts would have granted that because it was completely within his discretion to do that. But the decision was not to challenge that, to keep that trial date and to keep the case moving forward as a murder in the first degree. So, yes, the state, the prosecutors in that case, the team, Rob's team, Lindsay's team, we agreed it was a death penalty case, but given the desire to move it forward, we didn't challenge the judge's ruling. And at the time, given what we had, that was the right call. The case had drug on for so long. The victim's family, both Tammy's family and JJ and Tylee's family, really wanted the case moving forward. So the strategic call was keep it going forward as a murder first, where we seek that life imprisonment sentence and not challenge the court's ruling on the death penalty.
And thank you for answering that as much as you could. That could be a new show where we call it Unsealed. I like that. That would be interesting. Now, we want to ask the panel this. I'm going to start with Judge Mel because you've been in this position on many different perspectives. Cameras in the courtroom. Obviously, the first Idaho trial, no cameras allowed. Chad Daybell, Zoom cameras allowed. Technology has advanced, but good idea or bad idea to have a camera in the courtroom?
I personally see no problem with cameras in the courtroom as long as they're very discreetly placed. I tried one case that was covered by Dateline 48 hours in 2020. There were multiple cameras in the courtroom then. I think with the protections that the judge has done in this case, they're very non-invasive. I think a case like this, there is overwhelming national interest, not only local, but national, and really probably international. And I think it's good for the public to see and to feel and to experience what evil can really be like. There's a reason why this case has captivated people in the state of Arizona. I go out and work on the treadmill, and all the different channels are running stories on this case. I'm a believer that you open the proceedings. There's no reason to block the courtroom or block people from seeing this. There's only limited space in the courtroom. And within this country, I think there's many constitutional protections. So I favor opening the courtroom and letting the jurors see what's happening, or seeing the public see what's happening.
And as a journalist, we definitely agree with you. Benjamin, your thoughts. Have you had to argue for certain stipulations with camera coverage?
Yes, I was involved in a high-profile case a couple years ago where the camera man accidentally showed the jurors. And once that happened, the judge banned all cameras from the courtroom because that's a big no-no, as you know. But I'm about transparency. I agree with Mel. However, as an attorney, and a lot of defense attorneys, I think, would agree, sometimes when you have a client like Lori Vallow Daybell, you don't want cameras in the courtroom because you know that there's a lot of pressure there, and the jurors see the cameras, the jurors see the media there. These jurors are under a lot of pressure too. When they walk out, because they know that a reporter or somebody will be asking them questions because they're free after the verdict. And so those jurors might feel pressure to do the right or wrong thing based upon the cameras. So I believe in transparency. I believe in that. But for my client in the courtroom, as a defense attorney, sometimes you do object to having cameras in the courtroom because you don't want the pressure on the jurors based upon the media coverage.
Yeah. And real quick, I thought that was an interesting question because the jurors will pick up on it. Even if they know nothing about this case, they walk into the courtroom, see all the reporters. Again, they only see one camera. But again, that idea that this is not some ordinary case that they're taking on here. And I wonder if that resonates when they realize, wait, I don't know anything about this woman, but clearly everybody else knows about her.
And right now we have Nate Eaton with East Idaho News on the phone joining us from the courthouse. So if you got questions, let him know. He has about 5 minutes for he has other things to do. But he's been living in that courthouse. He has been living and thriving in downtown Phoenix. Nate, give us your insight on what's going on this morning.
Well, the jurors got there, most of them, well, all of them were there by 10:30. I got in around 9, though, and one of the jurors was next to me in line. Of course, I didn't say anything to him. So some got there a little early. They went into their deliberation room around 10:35 and then came out shortly before noon to go to lunch. So they've had about an hour and a half today to discuss whatever they're discussing, and they'll reconvene at 1:30 when everybody gets back into the courthouse.
We asked our reporter about this as well. Their body language, their demeanor, coming out and not having the lunch necessarily together, having it delivered.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You know, in Idaho and in other cases that I've covered in other states, they keep all the jurors together. They will order in food, and they might take a break from deliberating while they eat, but at least they're still all together, and the jury is kind of protected from the public and any sort of outside influence, especially during deliberations. But that's not the case. You know, I had to walk away a minute ago because there was a juror close to us. I didn't want him to hear me talking about this case. So yeah, they're out getting lunch on their own, and they'll be back to see what this afternoon brings.
And we have Rachel Smith on the line as well. Obviously, Nate, you guys have talked and you've interviewed her. But Rachel, is there anything else you'd like to know from inside? I mean, he is the courtroom insider and eyes and ears in there, as well as Lauren Clark. But it's just hurry up and wait. We still have about less than an hour for lunch recess.
I do have a question. Nate, were you able to see them as they left? And we've asked this with others. Were they all together? Did you see any facial expressions? Did they appear to be laughing, joking? What was their demeanor as they left?
Yeah, we did see them, Rachel. They walked out and were pretty normal. I mean, kind of the same faces they've always had. We didn't see them talking to each other. I think that they've been told to be very careful when they walk in and out, because there's a large gathering of people right outside the door. There's 4 or 5 benches where the public sits and the media sits, and then just 3 feet away, they're behind a room with a closed door. So all morning long, the deputies have been like, keep it down, be quiet. They don't want us to overhear them, or them to overhear us. And when they walked out, they all were together. A little bit of small talk, not much. They all got into one elevator. They were escorted into an elevator. But once they got to the first floor, they walked out and they just, went on their way. I did see the one juror I mentioned earlier. He was on his phone talking with somebody when we walked out of the courthouse, and others were, at nearby food places getting lunch. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. And I would imagine that they just, got started. They've had about 90 minutes to talk about this. So we'll see.
Nate, before you go,
have they received?
Go ahead. No, it's okay. Go ahead, Rachel.
Did they get the evidence? Were they given the evidence, or have they asked for the evidence?
That is a good question. The judge at the end of yesterday's hearing sent them out. I don't know if the judge's staff already put the evidence in the room and locked it, or if they requested it and brought it in. Lori did specifically mention that recording of her police interview. So did Treena Kay. So obviously the jurors may have asked to see that first and put it in that room. But we have seen the judge's assistants kind of going back and forth. They're there with the jury, working to protect the jury. I will say, as far as members of the public, about the same as we've seen in past days, not as big as yesterday, but there have been people who were in line early this morning just to sit and wait, hoping to be in the courtroom when that verdict comes out.
Nate, before you go, what is this like for you 5-6 years later? And did you bring donuts again?
No donuts, but maybe that's the secret, because in the past 2 trials in Idaho, I brought donuts in the morning for all of us who had to wait in line, and we got a verdict within a few hours in both cases. So I'm actually headed out to get lunch away from the courthouse. There is a grocery store. Maybe I should bring it back. I'll tell you this. If we don't have a verdict today and we go into tomorrow, I'll bring donuts tomorrow morning. As far as being here, it's a little different because in Idaho, these jurors stayed, at least in the first case with Lori, till 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. We were there waiting, then they dismissed them. And then in Chad's case, they were sequestered. They went straight to their hotel. They were all together. They spent every minute together. So we didn't see them. We didn't, really hear much of them. Here, it's a bit different. But I think that the general consensus for most people at the courthouse is they think there will be a verdict this afternoon. But really, they don't have any more insight than we do. So who knows?
Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. I know you gotta get some food, and we will hopefully talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right. Well, as Nate said, I mean, if we are going into tomorrow with deliberations, Judge Mel, we have an issue.
I don't know that we have an issue. I think it may be that the judge or the jury is really poring over the evidence. I mean, we were in trial for 2 weeks. There's 19 witnesses. There's a lot of discussion. And if they went in tomorrow, I don't think it would be because people are reluctant or hanging up. I think it would be more likely that they just want to be completely thorough. But quite honestly, with the evidence and what was produced, the overwhelming evidence and the utter lack of evidence from Lori's part, I truly don't see this case going beyond 4:30. Had they got out earlier yesterday, I wouldn't have been surprised with the verdict then. I would guesstimate by 3 o'clock or 3:30 today we'll have a verdict.
Okay, so it's been about 2.5 hours. You're thinking by 3:30 to 4 in that range, we'll get word that verdict is in.
Yeah, we don't count the loud shower, so because they're not discussing this among themselves.
That's true.
And actually, deliberation time, 3 to 4 hours is going to be plenty of time to cover these issues. I can sit down and in 15 or 20 minutes lay out the overwhelming evidence in this case of guilt of Lori Vallow.
Oh, yeah, we know you could. You 55 years in the industry in this field. So we can subtract the time from lunch from this nearly 2.5 hours, but we worked very hard to get this clock up and get it ready for today. But since 10:30, it has been nearly 2.5 hours as we have been waiting. I guess we'll just call that the verdict watch has been nearly 2.5 hours. Benjamin, in your experience, have there been some juries that take their time, take that 90-minute lunch, go home at the end of the day at 5? And have there been some juries you've seen that are totally like, we are getting this done, we are not leaving?
No, I'm kind of surprised they took the whole hour and a half lunch here, because sometimes if they wanted to get it done, the jurors set their own schedule. So if they really wanted to get it done sooner, they could have a half hour lunch. They can go an hour lunch, but for them to take the full hour and a half, maybe they already know something that we don't know as far as a verdict, and they're going to come back and just give us the decision afterwards. But I'm still a little curious because they've been here for 2.5 weeks, and a lot of them probably want to go home. So they're discussing something, because they would have taken a vote early this morning. And that's what I said. If the foreperson can go around the room and say, let's vote right now, who says Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty? Who says that she's innocent? And they raise their hands. So if you have 12 jurors who say that she's guilty, they're done. And they come out and they announce the verdict. But apparently they're discussing something, and there's somebody in that jury room who has questions or wants to see more evidence or wants to listen to or watch a video, or else they would be done by now. But it'd be curious to see what happens after lunch, and we will find out, I think, after lunch.
Can I ask? And again, this is I've been brought in to be a juror on a number of occasions here in Maricopa County, but I get released pretty quickly. What is the line of communication between the foreperson and the court? Do they check in with the foreperson, or is it just a, hey, you let us know when you all are ready? Does the bailiff kind of act as an intermediary? How does that work?
A little bit of both. So, I mean, they decide their own schedule, like an hour lunch or a half an hour lunch. But they do check in with the courtroom staff, which is the bailiff, the courtroom clerk, and they kind of decide. That's how hey, the jury went home for today, because the foreperson, delivered a note and will say, hey, we're going home for today, or we're going to lunch right now. So that is the communication. They're not talking directly to the judge. That would be unethical. But if they have a question, they write it down on a piece of paper. They usually hand it to the foreperson. The foreperson hands it to the bailiff. The bailiff would then hand it to the judge. And the judge will then bring in Lori Vallow Daybell and the prosecutor to answer and go over any questions. But usually the jurors, they discuss and they decide their own schedule today. So if they want to go home and come back tomorrow at 2 o'clock, they can say, hey, we're done deliberating today. We're going to come home, come back tomorrow. I mean, they decide what they want to do.
They're in charge here. So we know that the schedule for trial, they've been done around 4 o'clock, 4:30 each afternoon. So there is this possibility that they could get together for deliberations at 1:30, go for another 3 hours, and just say, we're not there yet. We're going to come back tomorrow at 10:30. This is the schedule we like. This is a schedule we've been used to for a week and a half. We could see that. We have another question from a viewer asking if she will stay in Arizona. Lori Vallow Daybell will stay in Arizona's custody until the Brandon Boudreaux trial. Yes, she's in the custody of Estrella Jail, the women's jail in Maricopa County. So as long as she is going through court proceedings, here for her Arizona charges. She will be here, and once, if she is convicted of the charges, then she will continue to serve her life sentences in Idaho. So that is what's going to happen. And we've heard from family members, and Taylor, I want to know your thoughts. I mean, maybe she just is tired of being at the Estrella jail and wants to get back to Idaho. She wants her speedy trial. We know that.
I think she's even said that, Justin, when, she was getting frustrated with her witnesses being precluded either last week or the week before. And, the judge was like, hey, I've given you plenty of opportunities to continue this, to give you the time to present your defense, to let your investigator go and interview people, let your subpoenas be served on the people that you want to call as witnesses. And I think she even said on the record, hey, I just want to get back to Idaho. I want my speedy trial and I want it now, kind of like Willy Wonka. But, to me, I think that she sees Idaho as, the place that she wants to be for life. I think she doesn't like Arizona as much. And to me, I think that this is just her, and her self-representing is kind of like a way to have a vacation away from Estrella jail. I'm sure she gets treated probably a little differently in Estrella than she does up in Idaho. And I don't know if she's, in solitary or how she is, being monitored there. But I think she definitely just wants to get back to Idaho, and she knows that, she's facing multiple life sentences. This doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, whether she gets convicted for Charles's murder and whether she gets convicted for the attempt on Brandon's life.
And Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was sentenced July 31st, 2023, I believe, in Fremont County. She is taken and put into prison there in Idaho State Prison, and then she is extradited back here to Arizona around just after Thanksgiving. So she really had not spent much time in an Idaho prison, so she really didn't serve a lot. She's been serving her sentence basically here at the Estrella jail, and we're talking about this next trial, Brandon Boudreaux. You are able to basically be a part of this first trial and see what kind of witness he was. Let's really bring that focus back and look ahead to this. I mean, his story that he tells is one of fear.
Yeah. Brandon testified. He was my witness in the trial against Lori. And we opened with him right after Kay because he unfortunately had to ID JJ. He was also part of the identification of Lori's remains because Tylee's remains, because Tylee had a particular necklace that she wore, and it was on her Instagram post. So Brandon was part of one of her followers on Insta. So he ID'd those images. So I think it's one of the unspoken parts of this human tragedy, the death of what Brandon Boudreaux went through. It tore his marriage apart. It tore his family apart. And he's a real testament to resilience because he connected the dots almost before anyone really, in his communications with Kay, and then his pushing things both in Chandler and in Idaho. He talked about what happened to Charles. He figured out what happened to Tammy. He brought that information forward to law enforcement and didn't let it go. So while he may not have been physically injured, Lori and Chad and Alex tore apart his world. And he, along with Kay and Larry, have been champions to try to get law enforcement to pay attention.
Yeah, Brandon and Kay really had to work together. I mean, Kay was doing the sleuthing through Charles's accounts and seeing that there was a package sent via Amazon to this Rexburg address, and she's just trying to find out where her grandson JJ is. Brandon is shot at on October 2nd, 2019, and once he finds out that Tammy Daybell has died, and it seems to be a very quick funeral and memorial, and he puts that information into the ear of a Gilbert police detective that ends up calling the Fremont County dispatcher to find out that there was no autopsy then all of a sudden you have all these law enforcement agencies, big, small, working together. I mean, you even have Kauai police involved. I mean, you've talked about this earlier, but the scale and the amount of law enforcement agencies, including FBI, I mean, that is quite something, right?
Oh, it is an incredible testament to the quality and the advocacy of the law enforcement involved in this case. Sadly, I was talking to colleagues from where I predominantly practice, which was St. Louis City. It is not unusual to get a call into your warrant office as a prosecutor saying, hey, somebody, I haven't seen my grandchild, and there's a messy divorce, and it's not unusual for police officers or even prosecutors, sadly, to go, ma'am, this is a civil matter, right? Ma'am, this isn't really, take it up to the civil judge, let me see a court order. Not the law enforcement actually acted on it, and when Ray Hermosillo and Ron Ball and Dave Stubbs and the various detectives went and knocked on that door, and they listened to their spidey sense and followed up, it would have been a very different world if Brandon had just taken somebody shot at me, we don't know who it was, and not pushed it. It would have been a much longer row to find those children. Brandon's actions in advocating for Charles, he knew and believed it was Tylee's Jeep, and he had the unique position of understanding the insurance issues. So Brandon's information coupled with Kay's advocacy are a real testament to the case. And then law enforcement took it seriously. They didn't just write it off as a messy divorce.
And we've got a question from Angie, a great question from a viewer. She wants to know what each panel member thinks is the most hard evidence against Lori. She wants to hear from the judge first, though. Judge Mel, what is the biggest one?
Well, that is really a tough question because there's so many bigger ones. I think the text messages, the plans that are going into this, leading up to the death, her bizarre behavior, that's got to be high on the list. I think the day of the murder, her indifference, here her daughter is there, not calling 911. I mean, these are things that 1 in 10 million are not going to have that kind of reaction. It is cold-blooded, it's chilling, and so her indifference, and then the events after, the insurance money, the marriage in Hawaii, all of those events that happened. Typically you wait more than a couple of weeks to mourn. Complete indifference with the disappearance of her children, calling people and telling them, hey, say my kids are with you, calling the lady in Arizona. The thing that is overwhelming in this case is there are multiple smoking guns, and it's difficult to say which is the most effective. What they all do is show that she's guilty beyond not only a reasonable doubt, but any doubt, in my view.
Benjamin, how about you?
I mean, Mel's right. There's a ton of evidence here. It's hard to just pick one, but I think the body camera footage, jurors like to watch what's actually happened the day of. So they're gonna be able to watch the body camera footage, and they're gonna judge her demeanor, her reactions. So I think the body camera footage is gonna be the biggest thing. And then closing arguments, Lori said, hey, go back and watch my interview. And that's what the jurors might do. And maybe that's why it's taking a little bit longer than expected. But if they watch her demeanor, she might have to dig her own grave. And today might be her actual doomsday.
Taylor, how about you?
Yeah, I think that there's multiple large pieces of evidence that show her smoking guns. But I think that one thing that the jury's really that it really is gonna resonate with the jury is the lack of call to 911, the time between, when Charles was shot, when Lori left the house, the call that she made with Alex in between in the interim, and then, almost waiting an hour to call 911. I think that's going to be a huge thing the jury will latch onto.
And Rachel, I'm going to sort of customize this question for you about the, I guess, most damning evidence. Which element would you sort of double down on the most and really go hard on? And with that said, if there's a witness you could bring up, who would be that star witness?
It would be the conspiracy charge itself, but in the conspiracy, the aid, the encourage, the planning piece of it, because those are the text. Lori's own words convict her. There are people who don't like their soon-to-be ex. It's not unusual in a messy relationship for there to be animus, for even the person to want the person gone. What makes this conduct criminal is Lori's efforts and planning with Alex. It's coming to a head this week. You need to stay with me. You will be like Nephi. Those are direction, that's instruction, that's aiding, that's encouraging. So for this case, to me, Lori's own words are what are going to convict her. Couple that with there's no mistake on what those words mean, because you see after the deed, you see her intent, you see her motive by how she reacts. She wanted him dead. She's joking about it. She is absolutely without remorse for what she's put Tylee and JJ through. And she made no effort at all to get her current husband, Charles, help. And she made no effort whatsoever to try to get her brother aid or encouragement. So it'll be, to me, for this conspiracy case, it's going to be Lori's own words that convict her, and it'll be her actions and demeanor afterwards, which really drives home what those words and statements meant.
So would that key witness be just more focused on Detective Nate Duncan or someone a part of the inner circle?
Yeah, I really think it's going to be Nate Duncan, because the thing is, sometimes you can explain away or have explained away different actions and demeanors and how people react. I mean, that will be an effort by a qualified defense attorney to do that. But it's really hard to explain away her own words, her own response to that situation. And I do believe the jurors follow the instructions. They will hold the state to its burden of proof. And in the state's burden, they produced Lori's own words, unedited, unvarnished in those texts. And those clearly outline exactly what Lori wanted to happen to Charles and what steps she took to get Alex to do her dirty work.
And to that point, I guess then her own words previously and leading up to this is her lack of words during the trial, including her own defense, because she would have to answer to her own words from those texts, no?
Yeah, I think because she's her own defense attorney, I believe that jurors understand and follow the instructions. I think they may want to hear from a defendant who doesn't testify, but I believe by and large they follow those. They want it, but they commit. They won't hold them to it. In this case, Lori's standing up there, so they're going to say, well, why didn't she as her lawyer say anything about that? So I agree with you. I think this is Lori, in choosing to be her own lawyer, has really been some of the state's best evidence.
Wow, that's a good point. Like, if we had an actual public defender for her, she had two teams, and obviously that second team is basically her advisory council. But Benjamin, they would have continued this trial to 2026 probably, and she'd be sitting in Estrella jail. But do you think, with what you've seen now, I know it's hindsight, but seeing the evidence the state presented, do you see where an actual public defense could, I don't know, get that hung jury in 2026 or beyond?
it's maybe, right? I mean, I think they would have done a lot better than, she did herself, representing herself. And I think what hurt her too is she was asking questions that she didn't know the answer to, and the witnesses were just hammering her. And all this evidence came out, which a trained, skilled attorney would know not to ask that question and know that the questions to ask. So I think being her own attorney, like Rachel just mentioned, and I mean, she dug her own grave by doing that. Whether or not, myself, I'll maybe overconfident. This is a hard evidence. This is a lot of evidence here. But I think you just try to maybe go for doubt. And it is the state's burden, the prosecutor's burden, beyond a reasonable doubt. So for the prosecutor to win here, all 12 jurors have to be unanimous. So I think an attorney would have definitely just tried to maybe pick off one or two jurors to be able to be like, hey, there's some doubt here. What doubt? The evidence is hard to say where the doubt is, but maybe going like we discussed earlier, this is not about her killing. It's about whether or not you can prove was there any sort of conspiracy. And you weren't there. Nobody in this room wasn't there. The police weren't there. So that shows you doubt. When nobody's there, you should have some doubt. I'm telling you, as Lori Vallow Daybell, I didn't do this, and I didn't conspire. And hopefully there's some doubt in the jurors. And I think that's what an attorney would have done, is just strategize to try to put doubt in one of the two of the jurors to get a hung jury. And that's a win for a defense attorney.
Yeah, she didn't present any evidence. She doesn't have to, but in closing arguments, she talked about it is up to the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Robert, let's listen to bite 22 from closings.
Every defendant is presumed by law to be innocent. Under the burden of proof, it explains that the state's burden is this. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty.
Judge Mel, I know you don't think that she casted any doubt, but it is up to the state, their burden of proof.
That last point of her representation, one thing really stands out that I think demonstrates the utter hypocrisy and lack of character. When she's cross-examining the gal that went out with Charles Vallow the night before his murder, and is trying to grill her to suggest you're going out with a married man. We haven't filed, or I don't know whether they'd filed for divorce, but it was for all intents and purposes over. To sit there and to try to pass judgment on a girl. I loved her response about, hey, Lori, don't flatter yourself or whatever. I think that is the kind of thing that impacts the jury. She's having this affair with Chad Daybell. They're having all these evil spirits in their discussions, the plans, the insurance money, and the hypocrisy representing herself of trying to criticize a girl who goes out and meets about somebody for the first time, and he's talking about his marriage, which apparently is over, and her self-aggrandizement, thinking that, gee, they must be spending the whole night talking about me. That is the very kind of thing, I think, that highlights her stupidity in representing herself. And those kinds of facts and hundreds of other, her indifference on the day of the shooting, failing to call 911, all of that is just chilling. Those things add up, and the time and deliberation will be the jurors just bringing out these different points and letting them sink in before they cast the final vote.
Well, and to that point, when she did cross-examine Nancy Jo, I remember us commenting like this. We believed at that point in the trial, this was the first time the jury really got to see who Lori was. Her demeanor, her tone, the way she questioned Nancy Jo on the stand, like you said, kind of went after her, and that hypocrisy. It almost felt like if you're the jury, you've never met Lori Vallow, you don't know anything about her, that this was your first window into who she is. And then, of course, they had other opportunities with what the state presented. But in the instance of face-to-face in the same room as a person, we felt like, because we've covered Lori for so long and know who she is, that this was the jury's opportunity to go, that's Lori.
That's an outstanding observation. Spot on. That is the kind of message that's sent from day one, that a person that represents themselves has a fool for a client. She took on the position of village idiot. It was not only foolish, but time after time, with her questioning, with her demeanor, with the callousness of what she had, trying to suggest that, hey, it's okay to be calm when your husband has been gunned down in front of your daughter, standing out there smiling and laughing. You can't escape from her demeanor. And that's why part of the most devastating evidence herself, she didn't need to take the stand to start digging her own grave. Her performance dug that for her.
Right now, it is nearly 1:15. The jurors should be back from lunch in about 15 minutes. Since we've started, it's been nearly 3 hours, but obviously they got a 90-minute lunch break to finish. So it may feel like it's been a long time, but they're getting their lunch. This has been a normal part of their schedule. I'm sure at this point in time, Taylor, you can feel for Kay Woodcock, family members, Colby Ryan, maybe feeling those nerves, even though this is a lunch break, but it seems like time is just slowing down.
Yeah, I actually exchanged text messages with Kay this morning, and just told her that I'm thinking of her and her family today, and praying for them. And she responded, that it's been a long path, a long journey, but she's ready for this chapter to be over with, and to get the justice that she has sought for her brother. And so, I'm thinking of them and being in that position as we wait to hear anything, any bits of information, any insight from the reporters there who are seeing the jury members as they walk out between, breaks, whether there's been any questions asked by the jury. I can't imagine, because I've never been in that position, and I hope I never will be in that position. But just from my own position here in this trial, and the knowledge that I have of Charles and his family, and how close they all are, I'm sure that it's more anxiousness than nerves right now.
And Kirk Nurmi is back joining us. Kirk, hope you got a quick break, and we appreciate you on Verdict Watch. You've been in this position where you're just waiting and waiting for jurors to deliberate and come to decision, but I guess we just gotta stay patient and calm here.
Yeah, and how you feel about it as an attorney really depends on how you feel about your client's guilt or innocent, right? The toughest cases are the ones where you think your client is really not guilty, and you're kind of clinging to that, and you're waiting on the verdict. When you have one of the things that I would characterize this, and Ben might remember this back from the public defender's office days when we used to work down the hall from each other, there'd be something really was a trial that was referred to as a long form guilty plea, right? And most cases plead out, but some of them go to trial, and it's really just getting to the same result in just a little longer format. And I think that's really what we have here. So, there might be nerves building up, but at the same, for the parties involved, certainly her advisory council, I don't think that's going to be the case for them. It might be brewing up in Miss Daybell's mind, but really, we always want justice, in a microwave, and it really has to be cooked like a turkey in the oven, and sometimes it just takes a while.
Okay, so there's a nugget. You two used to work down the hall from each other?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Wow. Time flies, huh? And when was this? What year? Do you remember?
Oh, wow. Let's see here. I don't know, 2007, maybe?
Yeah, probably around that area. Yeah.
Yeah, 2007, 2008. I left the public defender's office in 2011, so it was for a few years there, around 2007 to 11. So I know Ben a long time.
Oh
So I said
man.
I could talk 2 hours on him, man. I'll give you the expose. After the verdict, we'll do the Ben Taylor expose on the record with Justin Long.
Benjamin, yeah, from that public defender standpoint, if you get assigned a case like this, I mean, because I was wondering I was trying to read the body language and expressions of her advisory council. Getting a case like what goes through your mind when you get put in this position, Lori Vallow Daybell?
I mean, you can be like, oh no, or oh yeah, right? I mean, because this is a big high-profile case, so depending on your personality, some public defenders will be like, yes, this is a big-time case. I wanted to dig my teeth into it and just go after it, right? Some people may be a little nervous because of the cameras and the high publicity and might not know how to react. And as Kirk mentioned, I mean, we worked out in the hall, so we got some good cases and we got some bad cases in the office. But I mean, depending on your personality, that determines. But at the end of the day, you're going to be professional. You're going to do your job, and no matter if it's a high-profile case or a person that nobody even knows their name, and their job is to go into the courtroom and represent your client. You might like your client, you might hate your client, but your job is to represent the client, and under the Constitution, no matter how bad your client is, everybody deserves a defense.
Gotcha. Judge Mel, I mean, like he said, everyone deserves a defense, but you have said it so many times. Lori Vallow Daybell has not done a good job of defending herself. She's also not an attorney. You talked about the overwhelming evidence, but is there one point of evidence that could be the weakest? We talk about the strongest, but how about the weakest, Judge?
I think the best argument she had, and I think it's been touched upon with Brian's contributions. This went down, and initially, I don't think they thought it was a murder. I think they, with some of the delays that took place, it was only after these other people started getting eliminated that people start putting the pieces together and going back. I think one of the most devastating pieces of evidence was that little 16-year-old girl who was in the house that a month later is dead, that somehow supports Lori's position. So the best evidence that Lori had, and it certainly didn't come about because any skill she demonstrated, was that it took a while, I think, for law enforcement to catch on to what has really happened. But when they do catch on, the failed shooting of Brian Bruto, the disappearance of the children, the death of Tamara, when all these pieces get in and then they go back and they start reconstructing the case, the physical evidence where Vallow was not shot once but twice, the second time him being down on the floor. All of these compelling points of evidence show her guilt, but her strongest defense was they didn't, they thought it may have been self-defense at the start. It's only later that they realized this is not self-defense. It is a planned murder. And as Benjamin pointed out and others have pointed out, you don't bring a loaded gun to the home of a challenged little boy that has his issues. You don't have Alex Cox stand up Vallow and go there and spend the night and all the language that leads up to this conspiracy to kill him. Once they got the picture and started focusing on this, all of these pieces fell into place.
Well, and we've talked a lot about the testimony, and you all can agree or disagree, but because the key law enforcement detectives and the people involved in this investigation had already testified in Idaho, that had to have helped them, but also helped the state in presenting their case because of the amount of evidence that they had already compiled for the previous 2 cases in Idaho, rather than this being the first case that was tried, and in the state, the prosecution trying to get the witnesses on the same page in their, in how they testified as a jury. But I'm curious if you noticed that was beneficial to the state, knowing again that these individuals had already taken the stand and testified on this case.
Yeah, I think that there would have been undoubtedly some benefit to it. I think the Idaho case, comparing the 2 cases, is the most compelling case, simply because it involves the death of children, the death of Chad Daybell's wife, her attempt to call people to cover and say the children are really with us. The Idaho case was overwhelming, and the death penalty totally justified. But true, the witnesses there have had that experience. They lived with that experience, and I think it would have been helpful to them coming to Arizona.
Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho trial, back with us. We got a question from Carson Hunter, who asks, good question, what happens to Lori while she is waiting for the verdict? Is she shackled somewhere in a room? Is she having lunch? I mean, do you remember what the protocol was in Idaho for this?
Well, in Idaho, she was taken. There was a room for the defense and for her back, so that it wasn't near the public. So she was back there, often with her attorneys, not always, but back in the back with her attorneys. She would eat back there. They did not shackle her when she was in that room. It's my understanding that while she remains a danger to the public, she is not necessarily a physical danger all the time to law enforcement. So there will be times that if she's working with her team or working on looking at evidence in a secure location, they won't necessarily shackle her. So that's what happened in Idaho. I would be very surprised, but of course, Kurt or Benjamin or Mel would know better if Arizona has the same practice. But in Idaho, she was taken back to a room and with her defense attorneys.
Yeah, anyone's insight is welcomed as far as what she could be doing right now at this moment.
Yeah, there's holding cells in the court facility, just outside of the courtroom, where people that are on trial are held in, maybe before they are brought in or during breaks they're held, what have you. So, they're typically given a sack lunch, if you will, and trotted off to court, and they're in a holding cell in any and all breaks. And then, this is a different situation. Typically, like if you have an attorney, you can consult with an attorney in a visitation room. She may or may not be doing that because that would be at her choice, not really the counsel's choice.
And Benjamin, as counsel, how much of that role is like a coach? How much time are you spending with that defendant and making sure they're in the right mindset? I know there's a lot of people who couldn't care less about what Lori is feeling right now, but what does that job entail outside of the courtroom as well?
I mean, is it her advisory council, like Kirk was saying? I mean, they're probably not doing too much, but if you're an attorney and representing an actual client, you usually prepare them either way, good or bad, for the verdict, because once the verdict is read, it's heartbreaking, for your client if they lose. So you're preparing your client, you're kind of going over the day, just waiting for a juror question to inform the client, oh, this was the question from the juror, and the jurors do have questions. So you're like pretty much, just talking to your client throughout the day, just doing a lot of client control, trying to keep them calm because they're on pins and needles too. 1.2, just to let you know, people may or may not know this, it depends on Judge Boreski and her level of risk. When somebody like Lori is in there, you see her all dressed up, but underneath her, under her legs, there's usually some sort of like ankle bracelet or some sort of chain, so that way she can't run and escape. So a lot depends on what the judge does or what the sheriff's office does. But people should know that even if she were to try to run, her legs would lock up because even though she's wearing clothes, there's something underneath her to keep her there. And sometimes they even have a stun gun to stun a person if they try to escape. So it's not like she's just out there free walking around, even though on TV we see her dressed up in clothes.
All right, so we're about to hit the 3-hour mark since the jury walked back into the courtroom this morning. We heard now they are back from lunch. So now the real countdown begins because it sounds like, unless I'm wrong, all of us think that a verdict will be reached by the end of today. I want to go back a little bit from the judge perspective, Judge Boreski, just get a sense from all of you, really, how you think he's handled this with all of the other intangibles going into the media coverage, what's admissible, what isn't, having to deal with the defendant representing themselves. Judge Mel, I'll start with you. How often did that happen, and how do you think Judge Boreski has handled this entire thing the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, I think he's done an outstanding job. During my years on the bench, I had sequestered jurors where literally the bailiffs would have to go stay at the hotel with the jurors. There are all kinds of challenges. I think he's done a good job. He's kept Lori in line. I think at times has bent over a little bit backwards to make sure she has an opportunity to put on whatever evidence she's going to do. I think he's a very capable judge, very bright. I think his jury instructions were spot on. And I think he's done a commendable job.
Per Lauren Clark, she just said that the 12 jurors walked together in a single file line to the courtroom, many looking away from them, from the press, looking down, not much to gather, but they are back, and we'll see how long this takes. I mean, really, I think this is the intensity of it. I mean, you've had the morning, you went to 90-minute lunch, you're full, you're energized, I would assume, and here we go.
This is now where we get into this, not only the waiting game and everybody kind of hanging out in the court, but now you start to, I think, get the sense that they all think something is close, whether that's a decision for the jury to go home. We know they left, 2:30 yesterday? They left pretty early yesterday. It's not out of the realm, I guess, that they could make that same decision today. Kirk, let me ask you, in your experience with jury trials like this, do you think that Judge Boreski did more than he should have from a defense attorney's perspective with the defendant? Are you? I got to think though that you would like a judge to be more supportive in that way. But how do you think he did in all of this?
No, I think he did excellent. And really, when you're advisory counsel, I don't think you're looking for a judge to kowtow too much to the defendant. I've had cases where I feel like the judge has lost complete control of the courtroom to the pro per defendant. And, that's not really a position that anybody wants to be in terms of, being court appointed counsel, being there, and having this defendant kind of hijack the courtroom. You want the proceedings to be as orderly as possible. So I think he's done an outstanding job. I mean, I think the places where he has stepped in have been appropriate to preserve the record and or Miss Daybell's rights. But as we saw during some of her questioning, he hasn't let her make a mockery of the court or the system. She certainly tried to, testifying during her closing argument, some of the testimony she wanted to proffer as part of her questions to witnesses, things of that nature. And, I don't think anybody wants to watch a defendant make a mockery of the court. And so I just think he's done an excellent job in walking that line, because it's not an easy one, because when you have somebody who's representing themselves, you don't know what's going to come out of their mouth. But he has had enough of a short enough of a leash where the proceedings have been fair, but also when Lori has not hijacked the courtroom and became the leader of a 3-ring circus.
Back to Chandler Police. Taylor, you have not shied away from criticizing the department regarding the beginning of this investigation, and we really don't know when they decided to take a real hard look at this in that timeline of the fall or winter of 2019, because I believe they thought this was self-defense at first. I mean, what are your thoughts of when they came together and said, hold on here, something is not right?
Yeah, I think it really kind of I guess they kind of just reopened the case once they started seeing all these other moving pieces, and hearing from Brandon, hearing from family members of Charles, and seeing all that was taking place in Idaho, and missing children, and a dead spouse of a lover, and then children's bodies being found buried in that backyard. I mean, it became very clear that there was a lot of, connecting dots, so to speak, that kind of originated back down here in Chandler. And that's when I think that they really had to really look at it from a different perspective, and relook at things and think maybe, even if their stories were aligned, Alex, Lori, and Tylee's, that maybe they were aligned for a reason, and it wasn't that it was self-defense, but I caution in that thought, mainly because the ballistic reports was clear that there was a second shot, and to me, went above and beyond self-defense. So initially you could say that it was self-defense, on that first shot, and have the scene was staged, as Treena Kay kept saying yesterday in closing arguments. But that second shot, to me, I would hope that any investigator would see that and think, all right, something's not right here, and at least be able to charge Alex with some sort of form of murder, maybe not premeditated at that time, but hold him and allow you to get and gather more evidence, talk to more people, and then maybe bring those charges of premeditation.
You know what's ironic is that it took Brandon Boudreaux and Gilbert Police to connect the dots with Idaho and what was happening there. But yet back in January 2019, Gilbert Police took Charles Vallow's reports, and he wanted to get Lori Vallow involuntarily committed to a mental health evaluation. And so you go back there, and also Gilbert Police investigating the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, and both men, Brandon and Charles, brought up the concerns and brought up the religious aspects. We know that the demographic in the East Valley, there is a lot of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So Mel, do you think there was an influence there or a factor, whereas you have officers who recognize the term or the name Moroni, Nephi? I mean, they weren't talking about Nephi, but basically Charles said she thinks she was married to Moroni in the past. I mean, wouldn't that raise a red flag, or are we playing armchair quarterback looking too far back with hindsight?
Well, I think looking at the information they had, the best part of Lori's case is the ineffectiveness of Chandler from the outset. I think Taylor had it locked on. The second shot and the demeanor and the actions that took place after the shooting, the failure to call 911. These are a lot of facts, I think, that eventually they were able to develop. I really don't think the LDS influence in the East Valley would have played a role in this. I don't think you would have had some LDS that may have been with the Gilbert Police or Chandler Police influenced by that. I think it's more of when this ball, it's like a snowball that starts rolling down the hill, and eventually it turns into an avalanche. I think that possibly Tylee's statement to the police on the day of the shooting may have deferred it. You didn't have anybody suggesting anything else, but then again, you had no history of Charles ever abusing Lori or having reports of domestic violence or anything like that. I think there were some real flaws in the investigation from Chandler, but eventually when the pieces started falling in and Gilbert threw in their information, it suddenly was overwhelming. And as a result of that, they finally get the picture that we really don't have an innocent woman who brother shot somebody in self-defense, but we have a serial killer who kills her husband, tries to kill her niece's boyfriend, eliminates her children one by one, eliminates Chad Daybell's wife, and the whole horrific consequences of what they're dealing with come into play.
Kirk and Benjamin, I'll ask you, have you ever been involved in a case or seen this with colleagues where you felt like, okay, maybe the state has presented a lot of strong evidence, this is probably going to be a guilty verdict, but it came back as a hung jury, and just your reaction to, have you been in that situation?
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk definitely has it. The Jodi Arias case. I think everybody in this world, and anybody who followed Jodi Arias' case, this is probably one of the biggest cases we've had in Phoenix prior to Lori Daybell. His case, I think people thought guilty, but it came back hung jury. But yes, doing these cases, you just never know, because you never know really the background of the jurors. When you pick the jury, begin the trial, you get a little bit of information, like their occupation, whether or not they're married, the little things like that. But you never know deep down how they really truly feel. And this is the time right now that they're talking. But yeah, I've done trials, and I've got a hung jury where I'm like, dang, I can't believe I won. I got a hung jury, which is a win, right? I've had cases where the evidence was stacked against me, and I still won. And I had cases where I thought I should have won because the evidence was highly in my favor, and I lost. So you never can tell. So that's why connecting with the jurors, making sure that jurors understand the evidence, so that way, at the end of the day, they will vote in your favor.
All right, Kirk. So yeah, Benjamin just gave us that answer, and I wasn't here for that, but just looking at the history, whatever you can tell us and your reaction to getting that mistrial, and then you have to do it all over again. I mean, it took a lot, the mental toll and the health.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And just to clarify a little bit what Ben said, the mistrial in the Arias case was on the sentencing phase, not the entire trial, but it did mean
You're right,
we had to try the whole thing over again, in essence, because in a death penalty case, it's a lot different. Both parties kind of present the entire case, even though guilt or innocence isn't an issue, as a precursor to the sentencing phase. So yeah, I mean, I wound up representing Miss Arias for about 5.5 years, and there was a big toll on it. And death, one of the expressions we have in the death penalty unit, Ben was smart enough to even be down the hall from me, but be an entirely different unit, is that death is different. And that takes on an entirely different context when you're fighting for someone's life here. And I feel thankful for the advisory council here, that they are advisory council, because they're not having to deal with some of the things that I dealt with during the Arias trial in terms of the threats, the public pressure, things that we've kind of referenced earlier there. But Ben's right too when you talk about the makeup of the jury. There's always those cases or jurors that surprise you in a particular verdict, and that's why it's one thing, jury selection is such a big deal in criminal trials, but the part that really hasn't been studied, and there's probably no way to really do it, is just that group dynamic, because how one or two people within the jury can kind of drive the bus, so to speak, whether that's over your client or to drive your client away from the courthouse. So yeah, I mean, there can be a lot of stress involved for the attorney.
As we kind of get closer to the verdict, I'm curious what everybody's perspective is on jurors that would talk. We heard from a number of jurors from the Idaho trials. I encourage everyone, if you haven't had a chance, a great insight into how the inner workings of a trial, how they kind of take place and what jurors had to, go through. We do know that there are two alternates in this case. Judge Mel, let me ask you, what is the role of those two alternates? We got a taste of it. Judge Boreski had kind of addressed them and said thank you You won't be part of the deliberations, but if I don't see you again, thank you. Where is that role for them? And what does the jury need to keep in mind after this trial is over?
Yeah, with those two alternates, they have been instructed, and to make it clear, they are not to follow any of the media coverage. They're literally potentially can come on the juror. If one of the jurors gets sick, or if one of the jurors, for any reason, if there was a family tragedy that they can't work anymore or do it anymore, one of those two alternates, again, drawn from a hat, will be brought in. I think that's how they'll probably do it. But this is to ensure that the 2.5 weeks that we have been spent in this process don't go out the window because the juror gets sick. So they're under the same admonition. They're not involved in the vote process or the deliberation process. But if in fact the juror got sick, the replacement juror would come in, and then they would basically have to start all over again for the deliberations. But it is a safeguard to make sure that a case isn't mistried because of some health issue or some family emergency issue with the jury.
Rachel, Lori Vallow Daybell made sure to tell the jury and encourage them to watch her full 55-minute interview with Chandler Police. They were given portions as part of testimony with these exhibits. If they wanted to do that, obviously that's going to take time. Do they have to do that in the presence of anyone? Just in general terms, how would that process work to watch all of that and get that done?
Well, it depends on how this court will handle it, but oftentimes the judges, in my experience, will set the equipment up and have it taken into the jury room so they can watch it in there. Some judges will have the bailiff run it so that they can't pause and stop it. Other judges will just leave it with them. So it'll be at the judge's discretion on whether it goes back into the jury room for them to watch, or whether it is brought into the courtroom. I recently tried a murder case where
okay, Rachel is cutting out a little bit. I'm sorry, your internet is lagging, but I assume that's going to catch up in time. All right, Rachel, if we could figure out the internet connection there, thank you for that answer. I'll go to Mel on that. I mean, do you think that would also be a huge factor here if the jury says, you know what, even though a lot of the things we were told about Tylee Ryan and Alex Cox were considered hearsay, the defendant has asked us to watch this whole interview. Let's watch it. That would be interesting, no?
Well, they can, in the jury room, they can do whatever they want to do. They can either watch it or not watch it. Possibly if Lori asked them to watch it, they may choose to watch it to make sure that there's nothing in there that they don't have. Whatever damage is in there, Lori invited them to look at it. So the beautiful thing about jury service and duty is they are free. They control the case. They're only bound by the jury instructions, but they are the triers of the fact. They can consider whatever evidence they consider as far as what they feel is supported by the evidence, watch whatever they want, not watch what they don't want to watch, and then make their decision.
I mean, it could be one juror, no? I mean, it could be one juror kind of off on their own in the corner saying, I want to watch this video, where you've got the other 11 are like, hey, we're ready. Or, you know, we don't need all of that. We got what we need. It could just be one juror that's doing that.
It could possibly be, but typically I think in that kind of a situation, the other 11 would say, come on, let's not go through and waste everybody's time watching this. What question do you have, or what part do you want to look at? The beauty about the deliberations is that's their own kingdom. They are the bosses. They decide what they're going to do. They're bound by what the evidence was, and What they discuss in that evidence is entirely up to them. They are in control of what's happening in the jury room.
Lori only spoke to the jury for about 17 minutes in closings compared to under 2 hours for Treena Kay. But these were the last words that the jury was left with. Let's listen to Bite 28.
The state put forth a bunch of evidence in this trial in an effort to make you dislike me, to try to attack my character, so that you would just say guilty no matter what evidence they showed you. But only you get to decide. The state put up witnesses that had zero knowledge of a conspiracy. The state did not show you evidence of an agreement to commit murder. They showed you evidence of a family tragedy, and then they showed you the sad effects of a family torn apart because of that tragedy.
And some of these statements she made during closing arguments sounded very similar, talking about family tragedy. But Taylor, you have a different perspective. Just your reaction to how she tried to hone in on that theme, tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of disgusting, her way of trying to mitigate and minimize it. Because it obviously, I agree, it's a tragedy. However, her own words are, contradicting her own actions. And, she's saying, well, it's a tragedy that happened. It tore our family apart. Well, okay, well, where was the emotion on that day during your body cam and during those interviews with Chandler PD that she then suggested the jury go and watch? Because there is no emotion there. If it really tore her family apart, and we know that, killing your husband, that's going to automatically tear your family apart. But to be emotionless and almost it's almost like she was excited, when she's sitting there on the hood of that red car and the Chandler PD officer is asking her questions, and she's like, hey, hi there, neighbors. It's to me, that shows premeditation. That shows that there was a plan. She was happy that the plan had been executed, and Charles was out of the way, and she was on her way to, in her mind, to $1 million and a life with Chad Daybell.
And Kirk, the jury sees one thing, like Taylor was mentioning, the body camera footage, the interview with Chandler Police, as she's not in tears or emotional, and then she almost seems to get choked up a little bit at the end there, talking about the family tragedy. Or what did you think of her closing thoughts?
Yeah, it's hard to conceive. She, to some extent, was seemingly trying to play the victim, right? These people are mean to me. They want you to not like me, but you have the power. This kind of victimhood label that she's trying to hoist upon herself. And, it's not going to fit. That label is just not going to fit. I don't think, she presented any evidence. She had those questions that she put forward to, I believe it was her brother and a few other civilian witnesses. Did you ever hear me, see me, read anything about me conspiring with my brother to kill Charles Vallow? And she got the no response, of course. And to her, that was some big victory, right? But it really wasn't. And when you look at the things that the story that was told about, particularly, we talk about this a lot in cases nowadays, the digital footprint. And you see that digital footprint in text messages, in phone calls, in her taking Charles's phone, things of that nature that help really demonstrate that it's not some, general dislike of her that is getting her convicted, but rather her conduct.
Well, and to that point, there was so much evidence in all of these cases, but this case, when you factor in body camera, text messages, surveillance video, GPS data, if you were to take some of those elements out, let's say there was no body camera, even Chandler PD talked about how You know, their detectives only got body cameras, I think, a year or two ago, and their officers had only had body cameras for a year or two, I think, when this case happened. If you take out some of that digital evidence, again, body camera, does this case hold the same weight? Because we talk about Lori's demeanor, and you, I think, get most of that from the body camera. I know that the interview video in the police department was not played as far as audio, but I'm just curious to see if you guys think that this case would have as much weight if one of those elements was removed. Ben, I'll start with you. What do you think as a defense attorney? Would that have helped your case for a defendant?
Yes, of course. If you don't have all this evidence as high as a mountain against your client, it will definitely help your case. So when you take away, say you took away the body camera footage, say you took away the text messages, if you take that away, that will definitely help your case. So that's less evidence that the prosecutor has to prove their case, because as we all mentioned, it's the prosecutor's burden. Lori doesn't have to do anything. She can sit there and she doesn't have to cross-examine witnesses. She doesn't have to do nothing in this whole trial. It's the state's burden. So the amount of evidence here is hurting her, but if you take away bits and pieces, it would definitely give her maybe a small chance. There's still a lot of other evidence, but take away the evidence, take away the body camera footage, take away the text messages, I think you might be able to still maybe have a small chance of getting a hung jury.
Hey, Rachel, why do you think Lori wants the jury to look at this interview with Chandler Police in full?
Well, because she's able to put some things in there about what Tylee said. I do have a question, because I wonder about one of her objections right before the instructions conference. And that was, she alleged that she thought the entire interview was being put into evidence. That entire interview had things that are hearsay in it, that had statements that other people told you, that other people worked on, to say, you know, they were conspiring to kill her, that there was things in there that probably would have been redacted or taken out. So she thought the whole interview came in, but it sounds like only the redacted version came in. So I do have to wonder if she wasn't trying to foreshadow to the jury, like, look, you're not getting everything. She had tried to argue that, saying, you didn't get everything. And so I do have to wonder if she wasn't trying to get the jury to ask for the whole interview, because if Treena admitted only the redacted version, and now you have Lori saying, listen to the whole thing, I can't help but wonder what the jury's going to do with that. And I'll be interested to hear what that issue will look like on appeal.
And so far, we haven't heard. Go ahead.
I just make one comment. In the state clip that was played, this is probably the most emotional part of her closing argument. She had a part in the opening where she choked up. The part that captured me, and it takes me again back to the body cam on the day of the incident. She is not looking at the jurors making that pitch. You look at her head, she's reading from the script. She's prepared it, so she is not speaking from the heart. She's speaking from a piece of paper, reading these suggestions and thoughts about poor Lori to the jury. I think that is once again telling that her one chance to connect is in that 17 minutes to look up with tears in her eyes, at least expressing these thoughts. She's reading it from a piece of paper, and whatever she hoped to get from that, I think, is eliminated by reading it from the paper.
Justin, just to add to that real quick, if I recall, during Detective Inkland's testimony, when they were trying to when the state was admitting these clips of the interview, Lori did object and say, I want the whole thing in, not just pieces of it. And I believe Judge Bresky, he overruled it, and she did it on every time Treena went to go move a clip into evidence. And so I think she's preserved that objection. And those were the only, real objections that Lori had throughout the trial. And that's kind of what stuck out to me in my mind.
Well, and one of the things that, because I'm with you, I saw that and I was like, well, she's actually making a decent record for appeal on that. But I thought at the end when Treena moved to admit it, she said, I'm admitting the entire interview, which I thought was interesting. And I thought, well, maybe I misheard it. And then Lori raised that objection again. And it's very clear that her standby counsel went back and checked the record. You could see her looking at them like, right, aren't I right? And you could see them interacting. So I had to wonder when she brought it up again in closing argument, is she trying to get the jury to hear the whole story and then worry about what they didn't see? So Lori was not artful, a defense attorney, even a moderately experienced defense attorney would have done a lot more with that. But I did wonder in that point, was Lori attempting to get the jury to go, what didn't you see?
Rachel, real quick, can you set the scene for where you're at and what the interest has been? Are people still following it? I mean, we know that we have at any point 4,000 viewers a day from across the country that follow this saga and this trial here in Arizona. What are you getting the sense up north of us? Are people still kind of locked in as much as they were a couple of years ago?
I don't know that they're as much as they were. I was in Idaho on another case, within the last 2 months on something. And as I checked into the hotel, they were, which has happened a lot. They were like, are you here again? Is something going on in the Vallow case? And it wasn't a hotel I'd normally stayed at. Wow. So it's still in her conscience. I get requests from media up there and in and around the Salt Lake area quite a bit. So I think as long as these trials are going on, people are going to pay attention. But much like I think Judge Mel has said, once the trials are done and once Lori is, finally permanently where she belongs in prison, permanently, I think the public will go away. But right now, I still get, Rob Wood was lead, Lindsay Blake were lead. I was one of the team. So if I'm getting that attention, I do know there's a great public interest. I think the public really connected with JJ, Tylee, Tammy, now Charles, and I think soon Brandon.
Yeah, definitely part of the career legacy. I mean, it's something that you don't forget. It changes a lot of things with the gravity of this case. Kirk and Benjamin, do you think Lori, I know it's her right to defend herself as her own attorney, but did she sort of make a mockery of it? I mean, there were multiple objections in closing arguments as to how she was presenting closings, and Treena was not shying away from putting in those objections. And we're talking about Mel was talking about reading from a script, from paper. I mean, you guys have gone up there. I mean, talk about the process and the work it takes to perfect that craft. Go up there and speak in front of 12 to 16 people, whatever it is in that jury box, and go for an hour, 2 hours, and present everything that you have covered in trial.
Yeah, it varies a lot per the trial, the length of the trial, what have you, right? When I referenced going for over 2 hours, that happened to be in the Arias trial that had the added scrutiny of having cameras in front of me the whole entire time. But, ultimately, it's not about whether you believe in your client's guilt or innocence. It's not any kind of personal feelings towards them. You simply have to go up and do the job. And part of that is preparation. And to Mel's point, and I think we talked about this a little before lunch, this paper puts a distance between that. It puts a distance between that human connection, making eye contact with people that you're talking to. I mean, I believe it's over 90% of communication is nonverbal. And when you put that piece of paper in front of you and you're reading from it, you're not really fully communicating with the jurors. You're more engaged with making sure you say the right thing as opposed to really conveying the situation. So, when you use the words, did she make a mockery of it? No, because there's been I've seen a lot worse. I've seen criminal defendants make a complete mockery of entire proceeding, and even have so much to the point as they've been deemed as to voluntarily have removed themselves for future proceedings. It's gotten that bad. So when we talk about a mockery, Miss Vallow Daybell did not reach that point in time, but did she do a good job? No, not at all.
Benjamin, what do you think?
To the judge Boreski, I mean, he pretty much laid down the law early on this trial. So I think she knew not to make it a mockery for this trial. But when you go into closing arguments, that's like the Super Bowl. That's the finale. Because as a defense attorney, we only get one bite at the apple. It's the state's burden, so they get to go up there once. The defense goes up there once, but the state gets to go up there the second time. So you want to make sure that you have all your evidence there. Make sure that the juries are connected to you, and you're pretty much already prepared for closing arguments because you've been there already. Like this trial for 2 weeks. So you've been preparing for this for years for your case. You've been in trial for 2 weeks. Any defense attorney who's been doing this should already be well prepared for the closing. I mean, Lori is a little bit different there, and I don't think that she did a great job there, but she should know her facts, she should know the evidence because she's been preparing for this case. But as far as the mockery, I think it went back to the judge, and the judge pretty much laid down the law, so that way she didn't make it all like a crazy trial.
Judge Mel, from the prosecution side, what's that like where you are going to be talking a lot more with rebuttals and having that extra opportunity to address the jury?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Being the prosecutor and addressing the jury multiple times and having more witnesses, I assume, just that process and coming up with the script but not reading from the script as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think the judge sustained virtually, I think, every one but one of the objections. I think, again, it highlights to the court, and Tina was spot on. She's trying to get in information that she can't get in because she made the election not to take the witness stand and testify in her own defense. And so Tina was correct, and the judge was correct. I come back, it blows my mind away that on a case that has 19 witnesses, that has issue after issue, the text messages, the demeanor, the forensic testing, none of the points that the state made, she addressed. When you're defending a case, you look at the major points the state has, you try to get witnesses that might address to undermine some of those points they make, find out ways to attack it. But in the 19 minutes or 17 minutes, whatever long it was, she never responded to the case. In her opening statement, she says, this is what the evidence will show. It didn't show that, and she didn't respond to what the evidence showed. That a first-year law student would have done a better job, at least in defending and addressing some of the issues in the case where they could. Even if she had picked a couple of areas where she might have been able to at least raise some question, she didn't. As I've gone through the list that I prepared, other than the late activity of Chandler moving forward, there wasn't a thing that I thought she made a point on in her closing argument. And then reading from the script, whatever emotional impact she may have had, she lost with that.
Okay, Judge Mel. Well, we're at about 3.5 hours since we started. Judge Justin is going to call for an afternoon recess. Everyone watching right now, I appreciate it. Panel, please stay on, stay logged in. If you need to leave, I totally understand. We're going to take 15 minutes. We're going to continue our watch. We're checking emails. We're checking texts from the courthouse to see how things are going. But right now, the jury's still deliberating on this conspiracy to commit murder charge against Lori Vallow Daybell. You're watching the Doomsday Murder Trial coverage on Fox 10 Phoenix. We'll see you in 15.
Okay, sorry about that, Wave.
Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here covering the Doomsday murder trial. We are still in verdict watch. It's been nearly 4 hours since the start of this day for jurors who came in just after 10:30 this morning. Yesterday, they maybe deliberated for about 15 minutes, if you call it deliberation. Joined here by Special Projects Executive Producer George Obi. We have been talking to you guys all day. We have been talking to our panel of experts throughout the day, and we have you covered as we will find out how the jury will decide this verdict, whether or not Lori Vallow Daybell is considered guilty or not guilty on the charge of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Charles Vallow, her former husband, her fourth husband, the man who really sounded the alarm bells to law enforcement, to family members who wanted an intervention done with his wife at the time because of the things she had been saying about her religious beliefs. It has been a long, winding road.
But a long, winding road. The jury heard a lot. Obviously not the entire picture of this saga, but related to this case, they did get a lot of information. We want to thank everyone for watching and sticking with us all day today. And I think the overwhelming question everybody wants to know is, what is the jury still deliberating on? Right?
Yeah.
Like what questions do they have still? Granted, we think they have a lot of questions, but these are questions that they're not necessarily going to get the answers to because, again, some of those answers aren't admissible in court.
All the elephants in the room that we've been talking about, now they have been back from lunch for about an hour. So, I mean, we know there was 90 minutes where they took a lunch recess. They're used to their normal schedule, 10:30 to 4:30, but they've been having those 90-minute lunches every day. Maybe they want to be very, very thorough and take their time. I would assume that's the case. But for now, we talked to Lauren Clark with Fox 10 News, one of our reporters here, a senior reporter, I'd call her, as she has been in that courtroom for the past 2 days and really watching this jury, watching this courtroom, these proceedings, and how the so-called Doomsday Mom has conducted herself and acted as her own attorney. Lauren, it's been quiet. We are waiting on pins and needles. I even texted the PIO Vincent. I said, "How's it going?" He said, I'm good. I'm just sitting in the hallway. I'm just trying to dig for anything, any sort of hint, but here we are.
That's right, Justin. Yeah, here we are. You can definitely feel a sense of anticipation. There's a lot of us from either the public or the media out there just waiting, kind of looking down at our clocks and wondering, when are we going to get some type of answer? I was texting you a little bit earlier about this, Justin. We had a security guard come out even, and he was like, attention, everyone. And we all, it took our breath away. We're like, oh my gosh, this is the moment. And he's like, can you guys please remember to pick up your trash before you leave for today, just to help out our cleaning crew. And it was like a collective, everyone, their breath of air, they were able to breathe again. We're like, oh, this isn't quite the moment yet. But, as you and Obi were talking about, I wonder, even though we feel like this is a super long day, we have to remind ourselves, they didn't come in here until 10:30. They took about a 90-minute lunch. They've had in all maybe about 2 hours of deliberation, kind of putting together all of the minutes there. So it is taking some time for some folks. But, I also wonder, as Obi was pointing to as well, this idea of there's probably some questions they're asking themselves over, why did we hear from Tylee in this case? I would have really liked to hear from Tylee, who was there. Why wasn't she here? And, of course, the jury doesn't know that the reason they didn't hear from Tylee is because Tylee is dead. But I wonder if they are trying to make sense of the pieces of the puzzle that they got and trying to build a piece of the puzzle and put everything together from what they have. Because, as you mentioned, some things were inadmissible in court. So as they're doing this, though, the rest of us are just sitting here, wondering when we're finally going to get some type of answer in this case.
And one hint or clue would be if we start seeing family members that are affected, people like Kay Woodcock, Colby Ryan. I mean, just people that have been in there and been near the front of the gallery or in the front of the gallery. And so far, it's basically public and press, right?
That is right. Yeah, we have not seen any family out here today in that waiting room. It is just the press, and there's a lot of us out here from all across the nation, not just here in Arizona, and members of the public who've been following this case for quite some time as well. And it's a pretty full, meeting area there. There's several rows of seats that were all pretty much full, but we have not seen family as of yet. And you're right, Justin, that would certainly be a hint as to us receiving something. But right now, it's just a waiting game.
Yeah, Lauren, as you paint the scene of what's going on there inside and outside the courtroom, I'm curious to know, we know what the media's job is, but you do have a lot of people that aren't directly associated with this case who want to watch this kind of play out. I'm curious if you've had any conversations with individuals and what they're using or how they're kind of following all of these developments, including those who don't get an opportunity or haven't gotten an opportunity to be inside the courtroom and have had to kind of wait outside and watch it on the monitors in there.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see just the level of interest in this case. And specifically, Obi, I was actually speaking to someone who has gotten into kind of as a hobby of his true crime podcasting, which is why he's here today. And, he has just been enthralled with what is going on with the Lori Vallow case. And I think that is not unique for a lot of people who are here. I mean, this case is very bizarre with a bunch of twists and turns, but I think it also gets to the core of people want to see justice, especially when you're talking about two young kids, and we saw them get justice in Idaho, but now it's time for justice for Charles and later justice for Brandon. When people see other individuals acting like they are above the law and above the sense of justice, people get really upset over something like that. And I think that this is really therapeutic for a lot of people who aren't involved in this case at all. That's certainly the sense that I get.
And you brought up the fact that you have people from out of state, media from different outlets from across the country, because this case has sprawled across different jurisdictions, including Idaho, including Utah, including Hawaii. And obviously it starts here, and you have multiple law enforcement agencies. We had detectives from Idaho authorities come and show their support, and they were once witnesses in the Lori Vallow trial and the Chad Daybell trial, and here they are, and they are now able to speak freely. I mean, I think this case really shows the impact, the aftermath, the fallout, and the devastation left behind by Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. We know that they are convicted murderers, but obviously the jury has a lot of questions and they have a lot of unknowns because they just don't have that information. It makes you wonder if that, with the time that's going by, within this conspiracy to commit murder charge, if they do have a hung jury and they go and look online after this and they find out everything that has transpired, what is it going to be like for those jurors? I know it's a speculative question, but it just makes you wonder where their heads are at and where they could be at.
Yeah, it's just so tricky because, the rules of evidence are there for a reason, right? There's specific reasons as to why we don't allow in certain character evidence, as to why we don't allow anything that's too prejudicial compared to its probative value. And let's face it, if the jury did find out that this Lori was convicted for killing her kid, I don't think any juror, no matter how unbiased they would claim to be, would be able to look at her the same way. So our justice system has these purposes of these rules for a reason. But when it comes to making sense of the story of what exactly happened, there's clearly some big holes there. They don't have, if you're a juror, from their standpoint, they don't have Tylee to kind of explain what happened there. They don't have Chad Daybell to be there to kind of explain things. And there's definitely some gaping holes in this. Now, Treena Kay and the prosecution, they're certainly hoping that their focus of what they put out in the closing arguments is going to be solid enough to where it focuses the jurors' attention into the evidence they want them to look at and focus on with the elements of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder. But again, we're going to have to see what the jurors come up with in this case. And I think maybe one of the reasons this is taking a little bit longer is I wonder if they sat down and watched Lori's investigative, like the interview video, I should say. They sat down and watched that in what they had and tried to talk from there. Who knows? But it's just a waiting game until you hear anything further.
There has been, we've talked with our panel about this idea that, again, we don't know what the verdict is, but on appeal, there have been instances in this trial that have maybe kind of set up her possible appeal of a guilty verdict. I'm curious to get your sense of, as you've watched this, how do you think they would navigate that? Would it be, I don't know, testimony that was given, evidence that was not presented, or is it fair to say that maybe the media and all of the coverage surrounding this trial, whether that would go into an appeals process, that maybe she didn't get a fair trial because there was so much coverage? Because again, the jury can see that, right? They can see all of you. They can see all of the public that want to get in. They see the camera. I'm just curious to get your sense on whether you think this has set up her potential for at least a decent appeal.
Yeah, and that's a good question. I certainly don't get that impression. When the jury came in after lunch break and they were walking in single file line together, a lot of them were looking away or to the ground on purpose. They're very much aware of the fact that we're here. I mean, they see a sign that says media waiting line sign like right next to the courtroom every single day. They're fully aware of the fact that it's a packed courtroom. They know that there's something going on here, but none of them have approached us in any way, or they're being very careful, I should say, as to the fact of recognizing that we're here, but not doing anything improper. I think it's evident that from what I've noticed and from what I've seen, they're taking this pretty seriously. And so far as appeals, I mean, definitely speculative in nature, but we know one thing for sure: Lori can't say ineffective counsel on his part, as she's, representing herself and made that choice to do so, even knowing all of the risks involved.
Exactly. Fox 10's Lauren Clark, thank you so much. We will be talking to you very soon, keeping us updated from the Maricopa County Superior Courthouse. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
All right. We've got our panel ready to go. We've got 4 right now. We'll see Kirk later. But we've got Rachel Smith, Mel McDonald, Benjamin Taylor, Taylor Larson, ready to go. Hope you guys got a good water break, some snacks, because we have still got some time to go in this verdict watch. It's been a little more than 4 hours, but taking away the lunch break, about 2.5 hours of jury deliberation. As you guys got to hydrate and take a breath, just whoever wants to go first, just what are your thoughts? What are you thinking now as we're digesting all this?
I'll start, Justin.
Don't mind, I'll jump. I feel of us spend some people got there even early, but it's actually not a long time for jury deliberations of this nature. I've done a lot of homicides, a lot of them high profile, none of them like Lori, right? Lori's different, but it takes the juries who take it seriously just to read those instructions is going to take them time. So I'm not, my experience is that jurors take it seriously. They know how important it is to the state. They know how important it is to the defendant. And something where they know everybody is watching them, they're going to take their time, even if they've made up their mind right away. I had a very high profile case where the person represented himself, only this time he did a demure, which means they stay silent the whole time. And the jurors afterwards told me they knew in 15 minutes, but they didn't want it to look bad. So it's not unusual for jurors to be mindful of the significance of how long they take. It's not unusual that they want to read all the instructions, because by and large, we as citizens take jury duty seriously. Once you're on it and once you got to sit there, my experience is they take it seriously.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the optics try not to go too fast. They may have sort of an agreeable decision between the 12, but they want to go through the instructions. They want to take another review of the evidence, get their lunch, and really come to this final decision before they announce it to the bailiff. Taylor, what were you going to say?
Yeah, to just kind of piggyback off of that point, the thought that I had was when you try to step in the shoes of the jury and think about what they know and what they don't know, they don't know that Lori is currently in custody. They may think that she's a free person out there, and that what they decide could determine whether she gets her freedom stripped away. And that alone, because it is a murder trial, may make them, take this a lot more serious and want to go back over the evidence. Even if they all kind of have a feeling that she's guilty, they may want to do their due diligence because, like Rachel said, jury members, they take these things serious. This is their civic duty. And, that's part of our wonderful system that's set up that way. And so maybe, and the other fact is that they really just haven't had a lot of time in the deliberation room actually deliberating. And that may be what leads us to get into tomorrow a little bit, just because we don't know when they're going to call it for the day, if they do. But I think if you try to look at it that way, they're saying, hey, this is a woman who isn't even being alleged as being the murderer. It's the conspiracy. So let's take a little bit deeper look into some of the evidence that was admitted at trial.
Benjamin, how long have you waited for a verdict? What's the longest?
We waited at least 3 days for a verdict because the jurors were pretty much hung, but they did come back with a verdict. I mean, eventually, if they are going long, this is more of a legal thing, but the judge will give them an instruction to say, please go back and try to find a verdict. If they can't go back, the judge can write a note to the jurors and say, please go back and find a verdict again. Eventually, if it goes past 2, 3, 4, 5 days, eventually the judge will call it a hung jurors and ask the jurors, can you decide? And the jurors write back a note saying we are deadlocked, then they will call it. But this case is a little bit different of the facts versus the cases I've had. There are a little bit more, facts towards my client, in favor of my client and the defense attorney. But in this case, I'd be hard pressed to see that this doesn't come back today. Who knows what they're going back there doing? They can be talking about whatever. I mean, they can be talking about Lori. They can be talking about the prosecutor. They talk about a bunch of different things. A lot of times it's just talking about stuff that may be related to the evidence. I mean, this is their trial now to decide, and this is their time frame. So who knows? They may want to look at the video. They may want to watch and read more text messages. And maybe it could be this one juror who's like, I need more information before I can make a decision. So we won't find out until after the trial what the jurors were thinking. But right now, it's, in the 2 o'clock hour. So we'll see.
Judge Mel, in your experience, have you had that scenario where you had a mark and where you needed an answer from the jury, or it had gone to 3, 4, 5 days?
I think I had one of the longest jury deliberations in Arizona history. I had a jury in a murder case out for 17 days.
Wow.
Oh my.
The court went back and forth with the jury. That's where all the wrinkles came in my face. With the pressure of waiting. It could go tomorrow. I still think it's going to come
Verdict
back.
is in. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. A verdict. Breaking news. A verdict has been reached in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. We had 4 hours and 15 minutes to start. I just got the text from PIO. Go ahead with your thoughts as we start reporting this information. Whoever wants to jump in.
I predicted yesterday. I said 2 o'clock. Remember that? I said 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday.
Benjamin wins.
I said 2:46. Look at
right. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a long time, but obviously we're getting this information right now, and we are trying to figure out when this verdict will be read. It is 2:45 p.m. as we tweet and post and get everyone updated. Taylor, for your former client, just your thoughts right now seeing this happen. It's got to be surreal.
Very surreal, Justin. I think almost a sense of relief. I mean, I don't think that they would return this quickly without convicting her. And so to finally be at this moment, if they do come back guilty, like everyone thinks, and I do think that this indicates a guilty verdict, I'm going to ask my wife to make some chicken chili enchiladas in celebration.
Wow. You brought that. You see, it seems like it's been a month since we heard about the green chili chicken enchiladas, and don't flatter yourself. So, okay. It took, about 3 hours? Less than 3 hours then? Taking away lunch?
I would say less than 3 hours. Just if you add up all deliberation time, not including lunch, I think you're probably right under 3 hours, yeah.
So, okay, now we just need a time. You usually get 45 minutes advance to an hour, so maybe they read this at 3:45. Maybe they should read this at 4 p.m. Okay, so we have a verdict, but we don't have an answer.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you guys, jump in. I know what you guys are thinking and predicting, guilty or not guilty, but take it away.
There's as much chance for me walking on the sun as to be a not guilty verdict. It is not going to be an acquittal. Trust me.
For this quickly, I mean, under 3 hours for a jury to deliberate, even for a not guilty verdict, that seems kind of out of the norm, no?
Yeah.
I will get on Elon Musk rocket ship and walk on the sun if it's an acquittal. It's a conviction. So
I do have a request. Would Judge Mel McDonald please take the bench again and let me try all my cases in front of him? Because
I think Judge Mel is going to pull a Jordan and come back wearing the 45 coming out of retirement pretty soon. I think he's still got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be very unusual for it to be a not guilty at this point. There's there was a retired judge that he retired, but he kept a study for his 30 years, and things under 2 hours typically are a state's verdict. Now, I don't want I'm going to but and hope Judge Ryan, he rest in peace, doesn't get mad at me for sharing his stats. But he also found that 70% of the time the alternates were opposite of the regular. So I don't know what to make of that. Under 2 hours is often a state's verdict.
Well, and it's important to remember too, like there were no questions that we've heard of. The jury had zero questions either. So I think you can probably take a lot from that. Ben, what do you? I mean, we were thinking there might be one or two, but clearly none.
Yes, I mean, Lori Vallow Daybell struck out. Like Rachel said, if it's a quick verdict, it's usually for the prosecutor. This is really quick here, and that one single question from the jurors, that means they must not have believed her at all. I mean, usually there's at least one question about the juror instructions or about just some evidence issues, but not one single question. This tells you that these jurors are ready to go home. They've been here for 2 weeks, going into the third week right now, deliberations, and they're ready to go home. I mean, basically, they've heard the evidence. There's nothing else for them to hear. They probably had a good lunch, like Justin said, came back refreshed and wanted to deliver the verdict. And anybody have second thoughts? I'm pretty sure the foreperson said, hey, let's do a count. They raised their hands, guilty, 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 all 12 people. And when they go in the courthouse, Lori Vallow Daybell could ask the jurors to repeat their verdict. So it'll be interesting to see if she wants them to repeat their verdict. And the judge will question the jurors, is this your true and correct verdict? And they'll say, yes, 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 yes. If Lori Daybell decides to do that, just to double check to make sure nobody was hung.
And then, I mean, it's one count. So, I mean, I don't know how many jury instructions there were, but really, I think, Rachel, you spoke on this, and you others did too, but setting the tone, that foreperson, setting that tone, taking the lunch, making sure everyone's just good hands, good mental space, and here we are, I mean, really taking away the 90-minute lunch. I mean, this didn't take too long, and the X factor, Benjamin bringing up that not one question was brought back. So there is, you would assume, no confusion.
Yeah, no confusion. I mean, if the juror was confused, they would write a question. And the fact that they didn't write one question says, we understand this evidence. The evidence was clear. We believe that she's guilty and we're going to convict. So, I mean, that one question, that one concern, it was pretty smooth, and I think they're done. They're ready to convict and go home.
Okay, so we are waiting for the time to be given to us of when this verdict will be read in court. I'm checking in with the public information officer right now. I'm checking in with Kay Woodcock. The news is spreading, I assume, throughout the whole courthouse through social media, obviously. So I can assume that probably about an hour or so. But what we're going to do is when that happens for everyone watching, and maybe if you're not privy to it, we have been on this 30-minute delay for court proceedings. But now for the verdict to be read, it will be on a 5-minute delay. It doesn't mean that I can't, just like right now, report it to you right this second of what, the verdict being reached and then what that verdict is. But you will not see the verdict be read on a broadcast until 5 minutes after the court is in session on the record. So that will be happening this afternoon, and after 10 days, Obi? 10 days of trial, yep. And obviously not all of it has been testimony, less than 10 days, a verdict against the pro se defendant. And you guys on the panel aren't shocked right now of how we're at this point.
Well, yesterday
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, I thought if they were back, if they went to the jury by 3 yesterday, I thought there was a good chance you could get the verdict. It is literally a 2-hour decision with the deliberations and going through the evidence. That suggests to me that they didn't waste their time looking at the video that Lori asked them to look at. I am not at all surprised at this. It is most certainly a guilty verdict. And I think everybody on the panel has agreed it's going to be quick. It's going to happen. If not yesterday, it's going to happen today. And there is no surprise.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I don't want to move too quickly, but we are already looking ahead to after that has been read. The aggravating factors. She is serving life, but Rachel, just go ahead and tell me how Treena could approach this. And could this be very quick, this portion, this phase, if she's found guilty?
I think if I were Lori and her attorneys, I would waive this next phase, because the process in aggravation will be to get basically the maximum punishment. You have to show some additional evidence in order to make it eligible for the highest sentencing. And so that means there's going to be evidence, and it just depends on how far the judge allows Treena Kay to go. But they will allow evidence of her convictions, likely. They may allow evidence of the impact on Brandon. They may allow evidence of Tylee and JJ and Tammy's death, because those are her convictions. So the question becomes, how far is the judge going to let Treena Kay go on the evidence and aggravation? And if it's going to let all of that get aired again, it may be a good strategic choice for Lori to go.
Oh, lost you, Rachel. A little bit shaky on the audio, but thank you for that. So Lauren Clark, our reporter, is letting us know. As you guys see, we have the new lower third up. The news alert: jury has reached a verdict in the Lori Vallow Daybell murder conspiracy trial. Lauren Clark says that the verdict is at least an hour out being read. Security guard just told the media and the public to stay put. So I think it's all about getting family members in place, getting law enforcement, everyone that's been involved in this. It is going to be a packed house. Everyone is making sure to get their seats, and then we will get this verdict to be read on a 5-minute delay. Benjamin, what happens here as far as the advisory council? I know they're not the actual defense attorneys, and how they get Lori Vallow Daybell prepared for this. She's been here before, but take us through next steps inside that courthouse.
So right now she's getting dressed, because right now she's been in her jumpsuit, or prison jumpsuit, pretty much. But once this verdict is reached, she's getting dressed right now. Her advisory council is giving her some advice, saying no matter what the verdict happens, do not react, do not say yell or scream or get mad, because we still have an appeal here. And the advisory council should be saying, there's some issues here that we're going to try to appeal. So that way you don't want to make the judge mad. You don't want to make the jurors mad. Just be respectful no matter what happens. So she's going to get dressed. They're going to walk in together, and the foreperson will hand the verdict slip to the clerk of the court. The clerk of the court will come, open it up, and give it to the judge. The judge will review it to make sure all the forms were filled out correctly by the jurors, and it will be read. But I mean, right now, Lori is getting dressed, and then she's going to hear the verdict read. Nobody knows the verdict, the answer, not even the judge. So everybody will hear it at the same time when the jurors walk out and give it to the clerk to read it out loud in open court.
Okay, so here's what we got. Vincent Funari, public information officer, says the jury has reached a verdict in State v. Lori Vallow Daybell. The verdict will be read in South Court Tower, courtroom 5D, in 30 to 45 minutes. Okay, so let everybody know, newsroom, everyone watching right now, in 30 to 45 minutes at about 3:30 to 3:45, we're going to get this on a 5-minute delay. You guys, as we're working here, just keep on chiming in. Judge Mel, I know you predicted there's no chance for a hung jury, but if that does indeed happen, and I know we all know what we know, but just how shocked you would be.
Well, there won't be a hung jury because the jury has a verdict. So the only two choices are guilty or not guilty. If it's not guilty, I'm making an offer right now. I will get on Elon Musk's spaceship and we'll walk on the sun tomorrow. It isn't going to happen. It's going to be a conviction. I think she is looking at the judge. I think when he imposes the sentence, given the background of her convictions in Idaho, it's going to be as harsh a sentence as he can possibly give under the law. Because in fact, Lori Daybell, since she's not going to be on death row in Idaho, should never have any opportunity for the rest of her life to ever walk out of a prison cell. So I am 1,000% confident, given the speed of the verdict, given the overwhelming, compelling evidence and given the drastic performance that Lori did in the trial, it's a guilty. I don't even need to wait for the jury. You can tell your people you heard it first from me before the jury even spoke.
All right, real quick, let's kind of, and we're showing the poll question that we showed earlier. 17,000 of you have voted in the last 24 hours. Clearly, overwhelmingly think that she should be convicted. Judge Mel, real quick, tell me what Judge Bresky, is going to tell the jurors after all of this is done. We do know that the court will approach the jurors and let them know that they've had requests from the media to speak. But what are some of the things he's going to say to them as they get ready to leave the courtroom this afternoon after the verdict is announced and that court has basically adjourned for the day?
Their responsibilities are over. He will thank them for their conscientious efforts. Will applaud them for the effort that they've done. Whether he comments or not on the wisdom of their verdict, I think he may make some kind of a comment that your verdict is consistent with the evidence, but it's mainly an expression of appreciation for the time they've spent in advising the jury that if they so want to speak to the media, they can. They're not obligated to if they want to ignore media requests. Oftentimes, the attorneys will also want to meet with the jurors. There were many, many juror trials that I really wanted to talk to the jurors and get their suggestions, ways that I might improve in the future, what they liked about the presentation, what they didn't like. So right now they will be in a position where people are wanting to talk to them. They're wanting to find out their impressions. Members of the media, what were your feelings about the prosecution? What were your feelings about Lori Daybell representing herself? There are all kinds of questions that are opening up, and this juror is now free to express those opinions. Also, the alternate jurors will be advised, you're now excused. You don't need to be under the rule anymore.
And when you talk about the attorneys wanting to speak to the jurors, does that apply to Lori as well?
Yeah. They better make sure they have their stun guns still working.
Wow.
He talks to them. I don't know if I can't imagine the jurors really want to have a chat with her. Maybe out of curiosity's sake, you may want to do it, but clearly with the prosecution, they can. I assume they can talk to anybody they want. Mm-hmm. If Lori wants to talk to them and they want to talk to her, they can do it.
To be a fly on that wall. Yeah.
Well, she has to get ready for trial number 2. You know, she's most likely representing herself again. I don't think that she's going public defender route because 22 terabytes of evidence, right, Taylor? That's just a lot of stuff to go through. So who knows this case better than her, right? And I mean, in her mind.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think it's funny that her closing arguments yesterday was so short because, you know, no one knows this case better than her. Like you said, she's lived it. No one understands it. No one understands the facts. No one understands, you know, the law better than her. And so, you know, I don't doubt that she's going to represent herself continually, regardless of how the verdict turns out. I don't think that was going to play a factor in her mind. She's dead set in getting back to Idaho and I don't think she's going to really even put up much of a defense on that second trial either.
So Mama Bear in our comments had a question about victim impact statements. And from what I know, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, sentencing will take place 30 to 60 days from the verdict if she is considered found guilty. And then victims will be able to make their statements. But we are having the aggravating factor portion after if it is a guilty verdict, right? Like if you guys, Benjamin, clarify that process, that timeline. Oh, Benjamin's frozen. Okay, no wonder. Judge Mel.
Yeah. Typically, and again, I'm not sure how this court does it. In the years that I was on the bench and as a practicing attorney, the jury would go and then we would typically have what we called an aggravation hearing, and the state could have what they call a mitigation hearing, where you could put on evidence that would hopefully aggravate the sentence. The punishment for this particular conviction is life with eligibility for parole and 25 years. I think what the aggravation might be would be there's a couple of areas I can surmise would happen. A judge looking at her sentence may say the sentence here, if it's to follow Idaho, since Idaho is without parole, the judge could say the sentence will begin to run if and when the Idaho sentence is over. That pretty well locks her into life. He could also add, as part of the sentencing minutes, while she would be eligible for parole in Arizona in 25 years, a recommendation that based upon the evidence he's seen, even though she's eligible to apply in 25 years, his recommendation that she never be paroled, never be able to walk out of prison a free person. These are just some of the thoughts. I can see if the state were to make a decision not to proceed with the second case and wanted to put on evidence, you can still, even if the defendant doesn't want to challenge it, you can always ask for a sentencing hearing to aggravate. And it would be a wonderful opportunity for Mr. Badreau, or however it's pronounced, to get a chance to get up and just to tell the judge how this impacted his life as part of the aggravation. The judge alone will impose the sentence, and these are some of the different possibilities.
Money Mill on fire today. So what we're going to do now is take a break. We're going to see you guys in 30 minutes. We are going to prep and make sure we have our panel ready, all our ducks in a row, everything technically sound, so that when we are taking this verdict, again, not live, but we will be listening in. You will stream us regardless here on Fox 10 Phoenix. We will bring you that verdict. 30 to 45 minutes is the window where we're going to hear that decision read out loud to the courtroom in the case of Lori Vallow Daybell. Gentlemen, thank you. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you then.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. I don't hear myself. I don't hear myself. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. This is a test. Okay, good. I don't hear myself. I'm good. All right. Mic off. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects executive producer George Obie, as well as our Fox 10 team. We have been streaming live coverage of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, as well as jury deliberations, and we have a verdict. We expect to hear that verdict read in a few minutes. It is 3:28 right now. I am watching the feed in which we get the courtroom camera, and I'm actually, George, judge is out right now. We can show you this on a 5-minute delay. Disclaimer, 5-minute delay.
Yeah, 5-minute delay to read the verdict. The judge just walked back into the courtroom, asked everyone to be seated. So we are now at the moment where we will at some point hear what the verdict is and what the 12 jurors have decided.
So bear with us. We are multitasking here. The judge just came out and said, "Where's the state?" So not sure if everyone is not seated. Family members, law enforcement, everyone involved, the public, the media, in the courtroom right now as we wait for the jury to come in and read this verdict. I'm actually not sure if I even need these headphones right now.
No, maybe not. No.
I've been used to having them on all trial long. But ready, got my earbuds on.
Yep.
Watching movements. I'm giving you guys the play-by-play. Lori Vallow Daybell has just arrived into the courtroom. She's got her files. She's wearing a black blazer. She's sitting down. And Judge Bresky says parties are present.
Yeah, this won't be immediate. The judge is going over some instructions now. The jury not in the courtroom, as Lum just mentioned, but Lori is, and he's going over procedural stuff. That this is what will happen after the verdict is read. This is all stuff that the court will need to know. But again, just a reminder, we will announce the verdict as it's read live here. We have to wait 5 minutes for it to air. We do have Lauren Clark, our Fox reporter, who was in the courtroom. She was with us earlier on the stream, and as you heard, very packed courtroom, and this is, I think, what if you look at this entire saga, this is an important part of all of this, the verdict, and we have been on this case for 2 weeks. The jury has deliberated today for about 2 hours and 40 minutes total, maybe 5 minutes yesterday. So we've asked our panel of experts what they thought about this verdict and how quickly it was reached, and I think they were unanimous in thinking that the jury could come back with a guilty verdict.
So we'll get into the aggravation phase at some point, if she's found guilty, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're still laying out the aggravation phase of this. Again, the jury is not in the courtroom. And so there's some back and forth between the attorney, between the state and Lori Daybell, again, who was acting as her own attorney in this case. They are going to, I think, finalize this.
Lori is asking why there's an aggravation phase for this count, depending on a guilty verdict.
Right. Yeah, doesn't want to tip his hand. And also, just so you're aware, watching at home, while Lum's listening, we are preparing at some point to go live on Fox 10. Cut in as soon as we know a verdict is about to be read. We will bring that to everyone watching at home on TV. We'll bring that to them live on Fox 10. But we will continue here on the stream for the better part of a couple of hours as we get reaction to this. We already have crews set up outside the court who will be
Lori
there.
Vallow Daybell does not plan to present any evidence if there is an aggravation phase, but she wants some sort of stipulation. Judge is saying you should wait until we read this verdict.
So again, you guys are going to hear us communicate with Robert, our director, let him know when we're about to go live on the air. We will stay here on YouTube, so you won't miss anything. We also have much more coverage coming up at 4 o'clock, the top of the hour with Fox 10 News at 4. Again, Lauren Clark is there. We have a crew outside waiting for reaction.
Okay, so they're waiting for the jury to come in. They're going to take another quick break. And so we're back on the seal now. You guys will be getting this coverage, I mean, less than 5 minutes now since the judge came in and spoke, but we are waiting on the jurors. Excuse me as I'm plugged in two directions, but thanks to George for keeping up with the stream and everyone watching. We are literally waiting for all 12 jurors to be brought in as the verdict will be read on whether or not Lori Vallow Daybell is found guilty or not guilty for conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband. Yeah. Yes. So our director, Robert, will show you everything that has happened as it's on a 5-minute delay, and you guys are looking at it there as we saw that minutes ago when Judge came out and asked where the state was or where everyone else was. So you're seeing what we just spoke about now, finally, as far as the visual.
Yeah, again, it looks like we've got a small little recess here, but they will be back in about 30 seconds or so as both sides enter the courtroom. Again, 5 minutes ago, everyone was brought back in, at least the parties involved. We're seeing the camera pan over to Lori now.
Mm-hmm. So you're about to see what was said about this potential aggravating phase and what the prosecution will present.
The jury's not present. We were informed about 45 minutes ago that the jury has reached a verdict. In the event that the verdict is not guilty, this trial will conclude. In the event that there is a guilty verdict, we need to move on to an aggravation phase immediately after the reading of that verdict. I've given the parties proposed aggravating circumstances, instructions, and proposed verdict form. The state and the defense both have a chance to review those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? The defense did email my staff requesting an additional paragraph. The defendant is not required to testify or produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to testify or produce evidence is not evidence of any aggravating factor, which I did include in the bottom third of page 3. Given that, are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Are either the state or the defense requesting any other additional instructions?
No, Your Honor.
If there's an aggravation phase, does the state plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits?
Testimony, I believe, likely from 2 family members. We will limit it. I don't plan on doing openings, just presenting testimony and then argument.
All right. Would the defense anticipate presenting any evidence?
Your Honor, can we just stipulate to that? I mean, the statute says there's only one punishment for this crime. What is this? Why is there an aggravation phase for this specific count?
Much like the guilty verdict, the jury in Arizona has to find whether or not there's any aggravating circumstances. In addition, the jury would still need to find that if it's a guilty verdict, whether or not it's a dangerous offense. Until it's found as a dangerous offense, that sentence that you're talking about wouldn't be triggered. So I think we need to have an aggravation phase regardless. So would you plan on presenting any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase if there is an aggravation phase?
No, but could I just stipulate to it or not? That's my question.
You can stipulate to aggravation and you can stipulate to whether or not it's a dangerous offense, but I think you should probably wait until we read the verdict to do that. So I guess it will, depending on what the verdict is, we may take another break. If there is an aggravation phase, are your witnesses here yet?
No, they are not here yet, Your Honor. The next of kin are, from my understanding, about 5 minutes out.
All right, we'll wait a few more minutes before we take that verdict. Please let me know when we're ready to come out.
Yes, thank you.
says she's 10 minutes away, but she's...
Okay, you heard a little bit of whispering there. We are double headphoned up right now.
Yes, we are.
Toby, I mean, this is everybody just waiting on pins and needles. I know it's cliche to say, but we're just waiting for this jury to come in. We're waiting on next of kin to arrive too. That may have happened, but I just keep checking the screen here and looking at that state seal. One count for this verdict to be read: conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. So you heard a little bit there about aggravating factors. So we are far from over. If we have a guilty verdict, we have court proceedings to follow up with pretty much right away.
Yes. Again, all part of the process. I think this is the crux of what we're waiting for. And then we'll get into the meat and potatoes, if you will, of what that verdict will mean for her. Obviously, as if those of us who have been, or those who have been watching us the last 3 weeks know, at the end of the day, guilty, not guilty, she's still going back to Idaho to serve the rest of her life in prison. But this, I think, for especially the family members, as we just heard, they're waiting for a lot of them to come back into the courtroom. This is a big moment for them, no doubt, no doubt about that. And they are certainly waiting patiently, and have been for the last 2.5 weeks.
Okay, so we are watching the feed.
Yeah.
And right now it just looks like we're waiting for that seal to come back up. So as we bounce around from both, again, this is going to be a 5-minute delay on the verdict being read. So you guys are going to hear that pretty much right after we get that news. We have our panel on deck right now. Can we bring them on, guys? Yeah. We're going to talk to our panel of experts for a little bit and get their thoughts as we wait. I don't know if we're going to hit at about 4 o'clock or if it's going to be about 3:45, not totally sure. But when we have them up, I mean, we're going to talk about what unfolded and led up to this, about 2.5 hours of jury deliberation. With the lunch, this was about a 4-hour day or so. And now we will have a verdict being read inside the courtroom in front of the pro se defendant, family members of Charles Vallow, and we have Taylor Larson, we have Rachel Smith, we have Mel McDonald. Mel, Judge Boreski's waiting. He wants to get this thing going here. Just take us through the mindset of the courtroom right now as we wait for this verdict to be read.
Well, I surmised from Lori's statement wanting to aggravate or to stipulate, hopefully to avoid an aggravation hearing. I think she's pretty cognizant of what's about to happen. This jury is coming back with a conviction. They will then move into the aggravation phase. If I was the prosecutor, I wouldn't allow the stipulation. I would want the judge to hear the family members that have been brought down there, for the simple reason that they have the right to let the judge know how that has impacted their life. That is aggravation in my view. So I fully expect that we'll have a verdict soon. The verdict will be guilty. I think Lori is going to try to avoid as best she can any further type of evidence, but I don't see where she's going to be successful other than if she stipulates. I agree that it's aggravated. I don't contest anything the state would say. That would be about the only thing I could think of that would enable a judge to do away with this hearing.
Rachel, what is that adrenaline like leading up to the verdict being read? What does that feel like?
It's one of the worst feelings in the world. You have to sit there and maintain poker face, no matter how confident you are in your case. I always ran through, what if I had done this? What did I leave out? And so I would sit there and I would literally write things just to keep poker face. So I will tell you, it's one of the, because you really know it's not about you, but you feel such a weight of responsibility to get it right. So I empathy for Treena and Detective Duncan and the entire team. You just have to sit there. You have to be professional, poker face, but it is the worst part of the case.
Yeah. Taylor, how are you feeling right now as we come very close to this? Obviously, you have some strong connections to Charles.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready for the justice that Charles deserves to finally happen. It's been a long journey and a long time coming. And, I just wish that the camera would be on Lori's face when they read the verdict. Unfortunately, we'll probably just see the back of her head, but I would love to see her facial reaction if it's going to be as stone cold as it was in Idaho, or if there will be any sense of emotion from her. I'm going to guess that it's going to be emotionless, like she has been throughout the case, or all the cases. But I'm interested if they do get to the impact statements, who's going to deliver those. It sounds like Treena Kay said there's two that will be speaking. I'm sure Kay Woodcock will be one, and I'm interested to see who the other one will be.
Yeah, and Rachel, can you take us through that aggravating phase? I don't know if you heard there, but Lori was asking about making a stipulation. She was asking why there even needed to be that, obviously dependent on the verdict, but just take people through what just happened now.
Yeah. So two parts. The aggravation phase is really to educate the court and to get the jury to find that certain conditions are there. That means a level of punishment higher than is presumed appropriate is now appropriate. So it's really designed to kind of bump it into the highest range of punishment. So it will be victim impact. It'll be about who was taken, who was lost, and the depth of the betrayal by the defendant. So that's what the state has to do. A jury in Arizona and in most states has to make those sort of factual findings that this type of case qualifies for that highest level of punishment. Lori, I think very rightfully, probably listening to standby counsel for once, is trying to get that waived. If she's got another trial coming, not having this publicly aired, she will probably think is in her best interest. Her fight was always about, I didn't do it, or I didn't conspire, it was self-defense. And if she loses those questions, no one can deny that this crime is very dangerous and that this crime deserves the highest level of punishment.
So right now we are just waiting for some family members we're hearing about from inside the courtroom. Family members are arriving, sitting down. Our reporter, Lauren Clark, also there. Everyone is just waiting, and I remember being in this position. It is just quiet. Everyone is just listening in for any movement, see the judge come out. Ultimately, the jury of 12 that has been deliberating since this morning. And you can tell, like, even us right now, we're a little bit tightened up. We've got our nerves going a little, not that we haven't been serious, but we've been talking to each other on this panel. You guys, thank you so much for a couple weeks now, and had some lighthearted moments, but now we are just waiting to predict, and we've been predicting what's going to happen, or you all have, and we're going to get an answer. And I'm sure, Judge, you still feel the same way.
Yes, it's going to be a conviction. You heard it first from me. There's no conceivable way that 12 people could possibly, on this evidence, find her not guilty. So we are waiting for the inevitable. To me, the interesting thing will be the aggravation evidence.
Okay, we're going to have you guys on standby. I'm hearing that the judge is back on the bench. So we are just watching for that right now, or he's arriving to the bench.
We had heard, by the way, we did hear our good friend Nate Eaton says Brandon Boudreau's in the courtroom, seated right behind Lori. So he's in there. Kay is now in the courtroom. So the family is there, and we're waiting to hear. We're waiting to hear more from the jury on what they decided.
Okay, we are looking at a remote. So I see courthouse. I see the seal. I'm on channel 7, and so you guys are getting an inside look and hearing us talk about as we prepare channels we're watching on our feed. Okay.
All right. Yep. Looks like everybody is in the courtroom. All right. Mics are
23's
on.
up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's inside. Now, I can't totally tell. Okay. They're rising for the jury. And here we go. All 12 jurors coming into the box to get seated.
Robert will want to let Master Control know. Okay. Foreperson is in the room. For those watching on the stream, we're about to go live on Fox 10 News, Fox 10, Channel 10 here in Phoenix. Stand by. Three, two, five.
You're watching Fox 10 News. We are here live with the verdict. Lori Vallow Daybell in the courtroom as we listen to the jury read this verdict, whether or not she will be found guilty for conspiracy to commit murder. We're listening in right now. It's on a 5-minute delay, as you guys will see that on that delay as we listen in.
Yeah, we want to thank everybody for joining us on Fox 10. We have been streaming all day on YouTube. We are listening live, but cannot play it live for you. We can play it in 5 minutes. The jury foreperson has given the clerk the verdict.
Guilty. Lori Vallow Daybell has been found guilty.
So her
for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
So there you go. Second conviction for Lori Vallow Daybell. Her first conviction, obviously, in Idaho.
Going through all the jurors now to confirm this answer.
So now the court is asking every juror if this is their verdict, just to confirm. We can tell you that Lori Vallow not moving much. The camera is focused on her while this is being read. We have been speaking with our expert panel all day, who kind of predicted this would happen. But again, one count of conspiracy to commit murder.
All jurors have confirmed. The jury will be retired to the jury room for a little bit. The state and the defense will speak to Judge Boreski. We know that we are going into aggravating factors now that we have a guilty verdict. But that took what, a minute and a half?
Yeah, it took a minute and a half.
The jury is going into the jury room right now. Everyone watching on our stream, everyone else will get this on the 5-minute delay. So some time has passed. We want to thank you again for joining us. But there is more to be done here as we expect to hear victim impact statements read in court.
Yeah, so again, this is the procedure, right? They only had one count to decide, very quick. They spent maybe 2.5 hours deliberating total. For those that kind of know the backstory here, they spent 2 weeks in trial. Both sides rested late last week. They had a 4-day weekend, the jury did. The jury then came back yesterday, heard closing arguments, and went home early yesterday. And so when they got back this morning, this was the first opportunity the jury had to speak amongst themselves and talk about the case. And so we've been wondering, what questions would they have? They had the opportunity to ask the judge and both sides questions if they still had any after this case. They spent, I think, a total of 2 hours and 45, maybe 2 hours and 50 minutes deliberating. And then we were notified about 45 minutes ago that a verdict had been reached. And so here we are. We are been on the stream all day. You and I will continue on this stream We have crews inside the courtroom.
Yeah, Lauren Clark is there right now in the courtroom as we speak, and we are going through this portion of the aggravating phase. The jury is basically done. They've done their duty. They took about 2.5 hours, discounting that lunch. That was 90 minutes. Yesterday, they decided within 15 minutes to go home for the day. 19 witnesses went on that stand to 0 witnesses and no evidence presented by the pro se defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell. If you're just following this now, she represented herself and acted as her own attorney. She did not testify. She didn't have to testify. Her closing arguments were less than 20 minutes. Treena Kay, the prosecutor for the county attorney's office, went for almost 2 hours. So an overwhelming amount of evidence in this case, in this saga. And the jury does not know about Lori's past in Idaho. And that history in the timeline comes after what happened in Arizona. She is now guilty of conspiring in Charles's murder.
And again, there was a lot of evidence from all of those cases that was not admissible in court. And I think that was one of the things that we had wondered whether that would impact the jury's decision about not knowing some of those circumstances. I can hear now, again, we're on a 5-minute delay. What you're seeing on the screen now is the post delay. So we will turn it over. We'll bring the mics up so you can hear it as it was read.
This is what happened.
I'll ask the clerk to read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704-001, verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes. On the court's own motion, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to retire to the jury room for just about 2 minutes. I need to discuss something with the parties before we determine whether you're done or not. So the admonition still applies. Please go to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, to the jury.
And there we have it.
Okay, this is one part of this chapter, near the final chapter. Obviously, Lori Vallow Daybell has another trial set here in Maricopa County for conspiracy to commit murder regarding her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. We're going to get there at some point in early June, but right now they're going to go into this aggravating phase as the jury goes into the jury room. That was a quick decision, just confirmed by the jury of 12.
Yeah, 12 jurors, 2 women. They had
2 women, yep.
Yeah, and they had 2 alternates, by the way, who they had to remove or excuse a few alternates. So, had somebody gone home sick, they would have run into an issue potentially down the line, but that was not the case in this. And as we've talked a lot about on this stream over the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, we wondered how many of these jurors had any idea about this saga, about this case, about her previous convictions. And that's something I think we're going to want to ask if any of these jurors, ever want to speak to us or answer our questions. One of the things I would love to know is how much did they know, And, are they just finding out, or are they going to find out about, her past now that the verdict has been read?
And what matters now at this moment in time, justice for Charles Vallow, father, a husband, brother, a son, and somebody who really sounded the alarm bells here. And now the jury has been fully convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, and used him in her mission to make this shooting happen on July 11th, 2019, shooting Charles Vallow twice to death as he laid flat on the floor in the Chandler home that he was paying for her to rent. These two were estranged at the time, still married, but as Charles Vallow had said, he felt threatened. He was afraid for his life, as Lori Vallow Daybell believed that she was a translated being, and that the end of times would come, and she was on a mission to lead chosen people into this new Jerusalem. There's so much in this saga, but we are going to continue our coverage here on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. This has been less than 10 days for a jury to come to a decision on this. 19 witnesses, a lot of evidence, and there could have been more evidence shown by prosecutor Treena Kay, who really led the way, handled every witness. We saw cross-exam by Lori Vallow Daybell, who doesn't have attorney experience at all, but yet we saw her cross-examine these witnesses like she was an attorney in civilian clothes. And again, the jury doesn't know she's a convicted child killer. She killed her two youngest children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and conspired in the murder of her now husband's first wife, Tammy Daybell, and her husband, Chad Daybell, is on death row in Idaho. When the jury comes out of this, after all they've heard, they will Google her name and they will find out her exact history, and I'm sure that they will be beside themselves as to what they were just a part of doing their civic duty here today through this trial. Thank you for joining us. We have much more coverage of today's verdict on the YouTube stream, but we send you now to John Hook and Christina Carilla for Fox 10 News at 4. Yeah, and we've been covering this since December 2019. Can you believe that? And we're still not done with this saga. But what we just witnessed there was justice for Charles Vallow, someone who went to police, specifically Gilbert Police, and told them that his wife, Lori Vallow, had problems and needed help. And this was months before he would be shot and killed by his brother-in-law, Alex Cox, in his rental home that he was paying for in Chandler, Arizona. And now the jury's convinced that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex, put him up to this, used him and used religious scripture to tell him that they were meant for this and that at some point things would come to a head. And on July 11th, on the morning of, I think the jury saw that her lack of reaction to Charles Vallow being shot and killed and how she did not call 911. It took 47 minutes for Alex Cox to call 911. No CPR was done on Charles Vallow, and Charles was just there to pick up his son, J.J. Vallow, who eventually would be murdered by Lori Vallow in Idaho. So this saga is so twisted, so bizarre. Really, this jury of 12 was introduced to just a portion of it, but the important fact is that it started here in Arizona, it is ending here in Arizona, and don't forget she has another trial related to her ex-nephew-in-law being shot at. John, Christina, can you guys hear me? Sorry about that. yeah, she will be serving life in prison regardless. But you ask Brandon Boudreaux, who's really the only person to survive this case. And that's someone that we are all waiting to talk to. Brandon Boudreaux identified the remains of J.J. Vallow. I just want people to know that he identified J.J.'s remains, and the trauma that is with him has not stopped. If not for him, it may be a different story. He told Gilbert police that Tammy Daybell had suddenly died in Idaho weeks after Brandon Boudreaux was shot at, and Gilbert police believe that shooter is, you guessed it, Alex Cox. They believe that Alex was put up to that by Lori Vallow and her then boyfriend, Chad Daybell. So in tying those pieces together, what Brandon Boudreaux did was help get Idaho authorities involved to look at the disappearance of JJ and Tylee, to look into the death and get Tammy's body exhumed out of her Utah grave, and to figure out that she had been murdered. And so Brandon Boudreaux is a huge key in this. He's testified in the Idaho trial against Lori Vallow Daybell, where she was eventually convicted in 2023. And so now he gets his day in court, takes the stand, and you can assume Lori Vallow Daybell will be questioning him at some point. Well, we're getting ready for a June 2nd start date after jury selection. Obviously, with all of this coverage, all of the media attention, and just this saga being what it is, you can expect that jury selection will take a bit longer. It didn't really take long for this case. And again, we had a trial that lasted in less than 10 days. But, you know, wow, I've been here. You guys have known me since I got here, and probably 6-7 months into my my job here. We started covering this case in December 2019. We've covered all the Idaho trials, and here we are. There's justice for Charles Vallow. No, not a lot. And that's something that we have seen with Lori Vallow Daybell, a pattern of no remorse. I mean, when she was sentenced in Idaho for the killings of her 2 children, instead of being accountable, she said that no murders happened. She has said in this case during closing arguments that this is just a family tragedy, and the state wants to make this family tragedy a crime. So that is just what you see is what you get with Lori Vallow Daybell. In which she caused, right? So, I mean, this is the reality of it. Has she ever come out and said, you know, I was foolish, or I was wrong for this, you know, meeting Chad Daybell? She has never blamed Chad Daybell for anything. She has never blamed her brother. Instead, she villainized her husband here in Charles Vallow, who wanted to get her help, who wanted to get an intervention, but instead she calls it a family tragedy. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we're making some technical adjustments. We go from TV to YouTube, back to TV to YouTube.
And I'm trying to figure out too. I don't know if you guys can hear me now, but I'm on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm good to go. And if you can give me a little reprieve.
Yeah, sure.
Here, trying to figure out what happened as far as the aggravating factors and where we are at with that. I know I see the state seal up. We're waiting. We've got a news conference set up outside the courthouse steps, and we'll be ready to take that live for you guys. As you know, we expect to hear from Kay Woodcock, Charles's sister, yes, other family members, possibly. I mean, this is a big day.
Yeah. So the judge had asked. The judge had asked both sides, look, you know, there'd be an aggravation phase. Does Treena Kay plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits? Right now, it looks like the state has 2 family members that they have ready for that part of this case. And
I would assume that would be Kay, right?
I would
and
think
another
Kay.
sibling. You know, we've met them. This is Charles's family,
Yeah.
unless it's his
Yeah.
family, his sons possibly, but I don't think we've gotten any word of them being in the courtroom. Maybe Colby being his stepson, but I first thought comes to mind is siblings.
Lori doesn't plan to, I mean, there's nothing that she plans to do from here on out. I'm just kind of reading kind of what happened while we were live on television. They asked the state, look, are your witnesses here yet? So we're kind of getting, you and I are just kind of getting caught up in all of this. Again, this has all happened within the last 15 minutes.
We got our guests though, right? We got our experts.
Yeah, and if anything, that's who
they're
we wanna
ready.
hear from.
I see them. Thank you guys for staying on with us, Rachel, Taylor, and Benjamin. Take it away. I'll start with you, Benjamin. I mean, any shock or surprise, and I don't know if you guys were able to catch up and dip in and listen to what the judge was saying about aggravators and where we stand with that. I mean, the point is she's found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder.
Today, or are they going to wait?
Yeah, I'm reading through that now.
Sounds like Lori waived it.
Oh, she waived it? Okay.
The way it sounds.
She waived it, so there's no need to do aggravation phase. Basically, they're going to set a sentencing date in the future, and she'll be sentenced by Judge Boreski in the future. Of course, at sentencing, she could talk to the judge for a lower sentence, but I highly doubt it. But as far as today, as we said, this is no surprise. We knew that this was coming, and this is her doomsday, as I said.
Judge Mel, we talked a little bit about what the jury, what the judge would say to the jury and what he might do. He did ask that if some of them wanted to stick around, he would like to thank them personally. But he said, look, if you got to go, you got to go, which I thought was interesting that he wanted to point out to each juror how grateful he was for the service that they provided. I assume that's not out of the norm.
That's the average. Every judge, I think, does that in a jury trial, particularly a high-profile case like this. There are pressures that are on the jury, and he did as I expected to do, thanked them for their service. Did he not mention to them if they wanted to talk to the media, they now could?
He did. That was, pretty standard. He said, look, if you want to, great. If not, you don't have to. And I'm just reading here. She waived it. She wants to wait until after the next trial for,
Oh, wow. Okay. Because we won't have sentencing anyways for 30, 60 days. And right now the focus is on this next trial regarding Brandon Boudreaux. So with that said, I mean, we got what we came for, which was the verdict. And you guys all predicted that there was no chance that she would be found not guilty or any hung jury at all. The verdict came back about 2.5 hours really of deliberation, and you add that 90-minute lunch. Taylor, we've been through this. We've caught up throughout this time, and every time it's sort of like we're in this holding pattern, and we update each other on where we're at in this saga. And for you, this one hits close to home.
Yeah, I mean, even though I didn't think there was a chance of her being found not guilty or being acquitted or even really a hung jury, it was still, satisfying to hear the words guilty. I got some chills, even though I was pretty sure that was what we were going to hear. But to actually hear it, to finally have the justice that Charles deserved and his family has deserved and has been wanting. And, at the very onset of this back in 2019, it felt like their voices weren't being heard. And to have it finally heard and have Lori held accountable for her actions, it was a great moment.
Rachel, just go ahead and tell me what you think of this entire trial. Obviously, from both points, prosecution and what Lori did to defend herself or lack thereof, but just your evaluation of how this went down.
I think the truth finally caught up with Lori Vallow. She used every tactic for years to try to avoid getting caught, getting found responsible. She always tried to make it about her, and today it was finally about justice for Charles, and justice for that family who had to wait forever. And so I think this is a culmination years of hard work of law enforcement, of prosecutors, and I always feel weird saying congratulations, but congratulations to the family that they hung in there, and finally responsibility and accountability for Charles has come out of today's court.
Yeah, can you guys imagine for someone like Kay Woodcock, Brandon Boudreaux, so many people who sounded the alarm and knew something was wrong, people who went and spoke to media. It takes time. Like it said, the wheels of justice turn slow. Benjamin, your thoughts on this eventful day?
I mean, this day was, I was a little bit nervous at first when they went to lunch, because I'm like, I thought they were going to have a verdict maybe even before that or at the 1 o'clock hour, but it sounds like they took it serious. They wanted to review everything to make sure, because this is a high profile case and they want to make sure that they get the right verdict. And as you heard from each and every juror, when the judge asked them, is this your true and correct verdict? They all said guilty. All 12 of them said guilty. So it's going to be hard for her to appeal anything in this case. And one thing we know is that she can't appeal. She can't say her attorney stinks, because usually in some cases you'll say ineffective assistance of counsel, meaning that your attorney is not good. She's her own attorney, so she can't file that motion. We know that. But it's been an eventful day. It's been a long day, and hopefully there's justice was served for the family.
Benjamin, I need to correct you. Her attorney did stink. It was her.
Wow.
Yes, that's right.
Judge Mel.
That's
Well,
true.
That's
That's
right.
true, Judge. You're right about that.
Right.
Just so viewers are aware, we obviously, we're waiting on reaction from the family who were inside the courtroom. We mentioned moments ago, for those watching on the stream and on Fox 10, that we heard Brandon Boudreaux was in the courtroom. It sounds like he was seated right behind Lori. We obviously know that Kay and Larry were there. I don't know how much we mentioned it, at least later on in the trial, but in the beginning, Brandon wanted to be in the courtroom. And in fact, I do believe that he was told that he could not be for that purpose. Rachel, I don't know, how much of that played a part in who was allowed and who not to be allowed in the previous trials.
It's the same. It's exclusionary rule. Witnesses who have not yet testified or who could testify at future events are typically excluded. They don't want suggestions that heard the testimony of others that it influenced them. So unfortunately for Brandon, he hasn't been able to sit in, and has chosen not to sit in for several hearings, waiting for his day in court. I will be very interested to see and hope for his sake and his family's sake that he gets that day in court, because he has sacrificed a lot. I do have a question that maybe you could ask your people on the ground. Was Melanie Boudreaux in the courtroom? Was any of Lori's family, the Coxes, in the courtroom? And were any of Lori's siblings? That's one thing I always wondered. They were not in the courtroom in Idaho, so I wondered if they would come, since it's much closer to where they live. So.
That's a good point, Rachel. And I remember the only time I've seen Lori's mom and sister was in a hearing. It was a pretty quiet hearing, weren't a lot of people. But I think that's definitely something that we would have heard through our people or any of the reports down if they were there. I think this is such a like this tragedy that she talks about. Lori talked about this family tragedy. It affects so many families. The Coxes, the Woodcocks, the Daybells, the Vallow family. I mean, it goes Boudreaux. It goes on and on. How many people? The Ryan family.
That's right.
You can't. You just cannot forget how there are probably dozens of people that are connected to 4 victims at this point. I'm not saying Boudreaux yet, because she's innocent until proven guilty.
The
but
Daybell
he
family
is
as well.
affected. Yeah, the Daybell family and Chad's family, his kids. I mean, you saw that, Rachel. I mean, there's so many people. I think it's good for us to debrief here right now and just look at what has come out of this.
Yeah, and just the lies that Lori, the manipulation didn't end of her entire extended family, of those witnesses, the people that she was using to do her dirty work, the people that she convinced of things, were vulnerable. They wanted to believe in purposes greater than themselves. And so all those people were suckered in and believed her right up until those children's bodies were found. And some of them even hung in there a little bit afterwards. So that throw of the stone in the pond and that ripple effect is huge. So, my heart goes out most poignantly today to those people directly connected to Charles. But that ripple, that pond that this person has had on countless lives is vast.
And Rachel, right now we have a juror outside the courthouse and being spoken to now. Let's take a listen.
But the whole thing was pretty much those clippets, other than her laughing, smiling about, she was kind of just at peace. Like, she was just sitting there, her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on, just her legs were crossed like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. Didn't think it was really fair. Was that something that affected you guys, her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. Being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about. You'd expect to be sad, asking how your brother's doing, since he was the one that got injured during it too. She didn't do any of that. She already knew it happened, and she just went with it like that.
Did you want her to testify?
I guess, I don't know. Yes, seeing Charles's sister's reaction when they did say she pled guilty was really relieving. It made all of us feel really good that they got justice.
Can we get your first and last name?
Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith.
Also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker?
Yes.
Can you spell that?
TASS, and then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Okay, so you just heard a little bit there from this juror named Natasha, and nonchalant. It was brought up. Taylor, what are your thoughts hearing that? It's fascinating every time we hear from a juror, but just fresh out of the verdict reading.
I mean, it's kind of what we've all thought and talked about from the beginning, the lack of emotion, the just kind of nonchalant behavior. It doesn't matter what kind of emotions Lori tried to inject during the trial. It's those body cam footage. It's the interview footage right after, the death of her husband. It speaks louder than anything. She can't manipulate her way. She can't try to explain her way out of that. Like I said earlier, that to me shows premeditation, like Natasha just touched on. It was like, she already knew what happened when she got back to the scene, because that was part of the plan.
Now, I think she's still talking. So, okay, never mind. I wanted some more. I wanted a little bit more, but we'll see what the feed brings in later. Obviously, camera crews are out there, reporters, and just a live look right now. Robert, Rem 14 outside the courthouse, just outside the steps there. We are waiting to hear from family members. I know Kay Woodcock has told me that she wants to speak to the media briefly. This is a big weight off her shoulders, fighting for justice for Charles. But you guys know this. Not only was she fighting for Charles, but she was fighting for JJ and Tylee. But I think specifically JJ, you have this grandmother, biological grandmother, who trusted Lori Vallow Daybell, of course trusted her brother Charles to adopt him and take him in. Okay, it looks like we have another juror. Let's go to Rem 13.
Or when you went into deliberation, were you still unsure?
Well, I was unsure up until yesterday, really. And then through deliberation, I mean, that's the whole purpose of it is, to bring out the evidence and talk about every facet of it that we can understand. So, yeah, that's, yesterday I was still on the fence.
Yeah. Was it just maybe the magnitude of how big this decision was, or maybe the lack of evidence, the missing pieces? What was it?
For me, it was, where is the proof of conspiracy? I mean, the bullet's over there, the bat's over there, there's a hole there, none of that has anything to do with conspiracy. It has everything to do with Alex shot him, all right? So my big thing was, if you're going to say something, how does that go along with the conspiracy to commit murder? That was my big thing. And like I said, it was the text that turned me.
Was there a specific text message?
There were two specific ones, but I'm not sure I should talk about them.
Yeah. And because we've seen, a lot of this evidence too. Does that make that any different for you, or no?
Can you tell me what evidence you saw on the text messages? There was one that had something to do with insurance. That was one of them. And the other one was basically the Nephi thing. So.
Now that you know that so many people that were talked about in this case are dead, did you know that originally, or that's what you're?
I had never heard of Lori Daybell before I got picked for this jury. Because I watch Fox News, but I don't watch Fox News 10. I watch Fox News because I like the different shows that are on it. But I don't watch NBC or CBS or anything like that. So I didn't know. No, I had no idea of any of it.
Now when you're realizing the magnitude of this case, what's kind of going on?
That's Kenzie.
It's just, wow. That's all I can say. It's huge.
Yeah. Do you remember your reaction learning that she has been convicted in killing her 2 children?
I feel sorry for her. I mean, driving home yesterday, I was like, God, she's spending the next 3 lives in prison in a cell. I mean, you got to feel sorry for her. Even though, I mean, that's an awful thing to do. I mean, there's something wrong up there, but what do you say? Still, you just feel awful about it. But
and you said it was the text messages that really changed it for you. You were confident in that decision going forward.
Absolutely confident. Once we talked about those particular text messages, absolutely confident, 100%.
So you said it was the text message about the insurance, and then the one where she said that his soul is already dead or something along those lines.
No, it was the kind of like everything's coming to a head. Soon you'll be Nephi, and so will I. That was one of the texts. And then the other one was, he changed the beneficiary basically before we got to him, before we made him gone. So that was the other one.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Nice to meet you. Of course, the bus.
Okay, so some very good insight there. The text messages. This juror says it was the text messages, the talk about Nephi. Judge Mel, you talked about all of the smoking guns. Your reaction to this juror?
Yeah, you can understand why he didn't know anything about the case. He watches CNN and doesn't watch Fox News. So, yeah, it's a little bit surprised with his observation. When he says he was kind of hung up until the last day, I guess that's where the 3% come in on the poll. But no,
Hey,
all
Mel,
of these things, yes.
Look, if he would have done the right thing and watched Fox 10, he would not be on that jury. That's for sure.
He would not be.
Let's put that down right now. Facts. If he watched Fox 10, he would know a lot more. But just really the reaction, it's just raw, candid reaction. He has just found out about everyone else. This is all spilling out like a fountain, and these jurors are just going home like, wow, what did I just witness? But I think video, text messages. I mean, this is what speaks to jurors. Text messages about the life insurance money, about dark spirits. It was Ned before we got rid of him. Rachel, you've been in these shoes before, and I think you also knew it was a no-brainer. Text messages talk.
Yeah, Lori's own words. Lori convicted herself, and I always am interested to see the jurors' reaction to things like sending someone to prison for life. So you can see why it took them perhaps longer than some people would like. Jurors take it seriously, and they take the idea of taking someone's liberty for the rest of their life really seriously. And this man is very typical of jurors on a murder case. So it's profound to see them and thank them for doing their duty, because Lori Vallow deserved it.
All right. Well, we've got more work to do here, but I have to, and I hope everyone in the chat, shout out to this panel right here, and also Kirk Nurmi, Susan Constantine, who aren't here right now, Tom Evans yesterday, but you four, thank you for being along for this ride. This won't be the last time we see you, that's for sure, but I mean, your insight and your knowledge has been just incredible, and I think opened the window for so many that are watching, thousands of people each day, into how the judicial system works, and specifically this case that has consumed so many people. So really, thank you guys so much.
Justin, I'd like to make one comment. I think you guys have been terrific. Outstanding questions, keeping the dialogue going, following the case. I think you and George and David Taylor, you guys have been rock stars in this, and it's been an honor to be a part of this panel and these outstanding panelists, all of who have had distinguished careers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys so much. You won't be on any jury anytime soon, but you will be on our panel. All right. Let's take a look.
At the Echo Mills, the judges' sentiments too. Thank you for having us, and it's been a great panel and great coverage from everybody from Fox 10.
Thank you guys so much. Right now, we're going to listen to the Woodcock family. This is Jerry Vallow right here.
And it was a relief, a long journey, and I'm just glad it's over with. I really am. My whole family is, my sisters, and I just want to thank everybody, the Arizona Prosecutor's Office, Treena Kay, and everyone else that was here and got us through it all. Our court advocates and the whole 9 yards. Today's a good day. We won.
Were you worried, Jerry, that the jury might come back with a not guilty at all, or were you pretty confident?
I had a little concern, but when it came back so quick, I pretty much knew that it was done. So.
What did you think of her demeanor during trial?
I thought she was, kind of a smarty pants, not real, I don't know what word I'm looking for. I know which one I would use.
You're trying to be nice.
Right. I know which one I would use, but so anyway.
What did you think of her lawyering skills?
I thought she sucked.
You think she did herself any favors by being her own attorney?
Probably not. I'm sure the first day into the trial, she wished she would have had an attorney.
You think?
A real attorney, right.
Did you look at her when the verdict was read?
I could see the back of her head.
And what was there? Did you have any reaction? Did she have any reaction?
I couldn't see, but she didn't shake her head or that I saw. So.
Kay, what did you think looking at her?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Come on, Kay, your turn.
I just saw the back of her head too. I couldn't see anything, and she didn't. A lot of times during court, she'd shake her head no when she didn't agree with something being said, or she would just shake her head no, and she didn't shake her head no. So I guess that means she really did do it.
She seemed to,
closer to the. Can you get closer to the mic? Oh, okay.
Kay,
Sorry.
She seemed to really have a visceral reaction to you.
That's what I heard.
And when you were on the stand, what was that moment like for you?
I didn't know that she was that shaken by me being there, and And then when I got off the stand, I really didn't even know what I said. And then once Jerry and my sister Susan and our friend Laura Ferris and who else was right there? And Colby was right there. And they were like, "You did so good. She was shaking like a leaf when you," and I was like, "What? No way." And it was, the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, okay, that's all I needed to know. That made my day. That of all the people she should be shaking for, and she was shaking about me, good. Yeah.
Okay. What did you think of the verdict when the verdict was read as guilty? What did you feel?
Oh, just 6 years of walking the pits of hell every day, and about halfway through, I realized, okay, I'm gonna make it through. But it was a long time.
Elation.
It was a long time before I got to that point, but it's still difficult, but it's okay. I'm ready to move on. It's time. We've got a 10-year-old granddaughter we're raising now, and I've got my hands full, and I'm real happy to be being her grandma.
After 6 years, does it feel real after 6 long years of walking through hell, as you mentioned?
Yes, it feels real, because for about 3 years I didn't feel anything. I was totally just didn't feel anything, numb.
Does this feel like justice for Charles?
Yes, and this the order in which it's happened. You know, this was the first incident, the first murder, and then everything up in Idaho, and then so Charles would have wanted, you know, take care of Tammy and the kids first, and get to me when they're ready. And so he would have been. He's fine, and I know that he's pleased with us, and excuse me, there's a bug. I know he's pleased with us, and I feel good.
Kay, one of them tell us that your testimony stuck with them. Exactly. And they even saw you after and felt like there was justice for your brother. What does that mean to hear that?
Great. Whatever I said, I struck a chord, and that's what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying to do, and I'm grateful. I mean, hey, the Lord gave us. Well, this was thrust upon us, and our lives just went into like a tornado for a long time, and then getting to say things in the first 2 trials, and then getting to speak about Charles finally, because he's been so silent. I mean, it's just been silent where he's at. I know people thought we forgot about him, and no way, you know, and but law enforcement never stopped. Like Lori said, they didn't stop, because I was right there behind with law enforcement here in Arizona, talking and saying, "What's going on now? Tell me." You know, I was in contact with them nonstop, so I knew at some point, you know, it was going to happen, and then all the other stuff, and you know, I'm just glad we got to. I'm just glad this is done. Now we just have to get justice for Brandon, and I will be back. I can't stay the whole time for his, but I will stay as long as I can, kind of more towards the end of it, I guess, and because then it will truly be over. I say I've still got a little bit left before I can close my book, but when that's over, then I can close my book.
And Kay, I don't know if you noticed, I saw 2 jurors look at you as they were walking out. Did you notice that at all?
No, I didn't. I watched them walk in, because I know that if they look at you when they're walking in, that's a good sign. And nobody looked at me, but I didn't see, so I didn't watch them walk out. I didn't I didn't think to look. So
What'd you think when Lori
If-
waived aggravation? What'd you think?
I really couldn't hear her because, you know, that baby talk she does, that baby voice.
Yep.
She needs to lose that, man. I hope she grows up in prison and learns how to talk like a woman, you know, and not a baby. But anyway,
One of the jurors, the woman with the long hair, she said that she really just wanted to give you a hug. She's like, you know, afterwards, I really just wanted to give her a hug. And just tell
you
her I'm
know,
sorry.
in Idaho, all the jurors I've met from up there, from both trials there, that was the one thing they were like, I just wanted to hug you. I just wanted to hug you. So I hope I get to meet her. I hope she reaches out to me. Nate, if anybody calls you, give them my number. And just make sure they're a real juror. And yeah, I want to talk to them.
Kay,
Absolutely.
I was going to say, Kay, I'm wondering if there's anything you'd say to Lori at this point.
We got you, and you're not the smartest person in the room, and now it's time for you just to hide away. And well, after Brandon's trial, but you can just hide away and everybody's going to forget about you. We'll be on our way through our life, and she'll be rotting in prison where she deserves to be.
Like Charles always used to say, love always wins.
Yeah.
So.
And oh yeah, thank you for saying that. Yeah, love always wins was Charles's thing, and yeah, so it does.
She described this as a family tragedy.
That is
crime.
absurd.
And
That
when you heard that mantra over and over again. this is a
and
family.
calling Charles my husband, whom she was hated at the time, whom she was ready to kill him. You know, it's like that just shows you what she's an actress. She turns on this persona and goes with it, and then boom, she turns it off, and then there's the real her, whatever the real her is. I sure never knew her.
Tell us a little bit, just for me, about Charles. You know, let's bring it back to him and his legacy.
Hey, you want to take that one?
I'm sorry, what was that?
If you could just
Tell
tell us a
them
little
about
bit
Charles.
about Charles and his legacy and how you want us to think about him.
He was my big brother, you know. I followed in his footsteps. I did everything he did. He was only a year and 2 months older than me. So we hung around a lot. We had a lot of the same friends. He was a big influence in my life. And he was just a good dude. He was, all the way from a kid till when she killed him. So, you know.
What did it mean to hug Treena Kay at the end? What did that feel like? To hear the verdict and then give her a hug?
Well, I hugged her and told her I loved her because she did such a great job. And it felt good. It did.
And she did do a great job, and all the detectives and everybody that has worked on this case, from Nicole Bayer to she's our victim advocate, and Treena and Nate Duncan and all the detectives that have come, and even we had a few visitors from Idaho that came, and that was welcome. And I got a thank you from not a thank you, I got a congratulations from Rob Wood, from the prosecutor in Idaho a while ago, and we have gained. We lost some dear family. We lost a lot, but we have gained family as well. So, you know, there's the silver lining. And even in the worst times of your life, there is something good there. You just take sometimes a little while to find it. But y'all, we're dying here.
Yeah. And so,
Susan, do you want
Lauren?
to say anything? No, she.
Yeah, yes,
she
Jerry.
doesn't want to.
And as a parting shot, they got the bitch again.
Yeah!
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank y'all.
Wow.
Okay. You know, it seems like deja vu because I remember in Idaho seeing that exact shot, but just a different courthouse, Ada County Courthouse.
Yeah.
Kay Woodcock, Larry Woodcock, and obviously Larry's back home with family. I know he wishes he could be there, but to see Jerry Vallow speak up a little bit more, Charles's brother, that is this is justice.
Yeah.
The weight off their, you see it, you feel it, the weight off their shoulders.
And again, they've processed all of this over the years. They've been through 2 trials now. This is the 3rd. Their demeanor, a little bit different than, again, what you had mentioned
Lighter.
previously. Yeah, I mean, they were very emotional outside Idaho on Lori's trial. But they understand they are close to getting justice for everybody, right? One more trial left, potentially. And at this point that will happen. But they, I think, like you said, the pressure is off. They are relieved that this part is out of the way, especially for Kay. We know how connected she was to little JJ, but this is her brother. I mean, this is her, this is her blood, somebody that she was very close to, as were all the siblings. But for Kay, anyway, we'll find out from her later, obviously. But I just, you can see now that she's starting to get over the, this idea that there was still work to be done. Well, her work is now coming to a head. She's got one more trial, and then she will have, accomplished in getting justice for her family.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask her, but I don't know if she will be called as a witness for the trial regarding Brandon Boudreaux, and it might not be as relevant. She might not be as relevant in that case, but obviously she has grown close to Brandon Boudreaux. She wants to be here to support him. But testifying in 3 trials, not a lot of people can say that. Now, you were just talking about one of these jurors talking to the media and how they are now going to basically binge watch everything and learn as much, because it becomes a part of you.
It does. And when we talked about this idea that, the jury, when they walked into the courtroom, 3 weeks ago, and were made aware that they were potentially going to be on a jury of a trial like this. And then for them to come into the courtroom that Monday, 2.5 weeks ago, to see all the cameras and all the media and all the people, I can only imagine what they were thinking. Again, they weren't supposed to know anything about this case. And from what we're hearing, none of the jurors did. I think, they had some knowledge of the name Lori Vallow or Lori Vallow Daybell.
And they're calling her Lori Daybell. That's what they've been introduced to her as, and with that name.
Good indicator that they didn't know anything. And so we had one juror, one of the first ones that we spoke to after court today, who was like, I had a family member who knows all about this case, and they were good about not telling me anything, but now they're all going to watch. Another juror that we heard from, did you know anything about the case? Were you aware that she'd already been convicted of killing her kids? He had no idea. And again, this is part of the process. This is why the process works, because you find people who are impartial, and they can still come to a decision that I think most of us were expecting. Right? I think we can safely say that. And again, we know a lot more about the case than they did. But is it interesting now that they learned enough in that 2.5 weeks that they want to go back now and learn more about who this woman is, and maybe, I guess it's fair to say maybe kind of they feel vindicated or will feel vindicated knowing that they came to this decision and ultimately it was the right decision.
All right, look, it is 4:45 right now. We have been streaming all day long since, before 10:30 in the morning? We've taken a couple breaks, but I mean, this has been quite a day as we've been waiting for the verdict to come in and then be read, and we now know that Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of conspiring in Charles's murder. This is one that took the longest because this is the first case and incident in this whole saga. But for now, we're going to get ready for our 5 p.m. newscast. We're going to take a quick break. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here. You're watching more coverage of the Doomsday Murder trial. Lori Vallow Daybell found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Just want to let all of you know, 1,400 of you still watching. We appreciate that. We are just getting ready for our 5 p.m. newscast. You hear me speaking to the anchors as we start off our coverage. You may not hear them, but you can easily go to fox10phoenix.com and have that on another device to stream. But basically, we have TV priorities as well for our newscast. I'll be talking to them for a little bit about what just happened here, and then we will be back on the stream. And I will have a special guest. I'm pretty certain it's happening. So just stay tuned for that. You do not want to go anywhere. I mean, just hang out with us. Stay here on the stream. But if you hear me speaking to someone, that is our 5 p.m. newscast on Fox 10. So we're getting ready for that. All right. I'm going to turn my mic on. I hear my... Oh, okay. Oh, duh, it's on. This is not affecting here. Of course it's on. Of course. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing good. What a day.
Yeah.
33 seconds, right? That video. I just want to emphasize 33 seconds.
The reading of it, the entire reading, yes. Mm-hmm. One count.
Seal her fate.
Yeah.
Do the same thing did it for. You put VO, no? Or did they do VO?
Yeah, the shot's going to be run off the top, Rob, from the control room, Robert. So just during his hit, you can.
Not my SOT though, right?
No.
Yeah, it's for them.
Yeah. No, you don't have a SOT.
They're handling the verdict setup SOT. Yeah. You guys are hearing all the TV jargon.
I'm listening to 5cam director.
I did that.
John, Christina, what a saga it has been. We have been covering the Lori Vallow Daybell saga since December 2019. And in this trial alone, this Arizona trial against her, it took less than 10 days for this trial to conclude. And now a jury has determined that Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of conspiring to commit murder in the death of Charles Vallow. And it took 33 seconds, as you heard there, for the verdict to be read. It took about 2.5 hours of deliberation. You add a 90-minute lunch. And we've been hearing jurors talk about this outside the courthouse, what really stood out to them. We're going to hear more about that from our team of reporters in just a moment. But the damning evidence, so much evidence was brought out by prosecutor Treena Kay with just 19 witnesses, and I compare that to the Idaho trial in 2023 when Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty of killing her 2 children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and conspiring in the murder of Tammy Daybell, which is Chad Daybell's wife. You're seeing on the screen Chad Daybell also convicted and now on death row in Idaho. So this saga has gone on for so long, and today a quick verdict. Really, I mean, we had some breaks and people were sitting on pins and needles, and we're hearing from family members who are just relieved that there is finally justice for Charles Vallow, the 4th husband of Lori Vallow Daybell, and she referred to him during this trial in closing arguments and in opening statements as her husband. But really during this time, for people who don't know, she was cheating on him with Chad Daybell. She was sending text messages to her inner circle about how he was possessed by an evil spirit named Ned. Her motive was to benefit on a $1 million life insurance policy. She was removed as the beneficiary. And right after that, murderous events took place following that in Idaho, in Rexburg, Idaho. And so this has finally come to a close, and she has one more trial in Maricopa County in June regarding her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, who was shot at by someone believed to be Alex Cox, the same shooter in this case, Lori's brother, who's now dead. Guys? We're looking ahead now, and when you look at that evidence and the body camera footage, Brandon Boudreaux's Tesla, the window frame, was hit. Window was shattered, and he was driving into his Gilbert driveway. And because of Brandon Boudreaux, really it tipped off authorities in Idaho that all of this was happening, that J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were missing, that Tammy Daybell had suddenly died even though she had been in good health. And so Brandon Boudreaux was a key witness in the first Idaho trial who helped authorities put this case together. And you have to remember, you had multiple law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office in Idaho, Kauai Police, Chandler Police, and Gilbert Police. A lot of the detectives we saw, law enforcement in this case testifying, have testified in the first trial. They know Lori Vallow Daybell. The jury is now finding out the wealth of information and the criminal history of the so-called Doomsday Mom, and I'm telling you, they are floored. Well, this is all happening as they're now giving reaction, or just gave reaction to the media. They are learning about what happened to JJ and Tylee. We heard one juror say that she is definitely going to be researching and finding out more, and it's going to take one Google of the name Lori Vallow Daybell, but they have family members that have found out that they were jurors in this case. And we know the media attention that this has gotten because of how tragic and devastating it is. So when Lori Vallow Daybell stands up there and says this is a family tragedy and that it shouldn't be called a crime, really, like I told you guys earlier, she is the cause of her own tragedy. And with no remorse, and she intends to represent herself again as her own attorney in this next trial. All right. So you just heard part of that report. You didn't hear the questions by our anchors, but we have team coverage going on right now. And we've got a third chair. So this is great news. We'll get back in a second. We'll take a recess. Trust me, you want to stay. You want to stay here for this. Let's take a quick break. if you have been following the case of the Lori Vallow Daybell saga, then you know exactly who the person is that I'm talking to right now. We are honored to have Kay Woodcock here. Kay is the sister of Charles Vallow, also the grandmother of J.J. Vallow. She has sounded the alarm since the beginning. She has testified in now 3 trials for Lori Vallow Daybell, against her and against Chad Daybell. And today, you were in that courtroom for the verdict that said Lori Vallow Daybell is guilty of conspiring in your brother's death. I know you spoke to the media a little bit ago, but I mean, when you look back at this, December 2019, and we were talking to each other, and you couldn't fathom, you're trying to wrap your head around everything that had unfolded at the time. Just what is it like sitting here just hours after this verdict has been read?
Well, it seems it's real. For a long time, going through all this, everything seemed artificial and not real, because I've learned that's part of trauma stuff. But it's so gratifying that she was found guilty. I mean, everybody in the world knew she was. She did everything except put a camera on herself to do it, and everything was, it's such a huge relief that now we have Brandon's trial left, and as far as I know, I'm not in it, but I will be here to support him for a little while when I can, towards the end, because then that's when I believe they'll do the sentencing for Lori as well. So I'll be able to save a trip right there. But I'll be here to support Justin and Jenny, and it means a lot when people would come sit with us in court and just go through it, because being in court every day is really, listening to her baby talk every day was excruciating. And that every day I went home with a different tiredness, a different exhaustion than I did after Chad's trial or after her first trial. She didn't say a word in that. And this trial, with her talking, I was more drained and just exhausted at the end of the day than I ever was at any of the first 2 trials. So, and the only difference was she was talking. Mm-hmm. So that baby talk and repetitiveness, and she is not a lawyer. She's going to be a good prisoner because she doesn't need to be out in society. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think when you were up there on the stand, it was only about 5 questions he asked you, and that was really a big day. You as a key witness talking about your brother Charles Vallow and the change of life insurance beneficiary, and how she was upset, and she told the jury that she wasn't upset. She had these kids to take care of. But looking at this now and how the jury has reacted, do you feel like they have easily seen through the quote defense and what she put on?
Watching, I tried to think about how, as a juror, I would be interpreting what was being given to me as evidence, and without knowing all the Idaho stuff and all the other stuff, which is a whole lot of stuff, I just could never put myself in there. I couldn't imagine myself in that position. But I do know that Treena presented some good evidence. Yes, it was circumstantial, but Lori did everything. Alex wanted to kill Charles. Lori was just, they're idiot criminals, number one. But it just was, Justin, what was your question?
No,
I totally went off.
You answered it. And I think you made a good point that in the first trial, she's just sat there because she didn't testify, and it was up to her public defenders to put on some sort of defense. No witnesses were called. But I don't think any one of us and yourself would predict that she would be acting as her own attorney in 2025 for 2 trials, let alone 1, and defending herself against this conspiracy to commit murder charge, and being so close to home. Your brother, you broken bread with him, you helped him move, listened to him cry, and go through all of this. Have you even, I don't even think it's sunk in that, you know, you never stopped and never forgot about Charles. You know,
No.
obviously JJ was a top priority. Let's be real. But you knew that this was going to come.
I knew it was, and I just, if I've learned nothing else throughout all this, is patience. Things will happen in time, and you can't control everything. And I learned that early on. Otherwise, I'd have never survived this whole ordeal, because it was wait, you know.
You and Larry were, I think, kind of the faces of the first 2 trials in Idaho. Have you spoken to Larry? And I'm just curious what his reaction was.
I have not.
Okay.
I tried to let him know that the verdict was in, and I couldn't get him on the phone. And anyway, I asked his sister to try and find him. She didn't know who he was. But anyway, I think he was probably outside cutting grass. But anyway, so Larry, she's guilty if you're watching.
Yeah.
And I'll call you after a while.
It's been such a whirlwind. I don't know how many days you sat through, and obviously there was some graphic evidence, and it's not easy to see pictures of your brother in that state, and I know you didn't want to look at that.
I didn't. And whenever sometimes stuff would come up on the screen, like during the Treena's closing, I caught a few little glimpses, but I didn't sit and look at it. I just looked down, closed my eyes.
You've gotten to watch, though, this team in Idaho prosecute Lori. Same team in Idaho prosecute Chad Daybell, who's now on death row. And now you get to see this Arizona prosecutor and her team. Does this give you even more hope and belief in the justice system?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have read a lot of people saying how crooked the justice system is, how slow it is. Yeah, it's slow. But, you know, it is what it is. And but I'm a firm believer in the justice system, and that it does work. And we need this, and we don't need, you know, judges walking away, you know, not taking care of their business with the public. And, you know, I don't want to get into politics. Never mind.
Well, what would you like to say to the jury? You know, this jury of 14, really, and there was a little concern, like, okay, we just lost 2 jurors.
I know, that
There's
was
14.
quickly.
And they were just hit with all of this in the past 2 weeks. They didn't know anything. And what would you want to say to them?
I want to thank them for showing up, for being there, for listening, they are a huge part of the justice system. I mean, you have to have a jury, and I didn't want anyone that knew about, you know, any details of it. I do know it was, you might walk by the TV and see a little something, but I wanted a jury that was pure, and that they, you know, that there was no way that this will be overturned by something later down the road where a juror says, well, I did happen to know this. But I believe that they were honest, and I can't imagine being one of them leaving out the courtroom today after the judge released them and not Googling Charles Vallow or JJ and Tylee or whatever, whoever they Googled, Lori Vallow Daybell, and the pages and pages that will come up with that. You know, this is probably about, I'm going to say 2010, maybe 2008 or something. Charles asked me, have you ever Googled yourself? And I said, no. Why? And he said, well, just Google yourself. You just need to, you know, maybe something's out there with your name on it. And I was like, okay. So I Googled myself, and some business filings came up because I owned a company. And I thought, okay, well, there's my Google, and nothing interesting there. So he said, oh, well, okay. And anyway, so I've thought of that now. a while back I thought of it, and it's like, now if you Google, there's pages and pages and pages of that. And I just know that I said I wasn't gonna write a book at first, then I said I was gonna write one, and right now, today, I'm not gonna open these wounds again. I need for them to close for good. But anyway,
It will take some time, right?
It'll take some time. But so my point is, if I do write a book, it's gonna have something to do with that situation about Google, because it was just a funny little question, and I'm like, what are you even talking about? You know, and it was just a non-event, but look at it now. It's all this. It's been a huge event.
Yeah. What was it like hearing the evidence? What stood out to you? I know that you said Treena did a great job, and with 19 witnesses to 0, but is there something that you saw and made you look at the jury and say, you're going to pay attention to this?
I don't know that there was one thing, but each lie that Lori said in her opening, each thing, and then Treena went across it, and that was a lie, that was a lie, that was a lie, and she so eloquently and articulately put it to where I would have said she's just a liar, but that's why she's a highly trained professional and I am not. And it was just a culmination of everything together that really just blended it together. But the text, they were very incriminating. Adam was very, very convincing with what he said, and I appreciate his honesty and for him testifying. And then when Nancy Jo was on and she told her, don't flatter yourself, okay? That was my clue. I was like, oh yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be talking more than what she asked.
Yeah.
Because I knew I could get away with it. Lori didn't even object. She's not a lawyer. She should have objected.
And you brought some reminders here. We're wearing these wristbands,
Yeah.
Justice for Charles, Tammy, JJ, Tylee.
Yeah.
This is, you pass these out.
Yeah.
You bring them with you. George is wearing one right now.
I've been wearing this since the second trial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got people that have worn them since before the first trial. I mean, and I've got a baggie of these, and I'm going to add these 3 to it that I wore in each trial. So I have a baggie with some, I don't know what I'll do with them, but anyway, they were worn in each trial. I don't know which one or anything, but all 3 trials, and this is one of them.
You got to hear 3 verdicts now.
Yes.
Take me through I don't know if there are big differences, but obviously different jurisdictions between Ada County, Idaho, and here. And what was that like today as we were waiting for a verdict to be reached and then getting into that courtroom? And we know how it goes. It's silent.
Yeah, it was definitely silent. And we were late. It took us a little while to get here, traffic, so we were running to get in the courtroom. And but anyway, we were grateful that we were there. Excuse me. To hear guilty today, I just kept thinking the lady that was talking, what is she? The
prosecutor, Treena Kay?
No, that reads the verdict.
Oh, the clerk.
The clerk. Okay, the clerk was reading it, and she kept saying, and for conspiracy to, and all this, and I was like, just say it, it's guilty. I know it's guilty. But she finally did say it, and it's like, ooh, okay, I can take a breath. This is, wow, okay, it's real. And I was getting a little worried today that there was no jury. I thought maybe they'd have been here this morning and we'd have got it. right away, but I do know the jury instructions were quite, you know, they had to go through all that to make sure they covered all the criteria.
Yeah, really 33 seconds sealed the deal there. Robert, let's listen to that verdict soundbite.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes.
Hey, I've listened to a lot of the first two trials, found the whole thing fascinating about how they came to their decision.
Yes.
We heard from three of them, I think, this afternoon. It sounds like that none of them knew much about Lori before the trial, which to me is part of that is amazing to me that in this day and age they don't. I'm curious to see if you've listened to the jurors in the first couple of trials, and are you surprised that they were able to find, or we were able to find here in Maricopa County, even this far beyond even the first two trials, that we were able to find essentially 14 people who had no knowledge of Lori up until this point. 12 of them were able to reach this verdict. And then we find out that 2 of those 12 hadn't made up their minds even as late as last night.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
That's what they told us. Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't
One
know
guy
that.
said he was driving home and still wasn't quite sure last night
Okay.
where he was going.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why they needed to.
And they
get
just
home.
needed
I
to
was surprised at
discuss
that.
it today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I figured. I figured there might be 1 or 2 that just were, you know, skittish about it. So, but that's okay. The evidence and the rest of them, you know, laid it out for them.
And one of them did mention demeanor, which is a term that we used a lot this last 2.5 weeks about picking up on her demeanor.
Yeah.
The way that she talked to Nancy Jo, for instance,
Yes.
which was, I think, as I've said, that I felt like was the jury's first opportunity to see Lori, of who Lori was.
Yep.
And to hear them say, yeah, we picked up on that as well. I'm wondering, like, is from your perspective, again, you've been through 2 of these, now 3 of these. I just wonder how that resonates, because you know Lori better than most people, right? We've certainly gotten to know her in this capacity as like a third eye. But when you hear the jury say things like that, I'm imagining that's not too shocking for you.
No, it's not. Well, you know, I did think I knew Lori, but obviously I didn't. There was a whole evil side to her that, you know, that a monster was there. And, but for the jurors in the first 2 trials, we talked to a lot of them. Any of them that reached out to, well, they mostly reached out to Nate, but I don't know, maybe Justin. I don't remember. But we always, yes, please give our phone number. We'd love to talk to them, and that's what we want, their feedback. We want to know, you know, they were like, many of them, I just wanted to hug you, and I'm like, well, come on, you know, let's get together and we'll have a hug, you know, and we did. We would meet them wherever, and so with this one, I know that there's one lady that I gave them an okay to give my phone number to, that she wants to meet, and she wants to give me a hug. So I will be meeting her, you know, whenever, probably tomorrow, but whenever we have a minute. And yeah, it's just, I love talking to the jurors. I love their feedback on it. I can't imagine them walking out of the courtroom again, like I said, and just Googling and like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We've seen that twice now, and now this 3rd time as they're going through their phones. They are reading text messages from family members, or just, like you said, doing that Google. Now, you said something in the news conference that I want to mention. You told the media that it was 6 years of walking through hell, and to get to this point. And for you, I don't believe you're testifying in the next trial. I don't know. We'll see.
No, I mean, I'm not.
But
nobody said anything.
No
3
subpoena
trials
yet.
is a lot.
I'm thinking I'm not asking either.
3 trials is a lot, more
Yeah.
than a lot of people can say that they've testified in. But 6 years of walking through hell. And today you saw Lori's demeanor once again as she heard the verdict, as she talked about, aggravating factors and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
She's never shown any sadness or remorse through this whole time. I mean, what you see is what
Yeah.
you get. But we talk about your family. We talk about the Daybell family, the Woodcocks, Vallow, Boudreaux, Cox, Ryan. So many people have been affected.
So many people.
Do you think that deep down, maybe it's hidden somewhere, she goes back to her jail cell and thinks about how many people hate her?
I think that might take a little self-reflection, and I don't think she's capable of that. I don't. Or if she ever comes to the conclusion that, because her delusions about Chad and her being her goddess and all the bull he fed her, she is not a stupid woman. And she only bit onto that because she saw a vehicle to get her out. She didn't want to be married anymore. She didn't want to be a mom anymore. She wanted a different life, and she did what it took to get to that life. And for the few months she had, I hope she enjoyed it, because I know it couldn't have been worth it to give it all up for a couple of months with Chad Daybell. That's just gross.
Kay, I could talk to you for hours and hours, but I know it's been a long day, but a good day. We can agree on that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you so much, my friend, for just trusting me and coming here right after this to sit down and just talk about something that has changed your life. We appreciate you so much, and we will see you for the next trial.
So, like the event started here in Arizona. You were our first person that we interviewed with when the media released the missing poster, and so you're the last one. Because I am tired of talking.
Yeah. I will take it.
I'm tired. Larry, if you want to talk to anybody, we're going to do it. Larry will always talk.
Larry's returning to Arizona soon. For George Obie, I'm Justin Lum. You've been watching our coverage, and we will see you next time on The Record. And with that said, perfect.
Are we clear?